Imagine, this is what I'm thinking, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but this is the general idea. Imagine this whole thing being cut in all these ways, and sometimes small chunks, sometimes bigger chunks. And imagine like a piece like this right here going right into there. Am I sleep deprived right now? I don't think so. I feel good. I feel very awake, refreshed. I'm still waking up. Right? And then imagine this chunk right here. Let's just say, I don't know, maybe it's a bigger chunk right there. Imagine that going right into there. The design was weak. It wasn't as developed, but I thought it was good. I thought it was cool. I liked it. But now I think it's way better. Now in the future, and then imagine this chunk, whatever this is, say it's a big chunk, going all the way over here. Right? But you don't know how problematic it is, because if you're not keeping track of what you did actually do, you don't know how necessarily you managed to not do what you planned to do when you thought you could do it. And then imagine this other chunk over here going right here. And then imagine this other chunk over here, which connects with that other chunk, right? This is with that, but this bigger chunk, maybe we could put it right here, is what I'm sort of missing right now. So maybe it connects with this other thing. And then we could just take this piece and maybe put it, oh, it fits right there maybe. Fast forward, we're back in New York, and now this, I don't think I'm the most organized, because we've had avocado toast how many times with chives at this point? Okay, we have room for a small tiny chunk. Let's take that tiny chunk from over here, and let's fit it in there. Right? Something like that. So imagine with however many hours of footage, just chopping it up and just putting it and mixing it and just making a mess, kind of. It could end up looking really bad. Random, you want another one? Random, let's just do it, it's fun. Like you really believe 100% in what you're doing. You attack things with such confidence, and I think that scares people. And just your conviction is really powerful. That's what I think of you, straight up. And then you go on to the next one and the next one. Is the point of a goal to get the goal done? What happens after you get the goal done? You're still where you are in life, in a sense. Sure, maybe you have a certain achievement, but what does that mean to you? So that's where the whole process really comes into play, where it's the process of getting to a certain mark. Or a week ago Sunday, I was thinking about possibly doing this, and then I was like, oh, a week from today is the 24th. I don't know if I want to do it on May 24th. I feel like I want to do it. By the way, I'm over here because I'm looking at the calendar, so let's go to this calendar. Actually, I'll take a seat on this spade chair, which is next level stuff, and I'll talk. Here, switch it up, right? Talk with the calendar in the background. So this is me just being weirdo with dates. I was thinking, oh, maybe do it on this Wednesday, the 20th, and I was like, I don't know, because earlier this month on the 1st, and sleeping, what if I just get up and go lay down on that yoga mat and do the dinner roll and then take a 20-minute snooze nap? Because the dinner roll, you just lay there and let gravity do the work. You don't have to do much. So me, it's like, let me wake up and take a 20-minute nap doing a dinner roll. But there's no water bottles all the time, because that is another way, just drink Fiji water. But then it's like water bottle after water bottle, even though Fiji water is great. But if you could kind of have your water be delicious, homemade, again and again. This is the main dinner beverage, so feel like they're gonna inspire you to do it. You just do it and you work with the process of doing it. and wherever it takes you. I mean, and if you think, hey, it's gonna be done when I say it's done, whatever that means, and it's never actually really done, it's just a moment in time that you do something, and it's like a start and end. Not aging younger, but in one sense probably looking younger, because normally if someone has a beard versus when they don't have a beard, they look younger, and they may look different, very different. So imagine that, all in a day, you're changing outfits, this and that. Another idea of what I'm doing has to do with time, and think of like a show, a reality TV show, where cameras are supposedly on the subject at all times, or almost at all times, with the exception of maybe the bathroom. I remember the show, say, coffee, and got some vegan hot chocolate over there, and also iced coffee, and we got 2 new bags of coffee, which if you get 2 bags you get a drink free. More dynamic maybe, or just adding layers to, you have footage, you have editing, you have sound, you have the look of it, I guess, right? So upload, how much gigs do we have right now? It's a lot. Let's see, what are we gonna upload? Well, we have 109.55 gigabytes about to get uploaded. All right, that's fine. Let that upload of the home. Actually, I'm gonna sit over here to start. Over here, got scarves for days. Got en plissé, got APC, got, what else did I got? Got en plissé, that's neck warmers, gloves. Here I got my Canon T2i that I use, super old, super limited. These days there's newer ones that are not that expensive to get, but I'm still using that for the time being and making use with the limited abilities that it has. But back then when it was new, because it's so easy to do, which is in progress of being made, something like that. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Okay. There we go. What is the time? Is now where should I see? Yeah. Okay, it's 12:53. 12:53 p.m. I should do it bigger. I wrote it a little small. Probably not the way to do it. I should do. May 31. Add the Kishu Binchotan charcoal. It's for water bottles, but we could also do it in water. 1 charcoal is good for a water bottle, or 2 sticks can be used for a carafe. Charcoal is reusable up to 3 months. After that, it can be recycled into plant soil. So, yeah. Binchotan charcoal is known for its excellent purification properties and absorbing. think it's going to be part of this project I'm working on. But yeah, the morning start, I like to kind of call it morning start. People might call it morning routine. But for me, these days, I like waking up 5 a.m. I woke up a bit late today. Not too happy about that, but I'm also happy that I got a little extra sleep because I went to sleep. Footage stream of information, but that wasn't that long of a time, so it's okay. But still, I'm trying to capture sort of the full day, and I'm doing things differently because typically I'm not paying attention so much to what I'm saying. I'm paying attention to things around me, what I'm doing. And let's say when I moved the table to have a speech about the project or the restrictions in the project, and I was sitting there and talking and had my book and pencil and glass of water. When I did that, I set up the little scene or setting, and then after I was done, whatever happened, I left it. But typically 30, and this GoPro Hero 7 has 3 settings in terms of the view. There's wide, there's linear, and there's super view. This is specifically the wide view. So that's what I was wanting to get to earlier, but there's like a third thing. So yeah, wide view. So that's another thing. Just all wide view in either time lapse or film, like this. So that's, and then just me speaking and changing outfits and doing whatever indoors. Now, that's the process of getting, what am I doing with this? Am I getting the product or the information? Actually, my next step, wash my face. Oh, I want to do this, let me start that. And all of a sudden, I have all these things that I just haven't finished. And a lot of stuff is just paused. But then I want to get back to finishing it, but then I get distracted, I guess, with another idea and something else I want to start and try. And I don't know if it's gotten worse over time. I mean, yeah, sure, I've finished some stuff to a degree, and is there even a finish? There's a lot of concepts to think about, and a lot of places we could take this conversation. So what I'm deciding to do, or what I decided to do, is sort of just like stop. Next piece of speech, whenever that comes, and if it comes briefly and then goes away. But what if I add titles or words to the time lapse? Because during a time lapse, with this, just so you have something to reference. Reference? Reference? Reference. Okay, either or. Alright, let's see where we're at. Okay, so this apartment, okay, so we're gonna, so the total, from my calculated, total square footage is 470.24 square feet. And staying entertained and staying engaged to keep wanting more and more and more, so you gotta cut out all this fluff and mush and stuff that does not need to be in it. That's called refining, fine-tuning, getting something to maybe an optimal state. So with what I'm doing right now, maybe I'm commenting on what an actual day can look like, can be like, if I'm filming most of the day. Sure, I've turned the camera off to change the battery. On Instagram, where when you flip your phone upside down, the whole thing doesn't go upside down, so therefore you could read it if you wanted to, but then it's written so small so that you have to zoom in, and then releasing it on YouTube, where if you're looking at on it on a laptop, you may take your laptop and this idea of somebody doing a motion, which nobody has to do anything, but it's just idea development, which is what I was thinking about doing with it, which is why I just did it. It's something that took me, what, a day. I did it on the 1st, yeah, just on Friday. I just did it that day, and then I somehow edited it together, and like no considered the front door. And the back door was actually the entrance, and the entrance to go into the home was going through the side yard, if you will, in a certain sort of experience and path, all the way into what is considered the back door, but that's really the front door, the front entrance. How would that change if you designed that way or did something that way? This is good. I like it. Don't have complaints on this one. But now we are getting more expensive in terms of the bags. Ooh, water's ready. I'm gonna start grinding. We're about to make a coffee movie over here. Yeah, Stumptown. It's like water's boiling, it's spilled out a bit. We're okay. What I've done this morning so far, and then there's more to do, which is what I wanted this break to be about, the other things that I normally do or want to do in the morning. Next step, well, normally I put dishes away that were washed from last night, but I think they've already been put away for the most part. And then I also like to start with lemon water. So the next step now is going to be going to the kitchen and get a dinner roll going. So let's get this mat out. Why is there no elevator? Whatever. We decided to live here. We live here for now. But yeah, there are inconveniences with this apartment. But again, stairs, it's fun to joke and fun to say you get that exercise. Yeah, I know. You think it's fun to do that exercise again and again and again and again and again. Every day you go out, it's not thinking, oh, I'm just going to go outside real quick. It's, I got 72 stairs to go down. And then I got those stairs to go back up if I want to go down the street to get one little thing. I think, do I want to deal with that? I mean, it's not a hallway where you walk and you get to an elevator, you go down, you walk. No, it's stairs, and it's fine. No. What's the point then? Why did I spend time looking at a clip, looking at an image, looking at a movie, watching a movie? Excuse me. But when it comes to movies, let's say you're watching a movie every single day, right? That's a lot of movies coming in. Very different from watching a movie once a week or once a month, or a very specific movie that takes up your limited time that you may or may not have. I mean, I don't really want to say limited time, because I don't know if time is really limited in your life, even though according to history people live and they pass away. But what does that mean? Whole nother topic. Not trying to go to too many tangents, but if I see these bits of information and art, creativity, the mind, you could, depending on any object, you could see it from different points of view. And if you decide the point of view that you see it from is valid, is correct, then that's true for you. And if someone else sees some, I didn't want to go here, what is this, half empty, half full point of view? Completely empty, completely full. Now, if I say there's water in this cup, and if I drink the water, okay, battery is changed. Time for me to drink some water. think I'm gonna change my outfit again and talk about what this this whole thing is maybe about, what I'm doing, whatever it is that I'm doing. And then afterwards, at a certain point, it's time to get some coffee going, get some breakfast going. Actually, I also a shake is good, so I'm probably gonna have lemon water, then a shake, because a shake is another nice part of the morning start. And we have actually different cups for different beverages, right? This is your glass cup for just usually water. This is just like, look at this, 7 a.m., 6 7 a.m. twice, I don't know. Yeah, but this is just like, look at that. This is so cool. I really like this. Now, this goes into the shake. It's very healthy, nutritious, and good stuff. Next we got wheatgrass powder. As I developed further and further, and my style changed from having these colored shirts, these dress shirts, to just a simple black shirt. And this was me just, you're starting from sort of a blank slate, if you will, starting fresh, starting from scratch, and it's just a simple black shirt that fits, not oversized, not too tight, that just fits. So I got to that point, and that was just, I'm gonna finish this up, and then maybe I'll talk about this that I've learned. That there, just gonna enjoy. So the way I like to read, the reading is good. You know, sit down, relax. Yeah, this is nice, simple APC jacket. I like APC a lot. APC, Muji, Acne, Omplissé. Those are some of the go-tos these days. This is another APC. We got Uniqlo U. Also, Uniqlo U is like really good. There's Uniqlo U. Think about it, good stuff. Uniqlo U, Uniqlo U. You know, I might have already with the Uniqlo Airism, which are super just comfortable and thin. And for traveling, this was the big one. When I had the other more, I don't know, thicker ones, those took up so much space in the luggage. But now the Airism, just roll it up into a bag and I'm set. So that's all good. Here we got shorts, lots of shorts. You don't normally see, just to get all these ingredients to do amazing food, homemade food. You have all these nutrients in the body. It's awesome, but it's a lot. So it's still more to do. That's where this whole kimchi is being made now, from these 2 huge cabbage heads, and with salt and shrinking down. And yeah, it's good to have a morning start to get things really going, get things really moving. I don't really check my phone that much. Oh no, maybe that was yesterday's message, I don't know. Let's do the picks. January. Let's go all the way to Copenhagen, Denmark. Day 1. Oh, here it is. Look at that. I'm already here. Till here, September. Look, this avocado toast was just, and they had this soup. It was amazing. So the chive level was just next level pieces. And then, but if we fast forward to the future and see more, again, something that I think I like a lot is this combination of art and architecture. Like in Paris, if you go to Brancusi, Atelier Brancusi, right next to the amazing Pompidou Center, which architecture is phenomenal there for me. My type of architecture, just it's okay. It's okay. Alright, shake is pretty much done, so it's time to that sounds appealing, and then have like the energy to keep going and doing more stuff during the day while there's daylight. Nothing beats natural daylight. Very late last night, or technically this morning, I think it was past 1 a.m. Should not be going to sleep at that time, but yeah, I should be sleeping, I think, and people in general, from what I've learned. Spill, so help clean it up a little bit. All good, under control. And it's actually time for breakfast, so I didn't get to read right now or earlier as I wanted to first thing in the morning, because maybe I was having some dialogue. So yes, for this added level of taste, because similar to clocks, if you're drinking water every day, don't you want to pour water from something that's beautiful? Here we got the mugs, the Hasami porcelain, which is good for the big teas at night. And kind of some vegan protein powder. Put it maybe in a glass shake bottle, which I have. This is the indoor cup to drink the shake from, instead of drinking it from getting this power in. So I'm talking about yesterday real quick. So yesterday, and it's so weird because the tricks are next level, next level. But after seeing so much of them continuously, I don't even really remember most of the tricks I saw, because there's already a new one, there's already a new one, there's already a new one, a new one, a new one. And it's weird for me to think of it this way, where all these tricks are going down and they're so amazing, and video part after video part, person after person, and I just don't remember. Even if I watched it a few minutes ago, because I'm already watching something else, and it's just that little moment of taking something in. I don't even know how many seconds we're in, but check it out. I should just stop talking right now and let you hear. So my voice is done for now. See that? That sound is like just the right, I don't know, frequency, tempo, this, that. What am I saying? What I want, in a way, with what I'm doing. So now let me express these ideas that I have about what I'm doing right now. This video, this whole project thing, whatever it is or it may be or it may seem to be. One idea I have for this, what's this? Dust? From the laundry that we have in the apartment. I don't know if you're supposed to have a laundry in here, but we didn't mess with any piping, so tangent could be for another time. There are multiple possibilities of what this project could be, and that's what's interesting with, you could say, an artist statement. After work is done, is the statement that is released, if any statement is released. A little less expensive, still extremely expensive. And let me go over the specs of this apartment just so I actually wrote them down before for tax purposes, because once we get to the studio, and this is part of the tax write-off and blah blah blah. So let me see, what did I... So for me, this apartment, and the way I see things, perspectives, points of view, I could see things from different angles. So this current apartment, I could talk about a lot of the pros, a lot of the benefits of being here, but I could also talk about a lot of the negatives and cons. It's how you look at things. Overall, I'm happy. I'm here for now, and I don't know where I'll be next. Idea is maybe moving back to Europe. The scene to the coffee making machine or coffee making station. This is, by the way, the station to this is the bar right here. This whole thing is the bar. Project that I'm gonna talk about at some point. Let's see, what should be the next shirt. Should we go down here? But first, manage your day-to-day, finish it up. But first, change the battery so we could charge this one up. And the new one going, get a new time-lapse of some reading, some pages, some information in the mind. It's just time to enjoy this. Sentence, and especially the faster I speak, the more complicated it could be, especially if it's being chopped up in so many ways. Now, these pauses that I have probably help put the puzzle together, because there's a pause, there's a motion. But if I don't move my hands and I just keep it calm, I mean, this is just something random to show. So here we go. This is me in front of a wall with "Don't say anything ever," and you know, these images are actually like not very good. String installation. These are some projects that, so you know where you're going. So that's kind of the pro goals approach. Now, the sort of anti-goals approach is, it's not about setting goals. Forget about goals. Think about this concept. Ask yourself this: are you going towards the finish line? What is a finish line? So I kind of forgot, but I know I did it, but it was just done in such a sort of raw way, super fast. I think it was like 2 months, 3 weeks, or some short time period. But that's whatever, my preference. And these limitations allow me to have the clothes and the collection that I do have right now, because I don't want to have certain fabrics and certain ingredients, if you will, in a specific garment. I'm looking, I mean, I'm spending a lot of time here. You know what, let me keep going with the clothes, because the sun is shining. It's, you know, I want to show other spaces also. So, all right, it's time to just get some coffee going. It's 47 minutes. Wow, is this battery gonna run out? You know what? It's time to do less talking. Do the whole speech on coffee. I don't even know that much about coffee. The wind is blowing. But I'm just gonna, so I was focused here, but obviously, like nothing got made. So it's time to make some coffee and get some breakfast going. I'm gonna do a tofu scramble. It's the studio, all this equipment to make things. The hourglass right here. 30. So chop it up in 30 forms. So even though this is filmed on May 31st, 2020, it's being released in June. So the avocado toast today, I think is gonna be a little different than just mashing it up. There's different ways to do it. You could just mash up the avocado, which is nice when you kind of just mash it up. And I want to modify the shirt. So let me just cut the sleeves off because it's hot. And then you end up wearing that shirt. That, even though that's a quick process, you might remember, if you've never done it, you might remember that, hey, this is something new that I haven't done, but I did it. And here's a shirt that I wore that I altered. And even if the shirt is in the image, you have sort of a memory because it's a certain kind of product. Just like if you film a movie, if you film let's say, a movie with no people in it, not that different from a digital photograph, but very different at the same time. You edit it, you put it together, and then you see it in the future. It's like, I did that at a certain point in time. Or being written if I'm typing them out. What does a picture mean if I'm painting something? How will this affect me and influence myself? How will this help me in my own life doing this experience? Is maybe a 30-minute episode, 1 hour episode, whatever it might be, in the course of a season? Is it 1 episode a week? All of a sudden you have how many? 8, 10, 16 episodes, and then the show is done. And if each episode is, let's say each episode is 1 hour and it's 10 episodes, that's 10 hours over the course of, let's say, 3 months. What happens all the rest of the time? Probably stuff that's not that exciting. Quiet stuff, or maybe exciting stuff that just doesn't make the cut because you want to make the show so good so people are watching. And loaded. I probably have an image of it, but I don't know if I want to connect the hard drive right now. You know what? It's probably an iPhone image. Yeah, this avocado toast. You know what? Impromptu. I don't know. Do I just not remember? Maybe my memory's not good. Or stuff. I mean, do I have too much to compare to? I'm trying to think. Or did I not look at enough art? I don't know. Excuse me. Yeah, it's all filmed in a day. We keep stuff simple. Whole thing is supposed to be filmed on today, May 31st, 2020. From the morning I get up to when I go to sleep. So it's not the whole entire day because I'm not filming myself sleep from 12 a.m. or whenever I'm going to sleep. And I'm also not filming myself after I go to sleep if it's before the day ends. But during the hours I'm awake, which was from about 5:30 a.m. this morning till I should be going to sleep at, cost homemade ends up being $1.25. You're making it at home. So what is, like, how much, let's say it's like $1 coffee from Dunkin' Donuts or something, or McDonald's. If they're selling it to the customer, the made coffee, for $1, I mean, what is the cost of the beans? Where's the profit margins? It just gets kind of interesting to think about. So then we get to the most expensive coffee. It's almost like a meeting between me and you. Let's see, is this gonna be good? Where do we want it? Kind of something like that. What is going to be the route? And I see the painting again. And I don't really remember everything that I did every step of the way, just like tiny bits of information, right? Because if you're looking at an image and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, or if you're looking at a video, 15-second clip, 1 minute clip, scrolling, 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 that's no different from if I'm taping, which is maybe a 10-second clip, taping again, another 10-second clip, taping and taping again, another 5-second clip, painting, maybe a 1 minute video, and then untaping, image. And that process, and the cost, not sure either. I think it was between $60 to $70, so kind of expensive, but very nice and beautiful. And that's one of the clocks. Like, this is exciting. Project, I don't know. This right here is so exciting. And what I learned earlier today, it's edible. The chive flower is edible, and I'm ready to eat it. And so here's the thing, I'm gonna walk and talk a little bit, which right now a lot of it's just a bunch of ingredients. I got a lot of ingredients for a lot of projects right now. And yeah, some projects are out, some are good, done deal, but there's so much more that it's been rescued. And the wind is happening today, but it's pretty calm inside, so it's nice. Like the breeze, it feels good. Tomato plant rescued. So some places saying, oh, the water goes too slow. I'm like, that's what I want to achieve. I want it to go through the filter specifically. I'm not trying to filter water and have it spill around the filter. What's the point? The point is to use the filter efficiently so the water goes. So there was an issue where think more, see more, try more, do more, think more, and make changes. All the changes that have happened. That's why I want to show this apartment. I'm excited. I really like it at this point with how it looks and aesthetically and design. But if this is how I thought, okay, so I like to get the lemon water, be over here, look out, just drink. H&M ones that I've had for so many years now, but added to the collection we have COS, we have this one. I don't really wear much. I don't know if I've really worn it, but it's here. It was nice. It was, I don't know, I'll see. And then we got some linens and some other kind of more Uniqlo, a lot of Uniqlo. Pants. All right, we got some. I like sun, I like windows, I like to see out into space, into the sky, I like sunsets. So this is one of the major features that I think is very awesome that comes with this place. Another feature is there's no closets. So that's how storage is. We have storage, things, supplies. Yeah, if I release all the footage, I'm kind of scared. And it's a lot. We're at 45 minutes in this clip. It's a lot. I should take a break soon. But then when I take a break, the idea is I kind of want to film throughout the day, like if ever the sequence is done, how will it look? Will it look confusing and continue to look confusing? Does it matter the sequence something is in? Ideas and thoughts are fun. It's fun to stimulate the mind, which means you want to sell more volume, but because the price is low, a lot more people come and get it. Versus say where if each cup of coffee brings a $4 profitability, and if the dollar coffee at say Dunkin' Donuts is, it's like, you know, injecting yourself with some quick stimulation and you're ready for the next one because you want to keep doing it. So after realizing, like, I don't know if this is helpful for me to watch stuff, to get pumped to go skate. No, just go skate like this. And if you think about it, back in the day, many years ago, people didn't have iPhones and computers, and it might be interesting because all of a sudden a random pause as I'm speaking comes. Now you got a caption that's saying something without the beginning or end, so that's a whole nother thing to connect, and this connects with this sort of video puzzle idea, and just wanted to share that with you before I get deeper into more ideas of this project. So that's what I recently thought of, which is helping me develop what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Proceeding, and from these cuts being words to words, and being more confusing, which, I don't know, may or may not be the way to do this. Again, I'm not sure how to do this. I'm not sure what this should exactly be. And if having those moments of making something like I did earlier this morning with the coffee, if those are better to have in these forms of transitions, if you want to say so, sort of a transitional period between words at random moments, which could be what the time lapse is, since the penthouse is it doesn't have a 360 panoramic view. We don't really have the sunrise, hence this morning no sunrise to record, to show. Sun was rising, but I'm gonna change. I think I'm just gonna change my shirt. You know what, let's change it to Uniqlo U. And let's just change the color a bit, maybe. Let's do this one. This one's very nice because it's kind of has a bit of a kind of raw way where this is a moment in time of how my thoughts are happening in progress. Herbs growing in progress. Look at this. Almost that time. And it took some time because there was thoughts of the bed being going across, but it's sort of a weird setup because you got the door, you walk in, and there's a bed here, so you'd walk around, but then another option is having the bed go from there. But how do you have this room not just be a bedroom, but also be the living room where you got the TV, or maybe a reading room, library? How do you have it more than that? I mean, making it just the bedroom, pretty simple stuff. You have a bed in the middle and have a couple nightstands, and that's kind of it. Maybe a TV. No one needs to, and that's sort of part of this fun of doing something where you just feel like doing it and you just do it and just kind of have fun. So that's sort of that project where just trying to use jobs weren't really associated with looking at a computer screen and sending emails out, so posture was probably better, maybe. I don't know. Just the thing is, and I don't know how much I learned about posture in school. Okay, now let's talk about this apartment. From the back, kitchen. Yeah, change the shirt, got some linen on as the sun rays beam out. This stuff, you want to be organized, so you move things around, put them back. We could talk about spaces soon, but right now, what do we got? We purchased this yesterday, 250 grams, not even 400, 250. Are you kidding me? But this is so good, so good. Say for days. Those two says, one of them is Alacitas from Bolivia. Tal vez es tiempo de hablar en español ahora. Hablar de café y todo lo que tenemos. Y el otro, eso es de Bolivia entonces, ¿no? It's called Raw Authenticity of Thought on the Spot without any direction, without any specific direction, with just ideas to think about, which open to any subject based on. Very, very good. It's almost no point of describing it because it's so good. But we're moving on. I see the battery's low, and I know I still want to talk about the project further, but there's something else I also want to talk about and go over. But right now, let me change this battery. Now they're both charged, that's good. Take maybe the top one. Take the bottom one out so the top one comes. A hand with a disposable glove in the bag. So that's one thing I wasn't a fan of when I got these. But besides that, the coffee itself, because that's really important, right? Customer service certainly, is a big thing, but the coffee itself, design-wise, it's okay. I mean, it just feels like I'm happy to have something that's like super raw, but brands that tend to have good design and marketing maybe tend to have a certain level of quality because they care about aesthetics and maybe creativity. Not everybody, not necessarily, but that tends to be the case. And if someone doesn't care about packaging, design, marketing, looks, the product may reflect that lack of care and consideration. But if a company does care about that, the product also may reflect it in a positive way. So yes, there's these other brands, but then mattresses are kind of expensive, $1,000, $800, depending on how tall you want it to be. It's this whole world of mattress that I don't know that much about. And it got to the point where this one is, I think, Allswell. Yeah, Allswell, I think. So yesterday, early morning, got up, get back to the project or the problem or whatever you're trying to do, and also do things, and then also no such thing as multitasking, single tasking, which is a thing I agree with. I think multitasking doesn't really make sense. You do a single task, but the big issue, even though I may be doing single tasks, the big issue that I've learned is IKEA powerful, so it's easy to say, oh, you got that piece from IKEA. It's easy to tell for maybe a lot of people who know about IKEA. So that chair, the issue is it's a good chair. It's comfortable, it works well, it's nice. So I don't have issues with the chair. I don't have issues with the design of this chair. I could tell you why in a bit. This has to do with, so this project, the idea is for the whole thing to be done in 2 days. So another huge limitation, restriction, there's not a lot of time. You have 1 day to film, and there's no second takes. It's just all one take. Another day to edit, and that's it. That's the plan. Today is Sunday, filming all day, talking, doing all this stuff. Tomorrow, Monday, only edit and put this thing together. Whatever this thing is, this project. I don't even know the name of it. Still a lot I don't know, but we still have some time during the day to figure out what's going on, if we're even gonna figure out, or the figuring out could happen later on in the future in retrospect. Oh, that's what was going on. Oh, that's what was happening. There's a lot of homemade deliciousness. So that's another project that's in progress to release this. So yeah, we've had our own avocado toast with chive, grinding coffee in the morning as the sun is rising, and you just kind of like, and then like making coffee, like it's a really cool, I don't know, like intro to the day, intro to a show, to a movie. But this thing, I'm like annoyed with it. I want more of an electric one. You know, I know this is very analog, and I like the idea of analogness and something manual and something you just kind of do, feeling so, you know, more rustic, if you want to say so. But and ideas and development, and talk about some of the pieces in here. The fungi. I think that's what they're called, fungi, and I really like these shelves. Front side flip, front side flip, back side flip, heel flip. What else should we? Oh, we'll do hard flip, late flip. Well, I'm describing it now. Well, the inside. Look at this. This is the pocket right here. They're in a pocket right now. You come out. So having these huge inner pockets, I thought was pretty cool. This is a nice detail. Of the zipper being sort of this oversized, and that too. So this actually leads me to this transition to talk about this room a bit, to talk about this space, which I really enjoy. I enjoy this room, this hybrid modular. It's a bedroom, we got the bed, it's a living room, this is the couch, you got the TV, and it's a library. We got the books, and we got the chair, some Afghanistan dish of sort, where it might be sort of this Afghanistan ravioli type of thing. I think we have the ingredients or the names of the brands are fine in certain locations, and sometimes it's just not necessary. And in this case, it's sort of like, Bruno, thank you for this amazing clock, but if it was just all this speech, what's going on today? So let's work on that. It's time to do where we left off. It was the map. So yeah, for now it's okay. This is cool. This is from the MoMA store. It's actually going to be June 1st. Maybe a gust of wind blew it. Now it fell with a purpose. Alright, this here is a problem. I think it's probably gonna be problematic throughout the day because we're just gonna be here. So I should maybe, like, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Or I could use some tweaks in whatever it is that I'm doing. To make things more understandable, maybe. So I tend to work on projects, different projects. I'm interested in a lot of things, a lot of ideas, and yeah, I'm excited about a lot. I'm like really excited. I'm really happy, and I want to do all this stuff, which is like good and bad, right? It's like the word bored, when people use that, like, I don't know. What does bored mean? If you have time, please donate some time. I could use some more time, because there's so much to do. Life is awesome. It's exciting to just feel like the design is as aesthetically pleasing as something like Soma, or as beautiful, but also there's a certain functionality to it with how it works. Just waiting for the sink to calm down so I could give this speech out, this dialogue, this monologue. Oh, sinking. Yeah, it's like a monologue. I feel like I'm skate clips, right? Before, when I get, say, a skate video, certain aspects of a certain personality. So that doesn't mean you can't do the project. It means find a balance, a happy medium, and do the project. We're at what, 7 millimeters? Take it down to 5. Yeah, let's take it down further so we can keep changing up the look, and put a new memory card and upload the footage from this memory card onto the other one. Avocado, chai flour, olive oil. Just ready to eat. Get this power commentary that I may or may not be having with sort of real life. And that's what I did on the first of the month, and I was like, okay, let me release it in segments, and the way I had the composition of it, it was sort of, but I feel like, it's like I'm seeing the clock, it's 44 minutes of me just babbling. I don't know if any of this is good or relevant. Just having fun with it, going against the grain, against popularity. It's a multi-use space, but also to dine, so it's active dining, but also to store. So now that aspects of this space have been stated, we could go over, let's go over lighting real quick. So those lights I prefer to be on. Sometimes I just like one of those lights on. 3 of them adds more light. Here we go into a serious light, and this allows there to be more of a maybe daylight kind of feel. But is this what we want? Maybe we want this right now for the paintings. Or is this too bright? I mean, how is it gonna look if I turn it off? Either way it works. You know what? Ambiance. That's where the issue comes with if I were to do a soundtrack throughout the whole thing at first and then chop it up. I don't know if that's, but that's not happening right now because I just keep speaking and there's a lot to say. Okay, let's start over and try to stay on task. This is the bedroom. Some toasted bread and a new vegan butter to try. And let me show you yesterday's laundry that was up air drying. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is how this space looked yesterday. See how much it evolves and how quickly. See, this is me looking over there. You see all that? That was that. So now all this is laundry hanging. The bedroom, the living room, there is a TV, even though that TV has not been on all week as far as I know. Okay, bells are done. We are coming in through the back of the apartment. I don't know, I consider it Lithuanian because so that's what's happening. I'm having some salads, good salads with these awesome ingredients. So that's dinner. So I'm gonna slide a door. Sliding doors. Why? If you open it up, you're taking up a certain amount of space. If you slide it, you just have an added thickness to a wall, you just slide it. I think that would be more efficient. Or you slide it within a wall by just pushing the wall out a little bit, and all of a sudden you could have more of a in like reading mode. It's almost like the colors of the book. Kinda. You know what? That might be a good idea. Let me do that. I can do that real quick because this is part of this project that I'm doing that we're gonna get into what it is, what it's about. I'll leave it over here because later on when I maybe switch it, I can just delete it and format the micro SD. Pothos plant. We got a couple, is it wooden people? Another pothos. Beautiful, like look at this. And it's growing longer and longer and longer. It is happening. Up there, that's a nice cover. I think a magazine. Up there we got Diva, Don't Say Anything Ever, some books to read, more books. Oh, this is actually, I got these. This is another, people are probably outside. Then you could say the bedroom, I'll just call it the bedroom for stock, but there's more uses. This one I feel like is much more, the design of this is much more refined. Also, each space I think has its own aesthetics and its own look. Here it's pretty much just sort of white shelving and closet and chair, and you know, it has a certain look to it. This room I think is probably one of the better. Easy stuff. Smells good. But that's not what we're having today. I don't know. Some video log, but yeah, vlog. Maybe I'm okay with the word vlog. So that too, if someone's recording footage in a day, typically it's edited to the most interesting things in the day, which makes sense because again, who wants to watch, let's say 24 hours of somebody else, of somebody else's life with all the rawness and dinner with the sunset. That's a nice way to do dinner. In the meantime, here's, I'm gonna let you see the sunset too. Like even Alp, a little project about little projects, I think it's not very entertaining. I don't think it's fun. I think it's just like, why are you watching somebody write something? Like, what's the point? But again, depending on who I was, oversized, baggy kind of way, this is good for a summer day for me to go skating, and if I fall, I fall, whatever. It's still up here because of it's just kind of this loose. So, what was I saying? Something about. So, yeah, that's what I got for now. Let you go enjoy this. What are the words I'm looking for? I know what I'm trying to portray here. How one thinks, the mind. Look into a mind, study science. How am I trying to describe? Because there was another example and I wanted to compare the two. And what you're seeing now is part of what I want to say. This whole, how the mind works, is just finding the words and connecting the words. I don't know what the next category necessarily is. But what I want to bring up is the idea that all the food I had today was vegan. I'm not so interested in putting vegan as a top category in terms of this is vegan food. I prefer it to just be good food, but it's vegan. Because I'm vegan. But I'm not trying to justify food as, oh, just because it's vegan, it's good. No, that's not the case. let food be food. The food does not have to be labeled as, oh, that's good vegan food. No, I just want it to be good food, period. I just thought, what time is it at this point? Where are we at? We're at 6:24 a.m. And the date is May 31st. We got May, we got 31st. And tomorrow is going to be the first day of June. And doing something differently, doing something unique. And doing something that you just want to do with this certain level of authenticness to it. So that's what I felt like with Margiela, is just, he just did not give a blup. Just did whatever he wanted, and this just very inspiring for me to see. Some frozen stuff to have, frozen fruits, frozen goodies. And then after Whole Foods, we came back. No, actually before Whole Foods, stopped by La Bicyclette Bakery. Is it La Bicyclette or La Bicyclette Bakery? I don't know. So there's a lot that's about to happen in the next minute or so. And then I'm gonna help out with some lunch making. And yeah, see you soon. It's the time. 2:42 p.m. Wow, the day is flying. Okay, bye for now, and I'll see you very, very soon. If I'm not mistaken, those come in plastic, and I want glass. So whatever. This is beautiful. It's like an hourglass. Just drink water. Water's good. So yeah, it's time to get some coffee going. So that's my little speech on water. So once this thing fills up, I'm gonna start the kettle going with the Hario. Good stuff over here. Oh, stuff. So there's all these moments of thinking to do something. So in one sense, accomplishing 1 or 2 or 3 big things in a day could be a tremendous accomplishment if those things are valuable and worth it and took time to do, which could happen. 250 gramos y eso cuando estábamos en Oslo, Norway, este año, yo no compré, pero eso, digamos, alguien lo compró. I'm trying to show the editing process being filmed, which is not much of an editing process, moving a table, getting a glass of water, trying to move an orange exercise thing. Not that much editing. But the point, back to the original point, is this, what I discovered, found out. So a cup of these coffees ends up being homemade if you're doing 20 grams of ground beans, ground it up. It ends up being about, but yeah, if you didn't know, avocado pit, you could eat that up, drink it up, I should say. Put in your shake, it's very healthy, powerful stuff. And if you don't want to put in your shake because it's too potent for you, too bitter, you could chop it up. More fabric than maybe a typical t-shirt, whatever typical t-shirt is these days. And it's, I think, aerism on the inside and not aerism on the outside. I don't know, very comfortable, popular, nice shirt. So I'll let you enjoy the sun while I change shirts. Yeah, I think this works for now. We're gonna keep going with the day. I think it's time to do a little bit of reading. It's a good Nice early morning. It's a nice spot to read right here. I got this book that I've been reading. I'm almost done with it, so I think I'll just finish it up. This is where writing could be done. This is also the dining room. This is where you could dine and enjoy the New York City view. Yeah, we don't need to go over that. It could be a whole long tangent. But yeah, books, what else do we have? That's that. Down here is a pretty cool spot. This is where more hard drives are, and just there you go. Oh no. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Oh yeah, try again. Just want to get the ingredients for this pink soup done. Just want to get the right ingredients. I'll take this stuff just in case. Okay, but before I just get into eating, the whipped coffee just happened. Here it is. Look at this. Look at this. And oh, smells like tomato. Potent, good stuff. And just start, and then during the process, discover what's going on, what you could do to make it better as you progress, as you proceed. So that's got the information I wanted in a condensed period of time, and then I'm fine with. So this is one that I'm doing now, this idea of priorities, to-do lists, projects, how to go about completing things. What does it mean to complete something? Should anything ever be fully complete, or is nothing ever done? It just comes to a state where it's done enough. Of these time lapses, because I was talking earlier about if I should have music or sounds of some sort that aren't directly from what I'm recording right now. And yeah, there's sounds when I'm speaking, and maybe things that could be heard outside, but when it's a time lapse, there's not really sounds. Chive blossoms, as the book stated, or chive flowers. I didn't even know. And then see if the way you thought connects with the way you think now, if you thought differently a year ago, and if the way you think now is better. My liking towards it's become too popular, and I don't know, am I against popular? I'm not. I don't think I'm necessarily against popular. It's just maybe it's too known, and it's laying off this IKEA-ness. Again, I think it's nice to add IKEA. Oh, fun. Or where's my hourglass? Hourglass? Yeah. What word am I looking for? I guess funnel or something. And then you start putting these projects in the funnel, and there's space at first, right? Well, and let's say these projects should disintegrate from this idea that maybe a rock that sort of turns into smaller rocks that get closer to that end of the funnel, And before I get to the canvases, we got this beautiful, this is the ant plant, beautiful stuff. This is the Bailia, I think. Is that what it's called? I think we could turn it around. Look how beautiful. These leaves go towards the sun, and this one is quite interesting. We could turn it so we could see how. But I am getting tired. I've been speaking a lot today, so my voice is maybe getting raspy of sort, and maybe I gotta pick and choose my words wisely, what I should say next, and how efficient could I be with whatever it is that I want to say, if there's even anything that I want to say. And I came back to a better state. So I'm very happy with where my style is at, with what I have, with garments I have now, and I like the collection. Clothes are like sculptures on the body, but the body is the real sculpture, that you don't want the clothes to overpower the body. And there's a lot of things to say. I used to, whatever footage is filmed gets filmed. Also, a tough, you could say, limitation or challenge for me is no second takes, no third takes, no fourth takes. One take. What you see is what you get. This level of rawness and authenticity of just the mind thinking out loud, and it's not scripted, nothing really scripted, other than, I mean, in one sense, when you grow up thinking and learning about a topic, you learn how to speak and say certain things, and that could be a form of, early on I thought, oh yeah, this is cool, this is nice, I like it. And now looking at it, I'm just like, yo, it was ready for a lot of improvement. But at that point in time, I thought it was good. But fast forward, growth, learn more about design, experience more places, travel more, missing. So with that said, it's not my favorite coffee, but I'm happy to have tried it, and I recommend others to try it. It's the way to do it. Oslo Coffee Roasters from Brooklyn. But that level, look at those chives, so much chives. So that was delicious, awesome. You see how raw this filming is? I'm typically in editing some footage, I'd say Atelier September, and boom, maybe an image or footage of me at Atelier September may emerge while I speak in the background, and then I say avocado toast with chives, and just that, and the next one, and the next one. So all of a sudden time passes by, no different than getting lost in the internet for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and all of a sudden a piece of a painting is done, and you could see the results. Wow, that got done somehow. Am I happy? Well, there's a whole canvas to finish. There's a long way to go. Am I happy? Please. But am I sad? I'm making progress. Please, no. Am I satisfied or in flow, or what's going on? What is going on? To show a passage of time during the day. And even when I'm putting the camera in and out of these handheld, what I'm holding right now, look at that. See, got this handheld, good thing. Got this, look at all that. Even when I'm putting the camera into these and taking a moment to breathe. Dinner, that is finished. Dinner is done. It's nice to see a sunset, right? Let's turn on some lights. Let's make it, let's change it up. Let's put this on. Now we're gonna change up the environment. Got the hat off. Put on for the mat. Another glass we have is this. This is more for, you could say, iced drinks or shakes. That's that is for, and then over here. Something happened. Time was spent and something happened, and I could see that something happened. Now, even though I don't remember to do this outside of me learning more about time management, energy management, because I'm deciding to just stop. I'm doing something wrong, right? I have all this stuff, and that's something else I want to talk about. I want to go into the laptop. I want to talk about all these possible projects in the future that may be released at some point if I figure out how to manage my energy better, manage my time better, and figure out how to bring ideas to a further state of completion or doneness or ready to be releasedness. Clock where you could see numbers, but not in the form of a screen. I didn't want to look at a screen, or not the screen or digital clock. I was trying to avoid that, and I wanted something much more manually, much easier for the eyes, and just more go through the editing process. I was like looking at it, I don't know, 30 minutes in or something. I don't need to look at this. It's quiet enough. I don't think there's any sounds that don't need to be in there. Just let it be. Time lapse time. Skate, but better than watching, just go skate anyway. But when you could just take that moment of, this is something new, let me enjoy it, ingest it, and what else am I gonna do, keep watching it? No, time to go do something now, because that's one of the big ideas, just inspiring others to just know, hey, you could do anything. You can, this is what this is also kind of about. I'm just doing it and seeing how it goes. You could do it too, because look at how limited my resources are. I used to have shakes and put them in plastic cups and use disposable straws and drink it and throw everything away, and that doesn't really make sense. Throwing a lot of plastic away, a lot of waste. A place to release thoughts and go on, is it restrictions? Is that the word I'm looking for? Or inconveniences? I don't know. Let's get on with the play. So yeah, it's for New York standards, is considered, I want to say, on the lower priced end right now. Where the hours go, where the time goes, if you do it consistently throughout the day, because you could easily forget, like time just could, was it, I think it was when going to check out the Glass House and in the gift store, if I'm not mistaken. This is a question to ask yourself, which is something that I think I read, and it's like a quote, there's a quote form of it, or this might be the quote, but do you want to have a lot of good things, or do you want to have a lot of really good, or do you want to have a few really good things? So what do you prefer, a lot of good things? And the settings are, that's what I had to sort of decide this morning, like, hey, what am I gonna do? I decided 1080, 30 frames per second, and wide. And I think that's the plan for this whole project. So since the morning, me filming is part of this project that I'm working on today, which I could get into a little later on, because I still want to keep going with my morning. So the morning start that I've been into, or muscle building, I guess, whatever the proper term I should say is, I'm interested in doing and getting better of. And let's say I do that. If I were to record as I'm recording most of the day, would I do a time lapse or would I just do raw footage? Either way, it's gonna be, I don't know, maybe something to laugh at. But right now I'm deciding to sort of just, let's stop, let's chill out, fly. So you don't want it to fly away. You want to grasp time. You want to have time and be present in a time and be aware of what's really going on. I don't know how the lighting looks necessarily. I think it's good. It's nice daylight. But again, I don't know how I'm looking. I'm holding this little tripod, speaking. There's so much I don't know. But I'm just going, and that's part of this going into it. It's sort of a study. I like this sort of opposite. Here it sort of feels very minimal. There's barely anything there. Just ideas and thoughts about costs and why does one thing cost versus another thing, and what's the point, this and that, and the other thing too with something like Say. I mean, it's just beautifully designed. So I'm like promoting Say here. Say's not paying me to promote, but part of this whole thing that I'm doing today is just here to talk about things. What do you mean? Do a project, just work on it all day, all night, just go. And I've had my all-nighters, I've done the work all day, but I guess you could actually end up doing worse if you keep going without stopping and without taking a break. So I've been more of a guy who's like, no, you don't, why you don't need to take a break, just keep going, because it's like exciting to just keep going. But no, take a break. That's what I'm learning. Take a break. Let your brain recharge. Let your subconscious do some connections. And then this, it's getting a little annoying to grind all these beans, but it's allowed me to learn about beans that there's different softnesses to beans and hardnesses, which is very interesting. Yes, there's dark roast, there's light roast, but it's just I don't know much about coffee, and by having this and experiencing just getting some muscle with some of the coffee beans, which are harder to grind, like Say, and that turns that on, so that goes all the way up and it dims, but we'll turn it up high just for the look. And this thing turns, you could turn it around. So this is a light from, so if I'm reading over here, right, I could have this light on, I could open up a book. Did I lie by saying that there was water in the cup? It was filmed in a certain point in time, you could say. And at that point in time, it was true. Fast forward to whenever in the future, whenever the cup is empty, it's all of a sudden no longer true. So if you connect that idea of how this layout is, it's sort of a L shape, which I like. It works. It's good for 1 to 2 people. The moment there's a third person here, it's like, for me, I like space. Space is important for me. Being able to breathe is important for me. Put these back and go over some of the other coffee beans that we have over here. So from all those, I'd say the top, I'll put the espresso away. From all those, the top is probably Stumptown, I'd say. But here we have another jar of coffee, a little bit more, I don't know, you could say specialty coffee, the ones that should be in a jar. And I gotta say, this is like really expensive. Okay, these are, again, $22, $25 for, how much is this again? How many grams? Does it say it in here? And fast forward to now, where the development has continued, and even in the last few years, I'm much more happier with how this apartment looks and how this room and this space in particular looks. I'm very happy with how it turned out, with the limitations it has, and with the you could say modular design, or multi-use, multi-purpose design. Before, I think it was like $100 or so. Very expensive for me, and for a clock. But if a clock is something that you use like every day, don't you want to get the clock that you want? I mean, yeah, sure, some clocks go hundreds, thousands of dollars. I hear you. If you want to get it, get it. You're looking at time, so when you're looking at time, don't you want to see something in an apartment with all these limitations? So let's go over the size of the apartment. So the foyer, which I guess the foyer is an entrance. I don't even know if it's considered a foyer, but whatever, we'll call it a foyer. 11.95 square feet. Then we got the bathroom. Now, I'm something I didn't like about this place though. So right now in New York City, which is where we're at, with this whole, it's actually not even, doesn't even have anything to do with everything that's going on. It's just me being weird and just thinking of stuff. And we go over here. This is actually, was it made in Lithuania? Something. It's not My Pillow, but it's like a Not Pillow, and there's knockoffs, I think, on Amazon or somewhere. This is the real one. I don't know, is that even a thing? This is the real one. It's like $70, $80 or something. Not mine. The main reason it's not mine is I think it has a certain ingredient that I'm not interested in having, so I say, okay, you know, it's not for me. And then this chair, this is please wait to be seated, spade chair. Beautiful chair, single piece. It's good stuff. Pieces of clothing. This one is, and it's a light jacket. I like it. It somehow works out. At first I wasn't really into the pattern, but then I decided, you know what, I think I like it, and I do. Next is Uniqlo U, I think. Then we have APC, and this is Acne Studios. Now this one, I just want to whip it out. This was where I was at, so it's okay. It's good. It's part of the project, part of the process of a day, how it could go, distractions, ideas, and it's time to get breakfast going. So I think the breakfast plan today is gonna be, we're gonna do some tofu scramble in less than an hour. So preparing for June 1st. And in here, this is where we have some like tools and clock that could use a battery fixing, and some bags over there. Much more edited down to a shorter time frame with more imagery, with maybe music. And I may want to do that at some point. Maybe yes, maybe no. So I got to that by going over this a little bit, where I don't know how much I really want to speak about this, because I may be doing a whole video of me speaking about this, and I have so much footage of this project and it's not even done. And gave as a gift Onyx piece. This is a beautiful store over there, and I mean, what do you think the price of something like this is? Here right now, if it's in a certain kind of store, it's pretty expensive. Maybe 50 bucks, maybe 70 bucks, maybe 100 bucks. In Italy, I think that was like 5-6 euros. So very inexpensive piece, but looks beautiful. And then there's another one right here too. So a couple onyx ball, and this is just heavy duty. This is real onyx eggs or so. So that's that. What else we got here? We got the Dyson Black Special Edition. See if you can find this. know how the pink soup should be done. And you know, like how my mom did it back then. It's time to remake sort of this nostalgia, if you will. If she picks up. I'm wondering how I should say this, because I feel like I might be repeating myself if I just start with one concept, explain it, because concepts might merge over each other. So here's what I'm thinking to do. Water filtration systems, if you will. And also we got some charcoal in here, because why not filter water and then add the, where is it at? Let's let these bells finish. Spaces for a bit, and my growing up with spaces, and I don't know if this has to do with my fascination with space or if I even have a fascination with space. I don't know, but I do like space. Some of my art, pure art, has to do with space. So let me talk a little bit about space. So growing up, I lived in different places, lived in different spaces. And then something else that was a good bet was Trader Joe's barista espresso coffee blend. This was good. This was nice. I think around, I don't know. I'm not sure how much this is. Actually, I don't know if it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something, but not bad. It's a good, a solid go-to. But compared to average price points here in New York, where you could easily get some nonsense for $2,500, $3,000, $3,500. The dining room, which is where I've been eating today, it's a very multi-purpose space. The main usage, or not main usage, but the main idea of the space is the studio. It's a studio where a lot of stuff happens. Seamless path as you go through a home. Or just eliminate doors completely. Or make it look like the doors are eliminated, but just have those kind of hidden sliding doors in the walls. I get it, it's probably more expensive to build, but it's also probably much more beautiful and more functional and better, because it allows a small apartment like this that doesn't have any details. Details matter to me. I like details, they're important. And clothing, pieces of clothing could be seen as sort of these investments. Instead of buying 5 shirts that cost $5 each, you could buy one shirt for $25, or better yet, instead of buying 5 shirts that cost $10 each, be $50, you could buy one shirt that costs $100. And if you wear that one shirt, if the quality is better, and if it lasts longer, wash after wash after wash, and if you enjoy wearing it more, I prefer a phone conversation, but besides that, I prefer just having a real life conversation with people, or maybe with myself, or maybe with dust, maybe with dust, maybe with imaginary people, imaginary friends, just having dialogue. Some lemon water going. My thinking is, if you want to get protein or anything, just get it from the source, right? Like, that's why I don't really understand certain pills or vitamins, like this vitamin, talk about that realness, about life. It's a moment in life right now. I'm still gonna go over what this whole thing is about. But look at how beautiful this is. Well, this inside is just a bag and the box, and then you got this card with all this information, like amazing amounts of information on there. And it's just wet. Look at that, 525 just a few days ago. This is good stuff. Oh, and also actually the newest coffee another new coffee that we set of coffee beans that we got yesterday. See the products and what they have, and this it's a very nice spot. This is in Copenhagen. So yeah, that's that. Otherwise, we got a mirror from IKEA. See, it got me filming over here. What else do we got? We got the mean more to you, or to be happier, is to maybe limit the amount of stimuli you get from the outside world to much less than you normally get it, and instead work on things that will provide you with delayed gratification, so you could feel happier for longer, as opposed to these short information injections. If you do something that you want to do, and instead of spending your time looking at others do this something that you want to do, or water up all these herbs, plants, vegetables, and here's sort of the windowsill garden where we have rosemary, cilantro, a lot of basil growing, a couple different kinds of mint, trying to grow some tomato. This right here, these little baby leaves, trying to grow some chamomile. Low floor, crooked grounds, just so much nonsense exists in here when your budget is very low, or you're just kind of not rich and even if you're rich, you're still poor here, which is weird. But yeah, it's from yesterday, from La Bicyclette. They were so warm. It's like happiness for me having a warm baguette, eating it, so good. We got more, I think, some sort of bread from La Bicyclette bakery. Then in here we also have Lithuanian bread. Next is Comme des Garçons. This shirt was a gift actually, and it's just a beautifully designed shirt. We got the pocket over there. You got the multi-different. Just beautiful. With the day, sort of the hours disintegrating before our eyes, it is time to adjust because I don't plan to film into tomorrow. The filming stops today. That's part of the criterion that I'm just inventing for this project. And if it stops today, there's not that much time to say whatever else is left to be said. And I should be sleeping right now, but I'm not. And I'm tired because I've been awake. So I probably sound different. I may act different, but I also... Uniqlo. Uniqlo U. Here we got Uniqlo shorts. We got all this exercise gear. Maybe some exercise later on. Let's see. Airism, different kinds of Airisms. And here we got some Heat Tech for the winter time. Next one. Yeah, just more kind of long pants, inner pants, some exercise gear. This is my exercise collection. Delicious. Delicious. As you could see, it's May. You know what? What's cool about this bed, underneath this is storage, and this sort of unit thing, I designed. Just like the piece of wood, how it goes. This is actually IKEA furniture. It's shelves. It's the I think from the Calyx series on the ground, and then I got these wooden. So that's a form of a delayed gratification because it takes time to maybe order a video, a DVD, for it to come to you, for you to have a TV and a VCR set up where you have time to watch it if you don't have your own TV, and if you're sharing it with a family, and then you finally get to watch it, you have a limited amount of time, and you take it in, and then you go out and do something now, and then that could last maybe longer, and you could remember it more. But with this instant gratification, videos, I know this vase cup, this is actually from Kyoto, Japan, a place called, I think it's called Stardust. That cup, like $100 or so. It's a piece of art though, so it's just, I laugh because it's the cups that was sort of that point of view. So yeah, this becomes another part of this room becomes it's a whole journey. So now onto these canvases. This is second pass, and it's at a certain level of finish, but there's still more to go, and I don't want to spend too much time. Start off with this dot right over here, and then grew into this whole thing. What is missing is actually having silver leaf bread, toasted bread with butter, a new vegan butter. Trying it out, seeing how it goes, and it worked out quite nicely. So yeah, that does dinner for tonight. And there's more to do, more to talk about, more to go over. So let's keep it moving. Just moving some dishes out the way. Water. Gotta load up. I'm hearing it, but I'm about to be speaking, so. Okay, coffee's happening. You see, that's why it's interesting to be speaking about all these things I want to speak about, but also making something. So that's why there's moments of silence and moments of focus, because multitasking isn't really a thing, right? How am I gonna make and speak? No, it's just stuff to explain, stuff to think about. So let me keep going with that in terms of years of looking at a computer screen or bending your neck down or whatever the case.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, is this?
These are 2 heads of huge Napa cabbage.
Napa cabbage?
Just into this.
Oh, that's the.
2 of them are in here.
Oh, that was overnight.
Yeah.
With salt.
Here, which ones?
Those 2 big ones. Oh, this is everything. Everything.
That's on top of everything.
Wow, good thing we got those. That's strong. That's some homemade kimchi going on right now.
Which, again, there's going to be so much to talk about. So, all the ambience. I think it's a nicer look this way. It feels better for me, for my eyes, and we even have this light right here to really turns that on to really bring out the certain. No, it doesn't look good though. That I like having that on at night with nothing else on as just a very subtle light that you could just walk past. So let's go over this room. We'll start with this. So this is where sort of the coat rack is, and I have, what do we have over here? We have, this is Acme Studio, so I don't have a lot of patterned. Edit in a day? Like, what do you mean? So this is where maybe creativity comes into play or ideas, but this is part of the project in itself. I mean, it's scary to think of editing something that could be 8 hours of footage in one day, where if you're awake from 5 a.m. to say 10:30, most of your day is spent looking at the footage. Videos of some skaters back then. It was really cool to see a day in the life of someone, and typically wake up, breakfast, do whatever it is, go out, skate, hit the streets, parks, whatever, maybe go eat again, maybe skate again, and eventually come home, and all that day in the life is compressed into 16 minutes of footage, maybe 30 minutes. Like for me, if I want to talk about some art that I remember recently, it's not just art, it's like art and architecture for me. Those sort of work together, and being here in New York, one of my favorite here, and design. Let's have some fun. All right, so let's just start off with some cool stuff. So this is right here, this is Please Wait to Be Seated. Earlier this year I was at the showroom. I didn't buy that, by the way. That's not mine. But earlier this year I was at the showroom, and I was able to design ones in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces that exist. And the kitchen and foyer could be 1, but it could also be 2. There's even a foyer entrance, whatever. Bathroom is technically a space. The bathroom is just simple and clean, so that works. But this one is much more Good morning. Right. So now let's start with this demo. So I work on my neck. The year is 2020. Still waking up, so I'm not gonna spend too much time here. I'm just gonna briefly talk about the morning. And by the way, I left my hair just whatever for now because it's, but there's also stairs to go down, which makes a whole nother unit A and B. And then when you go up those stairs, that's when you get to the mail room, and then you got more stairs to go up, and that's when it's the first floor, and then you got all these flights of stairs. So all that from the bottom, outdoor bottom, to all the way to the top, it's 72 stairs, which I've counted again and again. One stair is small, but because most of the stairs are real serious stairs, I just say 72 stairs.
Which is just with salt, right?
Yeah. I can put it outside for the day.
Okay. So what's in it? So you just did salt, a bunch of salt, and oh, that was the process. You take each leaf off, and then no, you leave it both. That's it. Okay. Every time. In and out.
Yeah, it's like the whole week.
That's where we got the salt yesterday.
These time lapses that I'm doing, because I was doing a pretty long one before this. I mean, I washed my face, I changed my shirt, changed the hat, and I thought, oh, during time lapses it might be quiet, it might be silent. So I'm thinking about the editing, because I still don't really know. I don't have a game plan for the project. I'm just sort of going and doing it and figuring things out as I progress. So this idea just popped into my head. So, God, what else should I get in this? I think this was there. And think the designer, actually don't know for sure. It's not mine. Is it Danish design? Danish designer? Or from Denmark? Not sure. Gonna get that going. And then the morning is a very powerful time to focus on getting things done, or for me at least. I'm awake, I'm excited. And don't you want the water to taste optimal time after time after time after time? And don't you want to be sustainable by using a water filtration system or a water filter as opposed to... And after I go over what I'm thinking to do, I think I could start hitting these different points, because I could refer to what I'm thinking to do. So the bare bones of this, you could say, is at that point in time where I was thinking, yeah, this is good, this is cool, this is how this room should be set up. I may have had a certain limitation in my mind, or not limitation, a certain lack of knowledge, lack of information, lack of vision of how this room could look, or the potential it could have, or that it could get to, which is where it's at now. I didn't even really think, oh, this is one way to do it. And it happened from just trying to do it, trying to change it up. Because it makes sense, you know, all these micronutrients, get them in. And yeah, it was tough. It was tough at first, but I think I was happy to have done it. And now we have a juicer. Kind of expensive piece of equipment. Don't break this machine. All right. Good stuff. All right. Before we get the coffee going, let's get some fresh tofu happening. All good. So.
Fresh tofu going on here. I'm gonna rinse it. I'm gonna take it to the sink. Right. Go. Right. Tofu is about to get. I got the. We're basically ready to go. What do you want the tofu with? You want the vegan bacon too or no? Or just tofu? We're gonna have the cardamom, of course. I'll get this. So what else do you want? The tofu? Tofu scrambled. Yeah, yeah. I mean, do you want anything else in it or no? Or just this? Yeah. 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 Throw some onion on there and stuff. Alright, cool. What'd you want? Okay. Oops. Yeah. Just throw the tofu in. Not yet. I'll finish up the coffee. I'll finish up the coffee and some teamwork over here. So. Alright, now.
Your own line of history, because as a person who has their path, like I just did this path from time management, manager day to day, to where we're at now with all these tangents in between of pages to go. Now I'm working on a book or something over here. Whatever this is something. So just give it a go. No excuses, just do it. Speaking a lot and then chopping up my speeches a lot and mixing stuff up a lot. I think that's the point. So me speaking, because I was thinking, again, I didn't plan the day, but I had ideas of how I could go about the day, like do time lapses, which I've done. And I was thinking about, awesome, very helpful. Launch was, I think, this machine was about, I want to say $200 or so. But I think it's made its money back from not having to spend $20 or $30 in the laundry mat again and again, or laundromat again and again and again and again. Beautiful. It's Ellen, right? Eleanor? Yeah, Eleanor. These dogs, I got these as a gift to give. It's nice. Now, this is formerly, what's it called? Is that not a can? There used to be mustard in there, and so that's sort of the different functions of these spaces. Now, the sizes we went over, but we haven't finished. So the kitchen about 81 square feet. The studio space is 137.75 square feet, so a nice size. Oh, not that much, but you know, some home shorts. One of, what else? Yeah, this is one of the shorts that was a gift, but this is a special shorts. These are from La Mer. If you're familiar, you're familiar, and if you're not, you're not. Yeah, La Mer, who actually, Martin? It's Martin Margiela. Maison, that's house, right? I don't know. Just know it's a Margiela. You just get the last name and you're good. Wear like random words or logos. I used to wear plaid, which I don't like now. I used to wear more good stuff. Well, I'm using this tripod. This is more of an outdoor tripod, so it's time for me to switch it up. So let me do that. What am I gonna change it to? Well, I'm definitely unscrew it. I want to wash my hands because this is what I use more in the streets or outdoors. So it's good to wash hands now. And it's okay. It's okay. I like Nike. I like Adidas. Now up here we got some stuff I used to shave the beard earlier. The soap I usually use these days is from Trader Joe's, actually, oatmeal. But I do like Dr. Bronner's baby scented soap, which is where this comes in.
Homemade, this cardamom, right? Homemade cardamom, homemade cinnamon. That's nice. Homemade deliciousness. Like, you can make all vegan, by the way. Delicious vegan pastries at home. And then this is what babka. How you spell it? B-A-B-K-A. Babka. And where is it from originally? You know? Oh, Jewish. It was Jewish babka with all that chocolate good stuff. It's cacao, right? Babka. The chocolatiness. Oh, coffee, espresso, and all that good stuff. Because wine not with that. So, let me.
But yeah, homemade good stuff. That's what it's about. That's what we're gonna have. And I'm gonna set this up over here. And it's time to change the battery and put a time lapse on until the food comes to the table. Wet the filter first, which I learned from Tim on YouTube. And you put the coffee in. There we go. Now we're talking. talk more about this project. And speaking about this project, when I was changing up my facial hair, I thought of a mark in life, call it a goal, but that goal could be part of a bigger process of sort of living life and understanding that you could go in any direction you want, that you could change, you could reorient yourself. Because if you have a goal and you're on your way to the goal and you complete the goal, do you feel happy at the end, or do you feel pressure to make another goal and another goal? And what is a good goal? Do you gotta follow up to goals, or is it more about just afterwards? I'm gonna add some hemp seeds. Put it in. Change the angle, right? Get you seeing what this is all about. So I put some of these in. And it's a logo that it might be popular in some aspects for those who know about it, but I don't think it's at the level of Nike. So for me, I don't know if I want that big old swoosh. And then that top one, I'm very happy with this top single piece of wood, how it turned out, because it sort of allows the space to connect, even though there's this sort of...
All right, time to get some breakfast going, and we'll do... So here's something I should get coffee going too. So this right here, fresh tofu. So we're gonna get some tofu scramble going. And coffee, what should we do? Which one do you want? You want the new saying?
Yeah, like there's my... This is travel stuff, and all these travel bags that I use, got those from Muji. Great stuff. It's the way I pack, where I have clean clothes. It's like a double... I don't want to open it up, but it is two zippers. One has like a mesh side, the other is inside. They're very thin bags, and excuse me, I could this could be a whole video about how to travel and how I travel. Here I got beanies and hats. Excuse me, burping again. This is a very nice calendar, by the way, so you can just see. But you know what, before I take that off, look at the room. Probably beautiful. You know what? I'll give you sort of a path. What is the finish line in life? Think about that. And ask yourself if you want to finish life. If the finish line is the finish of life, wouldn't it make sense? 66 cents, so 6, 12, 18, 24. 4 cups of coffee gives you, $2.40 about, right? Or a little more. So I mean, what do you gotta sell? 10, 11, 12 coffees to get the same profitability as say. Again, I'm just making these numbers up. I don't actually know. I'm just kind of speaking of what it could be, what it might be, for fun, because to just stimulate the mind and just go for it. And that's why I was like, oh, I did it on the 1st and I had fun with it, and then released it, and it's like I'm releasing it throughout the month, which I think is one way to communicate with technology and use a platform in a way where maybe it's not used, maybe it's not popular to use it, which is kind of cool, because then you're kind of doing your own thing. And have some good tea at night, as I asked for. And here we got the Quinto cups. Mugs, I should say. Mugs, cups, what's the difference, right? There's a difference. I get it. For coffee. It's the way you do that, and go over more plates and all that, but it's time for me to get a shake going. It's somehow.
You got the, no, it's okay, I'll figure it out. We got the kimchi factory right now.
And in the meantime, I'll just let you do a very if this project fails, look at me. This is the failure happened because of me. And it's important for me to work with my parameters. Get distracted. It's important for me to work with my parameters of just realizing, look, I'm not here alone. And lemon water sometimes in here too, but this is a very beautiful cup from Japan. Artisanal, got this sort of glass rim around it. And pretty expensive actually. How much is this? $40, right? These cups?
You're talking to me.
Yeah, what? $40, right? Something like that. 40, 50 each cup, right? Or for both? Each. So, not bad, yeah, for good design. It's where it's at.
Will this be something that I do again? Is this something I want to do? Because think about it, it's a lot of information, a lot of hours in a day. And if it just takes one day, I mean, imagine doing this once a year or once every 5 years. For your own self, maybe somebody else wants to do this for themselves. This is a way to look back into your own history of how you were at a certain age, at a certain point in time, with certain thoughts, with certain aesthetics, with certain information, with certain knowledge. What the exact plan is, and that's part of the plan, to not know the plan. So I could talk about not knowing the plan and ideas and thoughts, which is what I'm doing. I'm gonna say time lapse, no time lapse.
I use a different kind of pepper. This is more like a pepperoncino type of pepper. Right? The ingredients is the same, you know, you still got all this like apples, and then chives. Oh yeah, chives too. The same kinds, but basically I didn't use gochugaru, but instead these peppercorn pepperoncino, which is this one. Some kombudashi, just that's fine. So that's for the flavor. Vinegar, sugar. Yeah, put sugar into this also. That's it. It's really simple.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So
Wonderful. And the bags are washed, yeah.
yeah, that was
Okay.
To not get distracted from the single task, and a distraction could hinder a lot, really. And even if you're doing a single task and you're doing another task or something else that is part of another project, that could be seen as a distraction to the task at hand, even though they're all projects you want to do. Excuse me. It's like gonna burp, so I was like, okay, let me just wait for it. So the idea is to single task on one project and not be trying. And that's it. No other cameras, no other angles. No. And use the settings of, was it 1080? 30 frames per second. And 16 by 9, right? And here's the thing with the Dyson. While I'm on the Dyson, like this hair, how's my hair? Hair's okay? Hair's a mess. Should I do anything to it? It's fine, right? Let's see. Yeah, I guess. Whatever. So the Dyson. I like Dyson. This is the first Dyson piece. Right now, look at this right here. I'm not even gonna show you right now. I want to talk about, so avocado toast, typically, yeah, whatever, avocado toast, it's really delicious and it's just easy to make homemade, and it tends to be expensive when you buy it at a coffee shop or restaurant. So it's like, whatever, all right, avocado toast, that's one of the vegan options, let's do it. Little did I know, this avocado toast was one of the most memorable ones that I've had. It was avocado toast and then it had chives. Chives for days. Loaded door. There used to be a door here, like an actual door that opens up, but took that off. Put it away because we don't need a door to interrupt the flow of space. And speaking of doors, quick tangent. Here in America and in a lot of places, doors just open up, right? You open up a door. Wouldn't it make sense and be more efficient to just for this project? Should I just keep going? I don't know. Another idea for this project could be, what are the words I was looking for, or what I was gonna say, but I stopped myself because I realized that I'm just keep going on tangents. Maybe I don't know how to be from point A to point B, or maybe this is me going from point A to point B. Oh yeah, here, I got it. It worked out by me kind of rethinking it. So there's, yeah, texting, I feel like takes time. Apps, and I'm pretty analog and manual to where my first smartphone, what they considered a smartphone, was in 2015. Wouldn't that make more sense than constantly getting a shirt, ripping it up and getting another one? Again, depends what you do. For me, it's a little weird because I have certain clothes for skateboarding, because going to go skate, just be ready to get dirty and fall on the ground, and certain clothes I don't want to wear going to skate, even though at some point I may want to if I develop my wardrobe further and further. But for now, I have a separation, and let me go over some of the clothes that I like and that I have here. So if we get into, so these days, before I even get into that, I could go over, as I go through it, I could talk about, or a few really good things. I think anybody's answer it's up to you. My choice, I feel like having a few really good things is the way to go. A few pieces of clothing that you really like. Started with this. It's a nice APC. I purchased it in France last year or something. I think last year. And it's a nice simple jacket, no logo. I think this was like $18 or something like that. Very expensive pork. But if you're eating homemade food, it should be amazing. And over here we got this world map, which it's supposed to just be stuck, but it comes off, maybe because the temperature comes and goes. Here we got another blank canvas, which is going to be part of this Excess paintings, second pass Excess, second F's. That's what that is supposed to be, I think. And Paris, Cliff Bars, what else? Yeah, pasta. Now, the best pasta that I know about to buy, where it was not that bad. It was a queen size. It was, I think, I want to say around $300, 200, 300, 400, new, and it was a good, like, let's do it, let's give it a go. And measuring it, somehow it fit with the shelf. So this is IKEA shelf, just flip down. The other one is also an IKEA shelf, but it just, and then having tones or colors or, so while we're in the back, I'm gonna talk about the front, and then eventually, this apartment has a front and a back, the way I see it. And there is a flow. I don't know if it's considered flow if you're going from the front to the back, because wouldn't flow be all around? I don't know, but let's just say the flow from the front to the back, I'm gonna calculate and talk about. Let's learn about time management. Maybe I don't know how to manage my time. And then as I went into it, learning a bit in the past, I don't know, week or something like that. Also reading this book, Manage Your Day to Day, just to kind of understand more ideas to think about and what I may be doing wrong. And I'm learning that it's not necessarily time management, it's my energy management. And there's a lot of information out there, and farmers market in Greenpoint, it's just, it looks very nice, something new. That's what I'm saying, it's exciting. So let's get some coffee going. So speaking about, so it's the coffee station over here. I gotta get the water. First things first, get some water. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, coffee maybe. Something like that. There we go. Up here, I don't know. Here I got like pants, workout stuff, supplies, art. Now here, this is one of the features. This is sort of like where the garments are sculptures, they're pieces of art for me. Some of my top shirts, if you will, are over here. Shirts, sweaters, long sleeve, whatever you want to say. This blue en plissé, this is just, the design is very beautiful. And I bring this up kind of just randomly because the apartment I live in here actually has a back without a back door. It has a window. Or this is at least what I consider the back. So I want to talk about life in New York a little bit. So I live in Brooklyn, New York. I've been here for some years now. I think since 2000, and haven't got a new phone since. Now there's the new SE, which I'm thinking about getting, because I like smaller phones. I'm not a fan of these big, huge phones, the Plus and the X, and I don't even know. I don't keep track of, to some degree, differently than I do now. And there are certain things I did and or said in the past that I may not be interested in doing and or saying today. Get sort of that power, those nutrients in. And then yeah, and then get to probably reading, I think, or talking. I mean, talking about this project is going to be a whole. They're not fully there. There is, however, one chair which may fit very well here, but it's uncertain whether to get the chair or not, because it's expensive. It's excuse me, and that's Sunday. And if I film everything on Sunday and I edit everything, excuse me, on the following day, which is June 1st, Monday.
Friends with imaginary friends.
That's why I just showed up.
Oh, the kimchi. The mess is the mess is cleaned up by your boy, and now we have.
So this is look at
This
this.
is white kimchi. No, you don't need it. It's white kimchi.
White
This is
kimchi.
regular kimchi.
Regular kimchi. Wow. Yeah, the light's not this. White kimchi, regular kimchi, homemade kimchi.
It is happening. It's already fermented, or it got to ferment now. A drawing, canvases, a test canvas here, and then over here we start getting to some tripods and different kind of gear, some memory cards. Here's the easel that's easy to just whip out, set up, put a canvas on, get it going. Paper towels, because if you're doing a shake, just throw it in the shake. It's good stuff. Wheatgrass powder, new thing. Recently got that into the apartment. I'm trying it out. Protein powder, the vegan protein powder, super new. I've not been into powders in general. Yeah, I don't really understand the concept. I wasn't into even maybe trying to understand the concept, because who knows, that maybe I'll stop at some point randomly and. Okay, so just got done reading this book. It's kind of a cozy spot, so now I can talk a little bit. So manage your day to day, build your routine, find your focus, and sharpen your creative mind. Very good book. I'd recommend the read. Easy to read, fun to read, and a lot of good information is in here. This is actually something that I'm doing now, sort of stopping for a moment, you could say, and taking the time to learn about time management, energy management, and extra the blanket cover, bed sheet cover. Luggages are in here. We got extra bed sheets and another luggage. So underneath this is luggage for traveling, so we could travel. Interesting, because in one sense a phone is just a screen that takes you to this imaginary world that your brain kind of invents. So it's not that different from a brick. And what if you were driving and you had literally a brick? I'm talking about having a brick. What if you had a brick and you kept looking at it while you're driving, and you got pulled over and you had no phone in your car, and then let's say the police says that they're pulling you over because you were texting and driving. But what if you were just texting in your mind onto this brick that's an actual brick, and you say, no, there's no phone in the car, and you welcome the officer to search it, and then there's no phone. What's it called? Diffuser, which is nice. Got a couple more plants, a coffee plant, another plant, and then over here we start getting to these shelves. So what's interesting with these, or about these shelves over here, is these brackets. It might be good to have captions in these longer pauses also, maybe. Yeah, captions could be a thing throughout. But does that mean I should watch the whole thing first? Or do I just do captions whenever I hear silence as I'm watching some chopped up footage? And also, one of the important parameters for this project is filming indoors in this apartment that I currently live at here in Brooklyn, New York. Filming indoors. I want to go outside today. It's beautiful, actually. It's a nice breeze, it's sunny. It's excellent to go outside. And I like going outside. I was out yesterday, the day before. Probably it may hinder my performance of speaking and getting ideas across, which may end up being beneficial for this project, or may end up not being beneficial. I don't know. See, I just went on a tangent. I heard a noise. It was 11. I might not recall right now, therefore I'm saying I don't know. So do I actually not know, or do I know? Because if you've learned something or read something and you know, but you just don't recall it at a certain moment in time, do you not know? Or do you not know if you not know? Whoa, when it's happening. Confusing? Let's get some coffee going so we could sharpen our brains and remember. But yeah, that's another one. Just run out of space because we got to finish these other beans and stuff. Sort of the middle of the room, just on a couple light bulbs. I think LED. It just, you want to control lighting to a degree, to make it dimmer, to make it more pronounced, and you want to change the levels of light. This is just a good starting light to just turn it on, but I don't even really like turning it on. I don't really. Camera just fell, I caught it, and we're back in action.
That's ginger. That's ginger.
Make our way to the front, talk about ideas, because this is also another, I'm going on another tangent here, another idea with this project could be, I mean, if I'm already talking about ideas, it's gonna be about this apartment I live in and what we're gonna go over, talk about is things that have to do with this apartment, things I'm interested in. Bells are ringing again. Let's go to 6 o'clock. So let's start again. When the bells stop, we come in, talk about, yeah, my interests, ideas, whatever comes to mind. Apartment presentation. We're gonna incorporate that. And there's no more water in the cup. If we go back and say the footage of me saying that there's water in the cup, but then we look at the cup and see that there's no water in it, what does that mean? But there's things before the start that happened that aren't revealed in, say, the project itself, and there's things after the ending that keep happening that aren't in the project itself. It's one way to think of doing a project where you feel like this is a start, you feel like this is an end, and you're doing another one, and another one, and another one. So you're not necessarily thinking of this is my goal, or this is the end. This is your end for the time being, and you do something else. And however long it is, it's up to you to decide. But if... oh... take and you work on making it good, and it just ends up being good, great, amazing, awesome, super refined, super just, excuse me, a little very quiet burp. Another one, excuse me. Another straw, metal. take it away. And here we go. It's time to enjoy this shake. And the big thing is just me talking a lot, talking, and continuing to just talk about different things in different locations, looking different. And then is where the sort of the uncertainty comes into play. So the idea is just film it all in a day. I don't want, it's too common, maybe too easy, because IKEA could just make a place look good, but then it could just look like IKEA. So how do you break away from the IKEA look without going to so good.
So good.
Okay. Sore. Yeah, this is a good opportunity for me to talk about yesterday. In the art building, I decided to use the main stairwell again because I haven't changed my outfit, or changed my shirt, changed my hat. Notice this? It's time to get up. Take a little break. How's the battery? Time to change this battery. That's the key right there. Let's get this out. Cool. Alright, so we got this. Let's get back to that. I didn't do this earlier, like going to the battery and then turning it off. Museums, one of my top museums I'd say is the Guggenheim. It's just the way it's done and the experience of being in it is very beautiful, and just sort of the flow and the look. It's Frank Lloyd Wright, amazing. And speaking of Frank Lloyd Wright, okay, I told you, Lucy Wilson 243. So quickly put this in. Gotta go get some stuff going on in the kitchen. Do I zoom into a clip because of something that happened around that I don't want or that shouldn't be in the clip? Maybe. Which, again, I may find out these answers tomorrow during the editing process, which I don't know how it's gonna go. Easy to put on whenever. Don't worry so much. Kind of shirt. Then we have APC over here. What else? I think this is Muji. Yeah, I think this is Muji. Which Muji has some nice stuff. Some nice, no logo, good quality products. And if that's the case, and if it feels like someone is doing more, than someone else? Is that someone really doing more? Maybe, but why if you have the same amount of time? So this is where you gotta think, what are you really doing? Because time could feel so long in certain instances, and other ones it could feel. And talk about a little bit of what's going on right now. So the day is almost gone, and there's a lot that I didn't cover that I still would like to cover and talk about. I'm not happy about that, but it's my fault, so it's not good. And paper towel, toilet paper, more returns because we're figuring stuff out. Sort of a cleaning section, bags for groceries to take, and then this is recycling stuff to take the next time you go down 72 stairs. Take those bags. Here for the towels, it's the hand towel. Got the Tekla fabrics, Tekla. If you're not hip with Tekla, again, it's a good idea to get hip. What else? Furniture to a space that doesn't overpower the space. IKEA's famous, IKEA's popular, and if a certain product from IKEA is so famous, it could sort of stand out in the crowd of things, and it may not fit in some aspects. Other things could blend in more and really work. Yeah, and then just throw it in the water, filter, just for that added level. Let's put this away. Just over time, this is something I didn't really know, but I guess in these days, in this day and age, we may be using computer screens a lot and kind of looking down like this, or just kind of having this neck down when the proper posture should be.
Cut it lengthwise because it was like cut in half, so you're gonna do like quarter. So cut it another lengthwise. Doesn't make sense. There's a whole napa cabbage.
Yeah.
And I sliced it into half.
Right.
That's how I put
And then-
rubbed all the salt. I mean, you could do it either way. I think there's no like rule.
Got a GoPro. I got an apartment or a space that I live in, and got Final Cut Pro to edit on. Now this could be done on an iPhone in a room with iMovie. Like, this could also be done on a Red camera with the full-blown Adobe suite. Yeah, speaking of chives, check this out. Oh wow, much shorter.
Oh yeah. Wow.
That chai flower. I don't know. That was from yesterday's. There was some were just tiny and expensive. Others were far away and not what I wanted. Others, barely any windows. My aesthetics and the wardrobe I wear or the clothes I wear. So it was not looking good. In short, I had all these things and it was just looking bad, kind of like how I used to dress, so incredibly bad. Now, the other thing that has been a problematic at times was the filter. I feel like it wasn't always stuck in place as it should have been sometimes. And I don't know the exact reason for this. Like right now, the water is going slow from the bottom, which is good. And I think there were some reviews that, even though it could be nice and there's a lot of people that wear it and they look good and they look cool wearing it, all Nike'd up, all Adidas up. And again, if Nike's paying you, it makes sense. You're getting free clothes, you're getting paid. You could and you should maybe represent them, or you could say, Nike, you know what? I just want, we go from $2 to $6. Yeah, I guess so. Just the profit margins change because now your profit per cup of coffee is 66 cents or 66.999. Okay, no pickup at the moment. Maybe later. Okay, we're gonna figure it out. I think we know what it is, but we'll work on figuring it out. In the meantime, I think it's time for me to hit the kitchen and let you know what it's a good time to enjoy the sunset. The wind has calmed down, so we can move this. To the garden. Rhubarb, beautiful, amazing stuff. But yeah, I think we're gonna, let's do a time lapse with the sun. I think it's like Hinoki or something. This is I think from one of the France, Paris trips. And then speaking of candles, here's Bewley. Speaking of Bewley, here's a Bewley candle with some marble. Expensive candle, another, I don't know, $100 or so. But it smells so beautiful, so beautifully. Here we got a fern. What is it called? Oak, I think. It's oak, right? I think it's oak. With these sort of piano hinges that open up, so the bed goes up to the wall, and then we could open up the storage. So you know what? Let me show you how it's done by putting away May, because tomorrow's June and time to change the look of this room up. So this is simple. I'm about to make some. I like coffee. A lot of different kind of coffee here. Let me go over a little coffee section in this kitchen. Well, to start with, we have, I don't want to go on this very long tangent right now, so I'm not supposed to show my face right now. It's supposed to be about the space. So space, continue with the space, just space. Right? Wrong? I don't know. I'm just sort of speaking what I think I'm learning, even though I'm still learning it, so I may not be saying it in the exact way that I've learned it. Not that I've even learned it, but I'm trying to. Y ahora, uno de los mejores coffees que he probado y que hicimos aquí en el apartamento es esta. Se llama Geisha y es de Tim Wendelbaum. No estoy seguro cómo decir su nombre, pero le llamo Tim nomás. Tim. Vamos a Tim's. Pero eso es muy caro. Muy caro. Creo que $25 o algo así. Como similarmente le sé. So right now, I could talk more about this as we proceed, but tomorrow the plan is Monday, and the plan is not Monday. The plan is to just edit. The day is Monday. All day, however long it takes. So the idea is wake up at 5 and just get to it, because that's it. That's the time limit I'm giving myself. It's even scary to sort of say this because I'm filming a lot of me just speaking. Before I moved to New York, I got an iPhone 5S, and then a couple years later the SE came out, 5 SE Special Edition, so I ended up getting that. And I might be talking, I might be eating, I might be doing something. It's like a break. It's like a break from my ongoing speech. So if I add words, wow, this is getting a kind of a long tangent, but it's important, I think. And we're gonna get to this apartment. If I add words, or if I add something like, what's it called on the bottom one? What else do we have? We got a marble table, the top, but the base, believe it or not, IKEA. Oh, these chairs also IKEA. Now, and then this table is IKEA. These days, I think this table is very popular at IKEA. It's even been featured at the store. So projects get worked on over there, art gets worked on over there. There's tools, and we could get deeper into it, but that is a very modular space. As we progress after the bathroom, kitchen, and entrance, the spaces get more modular. Multiple clips, multiple angles. So I was thinking, okay, what if I add sound to it? To multiple soundtracks, but then if I'm gonna break it up, then it's gonna probably sound weird. All these, not only me speaking being broken up, but then you have different soundtracks. I don't know if I want to do that. And I'm gonna close this laptop for now. So I gotta focus. I'm learning how to focus here, focus on all this, and not get distracted so much. So this apartment, right? Let me talk about the features. So now you have the layout. Some of the major features is, I'd consider this the penthouse suite of this building. I think it's very amazing because there is a window. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do a little bit of the dark. And then, you know what? I could just put it in here because I'm not too sure exactly. So, you know what? I'm gonna show you. So, I'm gonna get out of my face. I'm gonna let's check out this. Let's see if I find this image in like a fast way. I'm pretty sure I could, because I try to be organized, even though I'm working on all these different projects. They're undone, but at least it's important to be organized. Oh, I got a message on the phone where I write forwards, but it's filmed the other way, so it looks upside down. But I write a little project about little projects one way, and then I flip it so it looks right side up, but then it's upside down, the words. But then what are words? And then I feel like my writing is art, so by having the words upside down, it's harder to read, and then releasing it. And it got, eventually I lived in a house. It's like, it was success, and I had my own room. Like, next level. I'm in a house and I have my own room. I'm not sharing with my older brother. My family's not in a 2-bedroom apartment where I'm with one brother and my parents are with another brother. No, it was a house, and there was, so that's active and that's happening. Here we got the laundry machine, which you just plug to the sink, and you don't need any special equipment. You plug this into there, that onto that. Setting. That's what's next. I hear the tomatoes that seem to be growing somehow, which is exciting. Look at that. Got some tomatoes. Tomatoes. This is a brand new one, that top one. This doesn't really have tomatoes right now, but maybe it's time to water it. So okay, that's it. It's time to get dinner ready. Maybe my mom will call me back to get us the recipe or the proper ingredients before we just decide to eat with the recipe that we have going. And yeah, maybe we could have architecture museum here in New York is the Noguchi Museum. That thing is awesome and amazing for me, and I feel like it's underrated. I don't know if people know about it. Like, this is a place to go. The way indoor space and outdoor space works with one another, and just the sculptures. Like, let's say there's some motion and something that happened in the background should not have happened, should not be there. So during that motion, I'm happy to be here for now, temporary. It's part of this journey where it's just learn how to live in a smaller space and with all these inconveniences to appreciate a different kind of space in the future. And the bag is $25. So imagine $2 for so then when you go to the coffee shop, which is down the street, not far from here, which we went to yesterday. And if the coffee is $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, you could understand how working on projects or whatever I feel like working on and doing a time lapse while I have focused activity on a specific project, task, idea. But baggier clothes, larger clothes, it was just bad. And then I grew and I developed to just wearing simple plain shirts, like a solid color I was getting from AC Moore. It was a few bucks, and that was my new thing, no logos, because I learned in I think a history class, you know, why are you gonna wear logos? Are they paying you? They're not paying you, why are you wearing it? So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And it's me developing where it's just eliminate logos. Real world. And I think, again, I don't know what level of, if it was scripted or not, or what it was, but the idea is cameras are on, they're catching moments, and then when it comes down to editing, what is actually shown, that's freshly ground beans, I think, caused that, right? Good stuff. Are for, but and if it's just time lapse and just me speaking and speaking and speaking and trying to continue to speak about whatever I'm speaking, even whether it makes sense or not, because of the way this should be edited for it to I'm not sure if I should say not make sense, because what if it does make sense in a way for what it's supposed to be, which may include not really making sense, and that makes sense for it to not make sense, including this one. Do you remember what you saw a few hours from now? Or a few days from now? And I know this thing from watching which could be interesting because who knows how I'm going to be in the future. And how I was in the past, I thought more improved, worse. What makes sense to you? Why did you think something made sense back then that you no longer feel like makes sense? And just seeing yourself in a form of the past, which is anytime you see footage, I guess it's basically the past. A place to hang laundry. So a laundromat? Well, that's kind of what the kitchen could also be, because that's where the laundry machine is, and laundry tends to be hung here. But the laundry actually tends to be hung here on these door, what's it called, trim over there. So sometimes you're just swimming through laundry that is hung. As well as this black en plissé. This is also a wonderful piece for me. This I actually like also a lot, which is from Muji, believe it or not. Just the way it is Muji, right? I am pretty sure. $4 or something like that. $4 to $6. It's pretty expensive for a cup of coffee. So you would think, you know, what's the markup? And of course, you know, if you're making your own beans and if you're selling, there's wholesale levels and then there's retail levels and stuff goes. But if I'm getting just the bag from the store itself, let's just say B Coffee and Say, and you know, maybe Stumptown I got that from Whole Foods. So let's say if you're just buying the coffee bag itself and based on the price points, different style pants. We got some bigger jeans over here, some white pants, Uniqlo, a lot of Uniqlo. Again, Uniqlo is where it's at. We got some Acne Studios pants, more Uniqlo. Good stuff. Down here, a lot of Uniqlo with the exception of the en plissé. This work? Yeah, so get the Hario, load up. A lot to talk about. Still a lot to talk about. So yeah, filtered water, then boiled water. So let me talk about this. I think it was 370 square feet. But let's see, let me check. I'm gonna check where we are at. The head, the ideas, the brain, into words, connecting, and just trying to provide this that is owned here. The Dyson, I think it's a nice and very good kind of fan to have, I think, but I was not a big fan of the silver. But I would like a simple Nike shoe without any logo, just all black, all white. But in this case, for now, I saw it, got some. Okay, there you have it, the space. June 1st is tomorrow, 2020. Today we're still in May, it's 7:19 p.m. and there are things to talk about in this room, but what about all the other stuff? There's no space for much other stuff. You want to keep it a simple bedroom, and that's also pretty common design, which could be cool. You know, just have a bed and a couple bed stands and call it a day. Yeah, more Uniqlo and some shorts, Uniqlo. Boxers, I like Uniqlo Airism. After I used to, for traveling, I used to pack from the kitchen to go. it's just such a beautiful container. It works with plants now. And then here we got the hand, just a piece of something. Here we got books about traveling and food, which the cookbooks are more in the kitchen. Completely to where I am calling it at a done state. It's at a version of a done state right now. Yes, I mean there's not that much to do, and this is a multi-use, multi-purpose kind of room. It's a storage right here. We got the storage. So, and I like how it's designed. It was not designed like this, I want to say a year and a half, 2-3 years ago. It was done very differently. So this is the time for me to get up, move. I know I just had dinner. This hair is getting long. Clean up. Keep going. Here we got more art stuff. We got the hourglass, more tools, bunch of rulers. I'm big on rulers. But I'm also now interested in not using rulers, so I like both, and it allows art to just be different, look different, feel different. But it's funny to have that, because I don't even really know what those are. I just know, I think one is rum actually, and one is something I think we got in Canada, or yeah, this aged rum. That's for cooking and baking, which 11:51. It's time to go really soon. Time to wrap this up. So running out of time here. The freezer. Okay. Here we go.
Some tofu scramble with some veggies and all this good stuff. We got some bread. What's the bread? Babka. We got some babka. We got looks like the cardamom roll. Again. We got the same coffee. Look at that, like coffee oil. I don't normally see that on other coffees. Oh, we got the plant. About to make this breakfast look beautiful. Whoa. Those are freshly picked from yesterday. Alright. Wow. Okay.
It is time to eat breakfast. So I'll probably just put a time lapse on so I could enjoy this delicious meal.
What's the time? 9:16 a.m. It's breakfast time. We're a little bit late for breakfast. A little late, but it's okay. I had a whole coffee speech. It's alright. It's time to eat while it's fresh. It's warm. Time lapse it up. Breakfast time.
Breakfast is done. And it was a long one, I'd say. 10:20 a.m. now. That is the new time. And I think I should change my shirt. Just because it's part of this, and put some nice ingredients along with it and just eat it. It's good. There's another way where you could do it where you just slice them in nice thin slices and kind of put them on each other. It's sort of a different kind of flow, you could say, when it comes to 2, 3, 4,000. It's an expensive chair, which you want to spend that? Maybe. And this is where buying one piece of furniture that you really like comes into play. It's if you're going to be sitting in that chair again and again and again, days and days and days, years and years and years, you can just get it. It's okay to spend the money on something that you really like. So yeah, once a third person comes in and space is taken up, because people have a bubble in a sense and take up space, have a presence. So I'd like to, my bubble, I don't know, maybe it's big, maybe I like to have space to breathe, space to move, even though I know how to be in a confined space. 3 rooms. I had a room, one of my brothers had a room, and one of my other brothers had a room. And my parents were nice enough to give us these rooms, and they ended up taking an entire basement, which is kind of weird because you would think the parents would be in the master bedroom, but the master bedroom was not as big as the basement, so they just had sort of a master basement. And there was windows in the basement so you could see. So there was just interesting time in my life on myself. And check it out, it's just taken one day. One day of me speaking. It's a study of myself that could be for myself in the future to see this is what you were thinking, this is what you were saying, this is how you spoke, this is how you thought. All right. Could have fell. So, got some very cozy, comfortable, lightweight pants, also Uniqlo. And it's time to relax, read, and we'll talk more. We'll catch up in a bit. A sunset was to show, and it's nice to be able to have dinner and check out a sunset, or just check out a sunset in general. This sort of idea of passage of time, sunrise, sunset, and it's time to go to sleep. Right now it's bedtime. I'm here talking. So, and if all this footage ends up being, let's say 8 hours, I don't know if it's gonna be 8 hours. I don't know if I want it to be 8 hours, but let's say if it ends up being 8 hours, that's 8 one-hour episodes. If you were to do a season in 8 episodes and it's all filmed in a day, it's time to hit the kitchen, get some food going. But before I do that, I should call my mom real quick because this pink soup, just want to double check what the ingredients are. So do a quick call, in this case, with the AirPods to help out the conversation real quick. I should write this down. Take a chance with say, and try to keep it together, so you could see the Yeah, cause you know what, the burrs. Here, you know what? I could just do both. It doesn't hurt to do both, right? Postcards of sort hanging down, and at that point in time when it was this, oh, even the bed was raised by these white risers. This is a good time, like if I was doing an edit, to include all these images and how this looked. But this is kind of a project that I think I'm working on, because I filmed the process to a degree of how this apartment looked and how it's sort of developed and changed, so that could be something to
Can you give me right now?
Yeah, cool.
Give me. Nice.
and release this whole chopped up experience throughout the month of June, in whatever the breakdown of segments would be. Like if it is 8 hours, you chop it up. And how many days are there in June? We're gonna take this 28 over here. Expensive chair too. 400 or 500 again. But it's so beautiful. So you think about it. Underneath is sandals for now. But if you think about it, look how nice this chair is. And if you give it space to breathe, it sort of becomes a sculpture that you could enjoy looking at again and again, and even using it functionally to sit in it, to sit on it. Pants, I really like these pants a lot. Very comfortable, very nice. Otherwise, primarily Uniqlo these days. I used to have Topshop more than I do now, but these days Uniqlo sort of took over. Here, this is more my skate pants, I'd say, where I like the pockets being like this. Like if I put a phone in, even though lately, okay, got a quick outfit change again. Time to close this door a little bit because we are moving in this direction. Let's keep going. Time is running out. Time is really almost gone. It is now 23:23. And we gotta finish. What is it that I want to proceed with? What do I want to think when it comes to projects and ideas and executions, and what's worth the time, the limited time that we have? I mean, we all have the same amount of time, right? Each day, doesn't matter who you are, 24 hours, which is a very interesting concept. You have the same amount of time. It's like not bias time. Time is time in terms of a day, right? 24 hours in a day. It's like a restaurant every day that you eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner here. If you eat, well, this table easily moves over here sometimes to become another form of dining room to eat and watch TV. But maybe you don't want to multitask, because there's no such thing as eating and watching TV and focusing on both things, because that might be a form of multitasking, maybe. So maybe you just want to sit and enjoy the food and appreciate the ingredients, and maybe enjoy a sunset, because this view provides a sunset. The sun rises over there, and go for it. Okay, so got the water going. So once this finishes up a bit, we could have it continue. So now let me talk about coffee. This is a great time to have a little coffee speech, because I'm about to get some coffee going. Back to what I was saying. Let's see how fast I could refocus. I was talking about things in the future, about things that I'm saying. Me right now speaking from just what I'm thinking based on what I'm seeing, based on spaces. This is just sort of current thoughts, but the way to do it. Now in this bedroom, there's a few, there's not that, there are things in here, yeah, sure, but there's also not that many things to some degree. So let me go over where we're at in terms of design. Good stuff, homemade, with good beans, it's key. So I'm learning from Tim. After this is done, it's time to mix it up with a spoon and then distribute it into 2 cups. And it's time for some breakfast. Uh-oh, battery's going low. Time to change the battery, and I'll see you at the breakfast table over here. I'm gonna set it up. I'll do a time lapse. And this is one of the components of this project. And there's more to go, but one of them, have you ever seen the show Cribs? Or when somebody gives an apartment tour? Or I don't know how much emphasis was brought onto it, if any at all. So for me, over the years, I feel like my posture is not as good as it could or should be, so I want to sort of do things in my power to help make it better, to help have a more balance, if you will. So that's where the dinner roll comes in, and the reason I like to do it in the morning at 5 a.m. or starting at 5 a.m. is because I'm so tired, and I want to, instead of hitting the snooze, no day is guaranteed. No day is known for sure. And another idea to really think about is immediate gratification versus delayed gratification. This world these days, there's a lot of immediate gratification that exists, and some of this footage, and like right now we're 28 minutes in, and earlier it was over an hour, and before it was 40 something minutes. It's a lot of time. How do you edit something like that? And it's only probably one something at this point. And I am doing it with a limited amount of words, not explaining everything, because it could be complicated, and I don't know if what I'm saying is coming across visually as, I don't know, like unknown and just good. So design-wise, I think it's fine. Nothing too crazy, but the key is the coffee beans themselves, the taste, the nuances. Are they there? And my experience with Barrers, I wanted it to be like a spot to keep going to keep getting coffee from. It's like, it's local, it's fresh, they're making it right then and there. Like, I want this to be a thing, to, you know, I want to keep going back. But after having these coffees, I feel like, when this happening right now. So we got Oatly to put. For this project, yeah, I don't even know what this is called. What I'm exactly doing. What am I doing? What am I doing here? But for this project, or just a stream of consciousness, thoughts, but we started with manage your day to day and time management. You see, am I and then oh, okay, I see the what's it called, the thing. Is there something I'm missing? No, it's just 1080, 30 frames per second. And filming like this, just footage in a normal way, and time lapses, and that's it. That's the only filming I'm aiming to do in this case. And you're making it, the drip coffee, at home, homemade. What I've learned is that the bee coffee and Trader Joe's and bee coffee, which are around $10 for the bags or whatever the price is. I did a breakdown before, not gonna do it now, just gonna tell you it's a lot of stairs to go up, especially bringing all this furniture up and heavy boxes and groceries. Yesterday, 2 trips. I'm taking all these grocery bags from the farmer's market and Whole Foods, and then we went out to get Say coffee, coming back up the stairs. Greenland, what's that, Iceland up in there. So just seeing, and now, so if I'm gonna have a world map, I don't want it to be, there's world maps that don't look good, or they're way too common, and there's a good looking world map. I think this is one of the better looking ones. Water filter that is here. This is from Soma, and I like that it's glass and beautifully designed. The popular filters here in America are Brita, which I've had, maybe a couple I've had or used. So it might be kind of weird if it's just quiet during a time lapse that pops into a frame after me speaking, or after a certain, wherever I'm going, I just get cut off with the time lapse. It's quiet. That could be cool, but I want to say that might not be cool. Beautiful, unique, creative, fun, even though when it happened it wasn't so, yeah, even now, I mean, some people might not like it. While we're in Paris, might as well talk about the Louis Vuitton Foundation by Frank Gehry. That building, for me, I had a better filter that holds the paper filters. And then we have the paper filter. So it's you know, the starting setup looks like this. If you're gonna make homemade drip coffee. So let's put this back in here. I think it's time for there we go. Time lapse of life. So yeah, let's do a time lapse from here for a little bit. Okay, time lapse is done. To not want to go there? to live? Something to think about. So when it's a goal, do you really want to go and finish a goal? Or do you want to get to a state where the goal could live on its own? You know, say it's a project, company, whatever it is, and then it could just like be. I don't know if I want to spend my time watching all that. I already did it, and sometimes that's my style where I just do it and I just let it, like I just do it and let it be, and that's where it's like the first book I wrote, Don't Say Anything Ever. I did it in a very short time frame of what the idea is that I'm trying to do, and then say what that could mean or what it could be inferred as. I'm not sure where exactly I'm. Oh, NHL, this was, oh, got this in Japan. Look at that, yeah. Beautiful. When I went to the store, and when I go to stores, I like to just sort of touch the fabric. I noticed this from me watching, say, The Barracks or just clips on Instagram. And it's like amazing stuff is happening. Amazing videos on YouTube. Like people are like really, really good these days. And it's so much stimulation where it's just like, that's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing. What? He did that? Yo! So yeah, it's weird because the top one was like orange, and then I took it out, pushed it back in, and it went green. So I don't know if the charger's fully working how it should, but got the battery changed up. Time to change my shirt, change my hat. Maybe I should take the beard down to est-ce que vous voudriez manger quelque chose? Je voudrais boire quelque chose. Tea. I'd like to drink some tea. I wonder how what I just said would connect in a video like this, what I'm trying to do. If at all. Okay, so let's keep going. Tuviskaj až dabar užmiršau labai daug lietuviškai. Aš suprantu daugiau, ką aš kalbu, bet galiu kalbėti truputį. The walk-in closet slash storage slash office. So this is the closet office. This is where things could get done on the table, and we'll go over this space shortly. Не понимаю, живет хорошо. It's time to talk about what this project's about. And here's the thing, a lot I still don't know, and that's part of why I'm doing this way. The original idea, it has to do with a lot of things, and I don't know what it really is. It might be everything, it might be something completely different. It's just right now I have thoughts of what this could be, and this is what's interesting with Genki desu, Genki desu ka, konnichiwa. Anata no namaewanan desu ka. Y el otro, esto es de Ecuador, se llama Lugumapata. Y este café de sé es interesante, muy delicioso. Y eso no sé lo que es solo un poco más de algo. Oh, yo creo que eso tal vez es del Oslo, pero no estoy seguro. So it's possible that I may have just kept putting these big rocks and putting some smaller rocks to where everything just kind of got stuck, and it's just like not helpful. It's not helpful because each one wants space and time, and you go to this other one and it's trying to make its way down, but there's all this other.
Yeah, we could try that again, sure. Oh, you're trying it out with the risky sets? You're just doing it. Huh. interesting. It's just toasting it. I mean, after toasting it, kind of frying it. I can help you. How can I help you? Let's do it. You want me to actually put this away? This is trash. This is trash. Kimchi in progress. And put this at the top. And then yeah, I could. You want me to get some lemon zest? No, I could do it all here though.
It'd be nice to have fish.
Oh, shoot. For She-Wolf was like,
It was expensive, like $10 something, $8.
niche, good stuff. Bread.
It's yummy.
Oh, yeah, that box. Like, yeah, oh, yeah, you're talking about more about it. Yeah. That is so.
This is the closest kind of dark.
Which is Lithuanian bread.
Just
But it's not the same with all
yeah,
the nuts and grains. Just feel okay. This one. Oh, okay. Whiskey.
Sun is out. The battery ran out. I just switched it for like 40 something minutes. It's probably gonna be long. That's part of the big picture. So, battery replaced, fully charged now. I'm almost done. I'm almost charging up too with all this healthy. The path of where I was going and where the tangents took off, and maybe went into some deeper tangents, which is maybe typical of me to do to some degree, which may be good or bad, I don't know. But where I was going is, and if you could exit your home through what you would call the back. Got some water right here that I have not drank yet, but about to drink. I could finish it, but not right now. Maybe until the breakfast comes. So the plan for breakfast is actually going to be, before I depart, we have a bunch of bread here, but what we're going to have is, let's see, where is it at? Oh yes, right here, homemade stuff. Homemade, that is where it is at. Delicious homemade. And here we go, we're gonna toast it up. Turn it on first, because why not? How it feels. And I really like Sona, so that's just my personal preference of one of the nicer filters that I've seen. You gotta have respect. Respect privacy, respect add a hat. Oh, should I? No. Which hat should I get myself into? You know what? Maybe I should wear this one. Is that good? That works, right? It's time for a time lapse. We'll put it down here. And yeah, time lapse is 20 minutes. Okay, there you go. I could not move my hands. I could keep it cool. I got the sun moving, got the passage of time. What time is it? It's 11:58. Oh, it's about to be 12. Oh, I should show you how this clock goes. How it hits 12. It's cool because it's, you know, it makes the Bruno clock, which, how much longer? I don't know, but we're just here. I'm here. We're here. So let's talk about this, whatever, $2,000, $2,100 apartment. And let's start with the end and talk about things that are in. If I just zoom into the clip, but keep the clip, it's just a zoomed in portion of a clip, then I'm still kind of keeping all the footage, right? Well, not really, right? Because you're zoomed into a clip now, and you're losing the parameters of the clip, so that doesn't help. And in one sense, it's not all the footage. So maybe I shouldn't zoom in. Maybe I should just, in a few years, couple years, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe move to. Yeah, in Europe, there's multiple places that a real vlog, video log of a full day, or almost a full day with the exception of whatever, a few minutes here and there, or whatever. A real day, like reality TV, but with no script, and just a day inside. A day, a project you could do with limitations, with just an idea and execution. Which is why it's good that I didn't plan on anything specific today on purpose, so I could let the day go and just have ideas of what I could do if I get stuck. Like if I'm speaking and I don't know what to say, okay, do this, or have an idea, just work on this or work on that. But I guess I have a lot to say. Or am I just repeating myself? Part of the beauty of this, who knows? And there's like a bigger idea to how this could end up being if it looks so confusing when it's done. And then maybe I think it's Muji. Let's see where we at. I want to say it's Muji. I'm pretty sure it is. So that's that. What else do I have here? Then we have more Uniqlo. This is APC. A nice. This is it, right? If we go down here, we just got basic shirts. So I got plenty of plain no logo shirts. Uniqlo, for the most part, Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a solid bet. Here's an interesting one. This right here, this is it's an extra large, so it's a different style. The color is very nice, but that is actually from Arket, which I think H&M owns, but Arket is not in America, so I got that in Copenhagen, and it's nice. I like Arket a lot. So still more inside, so this is the time to. Because you want to, yeah, maybe here. check this out.
Cardamom coffee bread. Wow. In progress. There was a bit of a disappointment though, just a mess. This beautiful mold. That mold is from France. From Paris specifically. Epic.
And a sad thing just happened, very sad thing, which is why I decided to bring you in the loop of what happens in a day sometimes. You know, sometimes things don't work out exactly according to plan in this day and age, but compared to other places in the world, this is like a little piece of like, seriously? You can get some real nice stuff depending where you're at in the world. But for New York, we're here for now. During these time lapses, because earlier, that's what I was thinking, because I'm figuring stuff out or thinking of things as I'm progressing with this project or this idea that I'm doing, that I'm trying. Earlier, the time lapse, I want to say it was pretty long, because I want to say it was a 2-second time lapse, 2 seconds every minute or something. What is it, 10 minute? I'm not sure of the numbers. I just feel like there was a long time looking at the marble table with nothing on it, and that might be kind of boring. There's just a lot of stuff I want to say is going on in the brain and the subconscious even right now as I speak. It's sort of, for me to get better at learning or implementing what I've learned, it helps to say it out loud and try teaching it to a degree. Not that I necessarily know it, but that just helps reinforce ideas to myself by me just saying them out loud of where I'm. If they're not paying you, you don't need to wear them. And you don't even need logos in general, because it's about you as a person. It's not about the clothes. So you just want, this is where you develop to a point where you just care about nice, good-looking clothes. It doesn't really matter where they're from, and this is where I'll go over this development of sort of developing style, me developing my own style, my own sense of what I wear. So I went from like, yeah, nice, awesome, to like, ew, yucky, like, are you seriously wearing that? You crazy? Why are you wearing that? To just sort of solid colors, no logos, and gases, liquids, or something that kind of gets through that hole to complete the what it is, complete the sculpture. And if you're putting a lot of these rocks, and let's say they want space and time to get through this funnel or whatever I'm talking about to a complete state. The idea is just finishing a project, or finishing it to a state where you're like, I'm done with it, I'm good, I'm happy with how it is. Spice rack, we got espresso for coffee, toast up bread, Ninja. One of the newest cups for protein, which is still new, vegan protein and different kinds of protein. The Nuco is very beautiful aesthetics, expensive but beautiful aesthetics. And here we got nuts and nuts for days. You want almonds, hazelnuts, cashews, pecans, walnuts, sunflower seeds. We got it. Here we got apricot. This is supposed to be for me, so. Very good. Here we have the juicer. I did do 7-day Omega, amazing juicer, slow juicer. I learned about juicing, I want to say, was it last year or something? I think it was last year in June when I want to say I did a 7-day juice reboot where it's only juice, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and in between for 7 days. So get a bunch of vegetables and some fruits and juice it up and put them in these mason jars, put them in the fridge. It was quite the experience. I just wanted to do that to reboot the system and try it out. You go into some editing program, you find moments to chop it up, and you start putting pieces together. Certainly, probably harder than a physical puzzle. It's a digital puzzle, you're looking through footage, trying to match words, and this is why it's important for me to use all the footage. Other places, and you got the drip coffee, then because it just gets kind of weird, right? Then you got like those dollar coffees from, I don't know, where, McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not too sure. I don't go to those places, so I don't know, but it's advertised, right? Dollar coffee, and you got this huge bucket or whatever, big gulp of coffee. It's like, isn't coffee supposed to be just like a small amount, really good, fine-tuned? Maybe it is, but maybe it depends on who you are, how you are. So if I'm having Stumptown coffee, and if that look at that. See those air bubbles? Of what if you just don't plan on something and just do it? How is it going to turn out? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? How would you know unless you do it? So I'm just doing it, giving it a go. Speaking of giving it a go, let me write down that. Cause I have this like confusion, distraction going on, not to mention there's another project or another rock or whatever out there that you want to bring into it, so you add to the load on top of the load, and it just gets heavier and nothing gets done. So that's a possibility too, where you just keep starting stuff and never finishing. And if you get into the habit of doing that, that becomes an easier thing to do, so you sort of get used to doing it, so you get in flow of doing it, and it's like, let's just keep doing it. And yeah, it's a very nice piece to have. Over here we have a beautiful vase. Then we have here, this is from Aesop. What is it called? I think oil candle burner or something. Over here we get into these. These matches are expensive. From Bully. Is it Bully? No, it's Bully, I think. B-U-L-Y, France. But yeah, these are scented matches. Those are probably gonna be much less, right? You know, a cup of coffee might easily be, I don't know, 20 cents, or whatever. I don't know those calculations. But these bags themselves, I want to say between 50 cents to $1. Once you hit Stumptown and Oslo coffee roasters, now the bags are getting a bit more expensive, but there's also much less beans, so the amount that each cup costs changes. When you get to those, I think the cups were around between $1 and yeah, that's all. I just wanted to let you know of something that just went down. So back to this time lapse. This is while the coffee gets made. And we go over here to make sure the footage is uploaded. Let's see. Yep, we're good. Eject and time to delete. But you saw that avocado toast? I mean, how much would you pay for that? That's the question we just had earlier. What would be the cost? What would be the cost of that? Power. Good stuff. Very good stuff.
So.
This is the glass of lemon water. There are. Alright. Okay, it's charging. Take a little break. I'm like speaking for an hour and stopping for an hour. Alright, it's enjoy the time lapse, enjoy the clouds go by. And we'll talk soon. We'll start with the end. This is the end. This could be the entrance to. Also, by the way, you see how I'm learning how to transition better to keep the day moving by even with changing the battery, going to the battery, and continuing the recording from the battery to fresh battery. A bit about myself where, okay, let's just see what you do in a day, because you could easily plan to do this, that throughout the day, and then you end up not doing everything. And if you don't do everything, that's problematic. And we got canvases and canvases and canvas. So this is where the mats, this is where things happen in this room. Where the action happens. No TV in here. Got work to do. Then we come into sort of the scriptedness, like speaking in English. Once I know how to connect certain words and make certain sentences, is that scripted because I know how to speak English? What I mean in the form of scripted is I don't have anything to follow to do for this day, and I did that on purpose. So I thought of this idea, I don't know, I want to say, and it was good, of good quality, and then years later, does it look like it's bad quality, or was it only good quality during that point in time? Even like me recording with this GoPro Hero 7. In the future, will this quality look bad? I know there's the 8 out, Hero 8 is already out. So would I be better off recording with that, or is this fine? And if I recorded other stuff with this, to finally have my own room, I had all this space I could do. The room was probably around, was it around this size? I don't know, maybe a little bigger, maybe similar, I'm not sure, but I had a room. So me having a room, I didn't know what to do with all that space, I guess, and I got stuff and random stuff, didn't want to throw stuff away, and I accumulated what me speaking is probably more important than me making things, because if I'm making stuff, it stops the dialogue, or it could stop the dialogue. It doesn't necessarily completely stop it, but it could stop the dialogue from so the studio also serves as a place to put some coats, which also serves as a place in general to put various equipment, studio equipment, art supplies, and yoga mats, and it serves a place for a couple tables, a workstation. There's also a sewing machine stored away, in case you wanted to sew something, maybe make some clothes, or just make some art. There's also a keyboard if you want to play some music. A disposable glove, yeah, you're powerful, but then you got the customer who's supposed to be dealing with this. It's just, I wasn't comfortable with that, even though it was like a quick little thing, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but it was just a little nuance that I was just like, you know, it could be a little bit more care, because because that's the beautiful part. It's like it's fresh coffee, to just kind of scooping it and putting it in, but there could be another way to open up the bags instead of putting, kind of what I want to do now, in a way, maybe in a different way. Instead of starting from the front of the apartment, start from the back. Because if you think about it, not if you think about it, but something to think about. Does your home have a front and a back? Or is there no back and no front? It just is. Are there different entrances, and is each side an entrance? Makes sense, right? Just enjoy the beauty of a chip. Chips are good stuff. No chips today though. We got, what else do we got? This is vegan honey from France. France got some goods, I tell you. Almost everything, or almost all day. And the time lapses are opportunities for me to take a break and just kind of not speak for a bit. But if I do just continue speaking, if I do release, so that's one of the ideas that I have for tomorrow, is to release all the footage. And then I thought further, okay, what if there's something I really don't like? Well, I could still release the footage, but I may just alter something. I could alter something. Closets anywhere in this apartment. You just invent the closet. You say this space, this is a closet, this is an office, this is a storage spot. So it was interesting to sort of design something where everything is exposed, basically. Unless you have a unit of furniture where you could put stuff inside, then it's maybe not as exposed. And it's a nice color, a nice tone, and it has a hood. But what's really cool, all that's really cool, but maybe what sold me, because your boy wants to represent. Look at that. Made in Lithuania. I mean, it's not focusing. But made in Lithuania. Lithuania providing the goods over here. With one camera, indoors, in a small apartment in Brooklyn. And you got me as a subject, speaking and talking. So it's interesting, I think. And it's easy to get lost in it and to just keep the information coming in and in and in. And it's only momentary happiness. It's like happy for a moment, but then you gotta get another dose, get another dose, get another dose. It's like taking medicine every day, right? You gotta constantly see something, watch something. And we have some instant coffee. Yeah, that's one of the coffees I didn't talk about earlier, this instant coffee, which is a very new thing for us to get, to have here. Very unusual. It's been so many years, no instant coffee, and then boom, that was purchased to do the coffee cream or something, coffee shake.
Like whipped coffee, that's a thing, right? Whipped coffee, yeah. I tried it once, it was a little too sweet. So now it's gonna be time for another whipped coffee. Right now over here we got 1 tablespoon, 1 tablespoon, 1 tablespoon.
The ratio has to be 1 and 1 part.
One part.
It's on 1 part.
And one of the sugar is actually maple sugar, which we got at the airport in Canada. The water pushes it down, so you don't even have to open anything, nothing. You just let the water do the work to go inside, and then once it gets to a certain point, you just close the faucet, remove it. Now, if you're doing two loads of water filtration, the second time the power of the faucet might not push it down automatically, so that's where a little tap may come into play, which is no problem. That's where I hang my this stuff. And there's a good reason for it. There's a good reason, but let's keep waking up. Trying to do or like doing is wake up at 5 a.m. tired and then go straight to doing the dinner roll, which is what I did earlier for 20 minutes, just to sort of get the shape of my neck a bit better. So the dinner roll, the dinner roll I think is the little soft or hardish foam device that I use. Got some pretty awesome vegetables, and then afterwards went to Whole Foods to do grocery shopping, load up on more vegetables, fruits, and all types of other goodies, vegan yogurt, what else, wait, I think this is wrong. It's supposed to be 719. So this is 6, it's 15, so 719 should be right. Yeah, so 6, 7 as we go. Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? 6, 7, we're going up, 15. And I thought, I'm like, oh, well, you should have put a piece of wood on here, somehow erase it. I don't know. I end up just letting it be for the time being. So yeah, this clock is just, I really like it. And this is where it goes, 7:24 a.m. That's okay. We'll talk more. Let me go get some stuff going. And you know what? No, I'll let you see the passage of time while I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Took a little longer. What was going on, what I was doing, but let's get this back in action. A certain minimalistic look to a degree, and over there was like stuff up there. Some of the rulers I had were hanging here, just sort of hanging down, and oh, there was this other calyx which is no longer here, over there, just kind of going across. So imagine there's the bed and then this calyx going across. There was books on top of there, and there was storage unit inside it underneath. That's how this room looked. So this is like oh, there was some wires hanging here and some pictures and what was I thinking this whole time? So this is what I think now. It's just, if you're ever lost, just put on a simple black shirt. That's just, or a simple white shirt, and that's it. You don't need anything else. No logos, just a black shirt. Now I have a simple black shirt, but this one does have a logo, and I'll get into that. But yeah, so I got to that point, and that's, I think, sort of a timeless look. Just a simple t-shirt that fits right, with some pants that fit right, and take the memory card out. And sure, I've had time lapses that allow me to sort of take a break and let the time lapse do its thing, but for the most, and there was a couple times where I just turned the camera off without a time lapse. Went to go help in the kitchen and came back and turned the camera back on, or just switched the angle, which is something I'm not sure if I should have done or not. Maybe I should keep doing time lapses to have a more consistent stream of Apple, where people are seriously getting Apple. I was early on with the iMac G5, had that as a younger kid. It was exciting. That was one of like my early computers, and laptops later on and stuff. And if you do sketches beforehand, a whole nother process. And if you're learning beforehand, it could be a whole journey to get to the canvas. But eventually, when you're coming to this completion of the journey, and you see the product, for myself, I don't necessarily remember everything that I did. Recycle it. And that's it. You snap it back on, and then whenever you put water, check this out. All it is get the cold water going, and then all you do is that. And then you just let it filter, let the process filter. Now I want to bring up a couple things here though. Maybe consistent in time, even though it's not going to be consistent in time with the filming, which I'll get into because there's time lapses and changing batteries. The idea is film the whole thing in a day, or in the wake hours of today. During the day, let's get a time lapse going. It's time to eat soon. Yeah, it's time to make some food soon, so little time lapse right now. What should be the time lapse? Oh, I should do the Bruno clock. That'll be a good time lapse kind of thing. Just to see it's 1:57 p.m. Time's flying by. I'm excited. This is exciting to do. Oh yeah, this works right there. All right, let's time lapse. See you soon. Okay, switch it up. 5mm. It's time to eat something good. Let's put this stuff away. Yeah, it smells so good. Things are happening in the. I thought I heard something outside. It's also modular. That's the bedroom. That's also the living room, entertainment room, library. Keep talking. I gotta stop.
No.
On which salt did you use? The gray salt?
No, I use a little bit of gray salt, but mostly the new one.
Okay.
That new salt was too coarse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. I think it worked out.
Yeah.
It was fine.
So you just rub the insides of the leaves?
All the leaves. We definitely put in all the leaves. So it's a lot of salt in it. And
Oh, wow, that's probably the powerful flavor that comes into play.
it's very
Oh,
nice. I
salt.
washed off. I washed the salt off.
Okay,
Next morning.
so you put the salt so it should.
Just to kind of, you gotta make it shrink. And then also.
And to dehydrate it, right?
It's about the individual, not about logos. So I'm not into logos. Unless the company's paying you, go for it. If you feel like that fits you. It also depends on the companies that you want to associate yourself with and be with. So after the things that you've seen. So if you're looking at, this is sort of the messaging I guess I'm trying to get across. If you're looking at this instant gratification, social media, reading something every single day, constantly, little piece, little piece, little piece, little piece, little piece. And if you think, do you remember, let's say today, if you were on Instagram and you scrolled through a hashtag you like, and you liked some images, do you remember any of those images? Could you redraw any of those images? Or if you saw a video you liked, could you write something, however long each caption is, a few seconds or whatever, across a time lapse, and it's read a certain way in a certain order, and then I chopped it up and threw these different time lapses in different places, then and added a sound before I chop it up, so when it's chopped, but a consistent sound, I think, nothing too interrupting. And that's sort of the general gist of, basically, to bring up one idea of the project is how much you could do on your own with just a camera and in your own home, in your small or big space, whatever your space is in your room. And the other tool I have is myself. My mind, my thoughts, my voice, my hands moving, moments to drink water, and then just talk about. Yeah, that's what that is. And then we got more Uniqlo. Here are some shirts that I may wear when I'm home after I come back from outside, and if I feel like I'm dirty but I don't want to shower just yet, that's where these shirts come in. And here we got Basquiat. I think I got stuff for free, or maybe it was inexpensive, I don't know. A couple of random Basquiat Uniqlo shirts. So something like a home shirt, I might be cool with just having some art piece on, or logo, or whatever. Here we have some dress shirts. I still have just the outdoor fresh morning air. Okay. Wash my face. Changed into an Arism shirt. Let me open some more windows. And that also might be an exercise. I'm not sure. I'm just calling it the dinner roll exercise without knowing if that's the proper terminology. just throw avocado in, get that power. Power is correct. Bon Plissé over here. Another Issey Miyake, another one of my top designers. I really like the Bon Plissé clothes. And I also trimmed my beard. Don't know if you noticed it, but I used a 7mm. So quickly did that. So my look, the idea is for my look to change during this day. And then it's important to do something with that information. Don't just read and do nothing with it. Even though you might read and not remember everything, if you could implement little by little and maybe read the book again and again, could be good. So battery change is the first step. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Probably get this. So good powerful shake.
Keep it simple. Just want to get that power in. First thing, have the body absorb all these nutrients, all this good, delicious stuff. So, for those who don't know how to cut avocado, cut it like this, go all around, you turn, and you open it. Look at that, beautiful.
Now something else that's not everybody knows is the avocado pit. You could eat it. So
What if you just didn't put any salt?
The texture is going to be different. Texture of the vegetable. Now it's like really kind of condensed and like all crunchy, but it's going to be watery.
Well, to dehydrate it.
Kind of, yeah.
Because in the morning, was there water in the pot?
Yeah, there's a lot of water.
Okay.
And then I washed.
and it's just not my thing, personally. The alcohol is for cooking and baking. That's the real use. It's to use in cooking and baking, not to drink. There's no alcohol bar. The main bar is a tea bar, a coffee bar, and juice bar. But alcohol, no, that's by just seeing, oh, that helps inspire this other idea for me. In whatever medium. And also whenever I release stuff in different ways, just the idea of how it gets released, how a certain platform may get used, what kind of words are spoken from me if I'm speaking, or being written if I'm writing by hand. Or 12 p.m. And then like half your day is gone. I mean, don't you want to wake up earlier? Wake up at 5 a.m. and have some fresh air come in and have the sun rise and be awesomely productive in the morning by the time it's 10? Okay, battery has been changed. It is time to get this time lapse going from this other point of view, if you will, while I drink some water and change my look up. And we can do this next room and talk about whatever comes to mind. Okay, we are back, and what happened not long ago, it's actually 7:09 p.m. and dinner is in progress. Time for me to help out. For dinner, it's going to be pink soup, nice Lithuanian dish. Or is it Lithuanian? Or is it, I know it being a Lithuanian dish. Is it actually a Lithuanian dish or not? I wrote it, I went over it, and then I just kind of was done. Somehow I read it as I wrote it, I think, and then I think I read it again to revise. That might have been it. I kind of forgot, but I know I did it. That sort of has a clean look to it, and whatever. This is a studio where it's very sort of, the design of it is much more flexible than you could say. What is it? Metal strong. Seeing the room that he has, or that he designed, or he has at the Met, which I think, I don't know if a lot of people know about it or a lot of people go there because the Met's gigantic, but that room is just, for me, is so beautiful in terms of architecture. And if we're on the topic of architecture, might as well bring up Falling Water by Frank Lloyd Wright also. That, being there was, seeing that in person was amazing. This was years ago. There's also a glass. I'm like describing it. I don't need to be describing it. When I'm there, I can describe it. So, multi-modular space. I don't consider the studio to be the living room, even though in the layout of this apartment, in one sense, it may be. But no, the bedroom, which is right over here, I would say that is the bedroom, but it's also modular. And so with this mold, it was pretty expensive too.
It's pretty expensive. Not too much. It's like
Maybe 25 euro.
maybe 25 euro for a mold, which is very different from the really cheap molds.
How cheap could it get, honestly?
I don't know. It could just get cheaper. But the point is, what happened after baking that bread in the oven? Looks like some of the mold got stuck to the bread. The coating, this metal surface, and
You don't want to eat that. So then scraping it off, it's a sad moment. But looks like it was saved.
you got this coffee. It's coffee, right? Rubbed on it.
Coffee. And
This is coffee cardamom bread. Coffee cardamom bread is happening. This is avocado toast in progress. Uh-oh, it's okay. It's all good. Nice. That's how you make it look beautiful. We're gonna have the chive flour. What's already there? It's already there. Chive blossom. Put it on. I'm gonna.
It look good. But it's actually kind of nice to have the fungi there and have no legs. And then that snake plant, it was a tough finding a spot for it. Like, where are we gonna put it? What are we gonna do with it? And since this was moved, that plant kind of worked under there to add some green to the space. And that's what, it's low maintenance. And that's where it's at for now. Will it change? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So we're gonna keep moving. Over here we have a Muji library, and there's some storage, and that's where you put beautiful objects and super minimal space, and I like it a lot. And then here where we're at right now, this is
leaves rinsed with water because all the excess salt.
Right. Okay. So now you took each leaf off.
No, you don't.
You just leave it.
You leave it. And then you just wash the whole thing. You just squeeze leaves and get excess water. All the water as possible. So just squeeze it.
Okay.
And then
in a mansion. The idea is you could do it at different levels, and you could use limitations to your advantage, and you don't have to have limitations stop you from doing something you want to do. And just do it and see how it goes. If it works, great, and if it doesn't work, that's fine too. As long as you're doing the process, you could learn in the process. it's like life. You're going through this with all these branches and tangents and things going on. But if you look back, what are pieces of your history that you remember that you could see? Sure, they could be images, right? A lot of people take images. I take images. Might be different, and that's what I should do sometimes. Keep it calm. I think it's time for outfit change because of 5:30. I still gotta show this apartment. Like again, this room, this couch right here, this right here, this couch, IKEA, but it fits with this. There's also another bed cover, IKEA, and it fits, I think, with this room. Those, and there's other IKEA products, but I feel like they fit. They're not as iconic as the chair. And by the way, quickly, pillow covers. Put some dishes away.
You don't want the wooden one. Oh no, I guess the plate shows it. Yeah, I'll do that. This one. So,
Probably don't want any rusticness right
you wanna
now. Aesthetics.
on aesthetics? Oh, you got the organic lemon with the zest. Can I do much now?
What beverage would you like?
Um, That's a good question. I almost want to say like a latte, but an espresso takes time.
We can do that with the latte.
Oh, with the instant coffee. Oh,
2-3 years ago when it looked differently, and now I'm referring to the past where it was not it was not that great looking. And the bars is darker, but with this machine, if I have the one of the bars, I'm not sure how to say the name. Do things you want to do projects, work on whatever you want to work on. So me, I get excited about a variety of projects and ideas in different fields, and I tend to start them and then not finish them for some reason, because I'm excited about his next thing, so I'm starting that. Excited about his next thing, so I'm starting that. And it's stuff that I feel like saying, stuff that I may be interested in, and there's a lot more that I could say about so many different topics, about so many different things, about so. On this rack, that rack is over here. This guy. So all that was so that thing is 2-tier, and this is bed sheets hanging. And what else do we have? Yeah, so here's another angle from here. So there you go. That. Before we get into the fridge, here we have containers and reusable bags. Here we got a bunch of dry goods. Here we got chips. Take the chips out of the bag, put them in another bag, clear it up. Less branding, less logos. Okay, time to have this freshly baked bread.
Didn't rise too well
And then, okay, it still rose though.
because I used whole wheat. So like this, half and half.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Very sticky.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
Very, very sticky.
let's do it. I'll eat this. Let's eat this. It's a time lapse mode. Time-lapse.
Okay, here we are. Changed again. I gotta take this out. What am I doing with that? Alright, so I changed again. Changed my hat, changed my shirt, changed my face a little bit. The facial hair on my face. And as opposed to changing the furniture every year or every 2 years, or something that you don't really like but you decide to get it, you don't need to do that. Of course, if something's out of budget and too expensive, don't get it. I'm not saying to get it. I'm saying, what if you turn that back into an entrance and turn what you considered the entrance into a back? Imagine a house, any house, that, let's say an actual individual house that has a front yard, and a backyard, and a side yard. Imagine if the front door, or what appeared to be the front door, was not less is more and just have less things, but less really, really good things instead of a lot of, just so the if it's not an outdoor time lapse, so the passage of time can be seen in different ways. I mean, we have clocks here, so what time is it? 7:18 a.m. The morning's just getting started. It could take a long time to paint a little section of a painting, but it could also be done really quick. It could take a long time to do a show, a movie, a scene, a 10-second scene. It could involve many people and hours of time for 10 seconds. Acting world. But with Lemaire, I don't feel like, not that I've seen that much of it, but going into his store in Paris again and again, I don't know if I recall really seeing some Lemaire across the shirt or anything like that, which is something I like. And yeah, design, quality, that's where it's at. What else? Here I got a bunch of socks, primarily Adidas, I guess. Adidas, and is it Nike too? Maybe. No, I think it's Adidas, and lend a helping hand. So I'll do a time lapse right now. Time lapse for the time being. I should switch this. That's probably why I'm not being helpful, because I'm using this handheld one, which I like to use when I'm walking, but if I want to use my other hand to do something, I should put it in here. Which I don't really like holding and moving this around, but whatever. It's time to get a time lapse going and you know, get ready to eat again. Eat real soon. So drip coffee takes some time, but some tomatoes growing, which is nice. You know what? You know what it's time to do? What I found out. So just like that, clean out the inside of it. You're good to go. It's the whole entire. It's nice and breezy right now. This is where it's at. There's this book that I'm working on, you know, just it a go. Giving it a go. Give it a go. Yeah, there's stuff being made up as we go. I don't know, this thing's, I still got a lot of pages to go. I have a lot of pages to go. Wash the cup and straw so it doesn't get all dry. And so let me give it a go. So went there and sure enough it smelled good, it looked good, it looked like it could be like the coffee spot, a place to get some fresh, good beans to bring back home and grind, and the price was good too. I think it was $9, $10 around there for a whole pound.
Yeah, I spoke about beans a bit.
And it was inspiring. So when traveling, it's nice to experience different foods. Let's open up this window because the sun is nice. $10, $10:30, $11. So between those hours is sort of the window of filming, or really between, in this case, 5:30, well 5:36, which went to 37. So we could say 5:36 a.m. to whenever I go to bed or go to sleep or say goodnight or something like that, which would be cool if it's at 10:36, because that would be. And what one does in a day, so this is, see me saying all this, I'm getting to sort of the point that I was sort of trying to pinpoint, which is this idea of having a day in the life. I remember seeing Day in the Life. what I've noticed from my time and experience with Soma. It's a lot of goods. Beautiful design, beautiful quality, beautiful, great tasting water. Now this top, you normally just put it under the faucet and like no, which is interesting, that there's 0 closets in terms of what you think of as a closet, like in separate space that you open up and you put clothes and stuff. No, there's no closets. This room is a walk-in closet because we made it a walk-in closet, but it's really just another room and another space. This is not meant to be a closet. This wasn't rented out in the form of, oh, this is a whole closet for you. No, this is a pretty big room, and there's a window, which is cool. Stopped by La Bicyclette in Williamsburg and got these baguettes. So warm, so fresh. These streams of consciousness, a way to just keep speaking and speaking and speaking, and whatever comes to mind is just what comes out. And maybe there's some gems in there, maybe there isn't. This idea of doing something to such a degree, getting 1 hour of footage, 1 hour of footage, 1 hour of footage, that it's maybe too much. Not too, I don't like saying too much. It's maybe a lot for one person to even want to look at it, so it becomes something that just exists. And maybe it could inspire someone to do something else better through this project. And kind of not fun, and just, if I'm gonna use all the footage, if I use that, that's just a big empty space and quiet if there's no sound. So if I add sound, now it's you're looking at something, and I don't think it's very exciting because you're just looking at something, you don't know how long it's gonna be, which again, that could be cool. It could be sort of this idea of patience, wait for the lo que oí después de que regresamos de Europa. Apparently that copy tends to get sold out, the geisha. So we somehow were able to get it, which is pretty cool, pretty interesting and exciting, and it was just very good, very flavorful. And I don't know that much about coffee, to keep it real with you. I don't know too much. Sound from, it's an added sound that's not from footage. Back to this, it's staying here. I don't know, I don't have that answer. At first I was thinking, okay, if I review the footage and if I add, because sound is another layer to making something. To whom, that's where it gets kind of interesting. Like, why would someone want to take the time to read it? You don't. If you don't know me, if you don't care about me, you don't want to take the time to read it, I think, because it's like, first of all, my handwriting's all weird and hard to read. For others, I could read it. Upside down is like really hard to read. I have trouble reading it. So why would anybody go through the trouble? Finish at some point and maybe release But yeah, the bed had these white risers and it just looked so bad lifted up, and underneath was all this storage, plastic bins on top of each other. But there was a time, say or do, like, hey, I want to show the apartment, maybe make some food, talk about time management. There could be pieces, but that's why as this day was approaching, I was aiming to not necessarily think or have any bullet points of what I should say, of what I should do. I wanted it to come more authentically, more in more of a, this past week when I was skating, I just left the phone in the car. I was just like, but if I do end up going with a phone or wallet or something like that, or keys, pockets like this I prefer, as opposed to pockets like this that are straight down. I don't want stuff to fall out, whatever. Next, after the time lapse, after I get myself together, talk about New York life a bit, aesthetics, things I'm interested in, and we'll get to it. Enjoy the time lapse. Okay, we're back. Here goes. The cars start blasting on the outside, but now we're inside. The usage of the word laundry could be for whatever you want it to be, even though there is a certain definition someone may define it as. So yeah, this laundry gets hung here. And got the, again, we're back here to the beautiful chai flowers, which tomorrow for dinner we may have my whole family used to sleep like little tacos on the floor back then, so not bad for a little boy from Lithuania to be here in New York City and somehow living somehow, some way. And yeah, this is a fun thing to play with, but I'd like to make it more sculptural. So this is a weird, it kind of doesn't really fit in the space, but it's in here, and because the design, I don't know if it's there, but it's something that I've had for years, and it's just fun to use your hands and just play with something momentarily like I just did. I'm done. But there's more to do, and even within those projects, there's better ways to edit them and put them together. And that's why I gotta figure out time management, energy management, and how to be done with certain things and just not worry about them like I have done with certain other things. That's that. Then what else do I got? I got a bunch of hard drives, some that I use, some that I don't use. Got an iPad. I feel like I was hearing a phone vibrate, but I don't know. Here's more books that are in progress. It's like in progress. There's some books that I've released that aren't done, and because of that's kind of the idea of the book, you know, inspire you, get back to this childlike mentality, know that anything is possible, that you could do anything, that you know, you're amazing and it's how you think and a lot, and I think it's healthy information for anyone doesn't know how to exercise that well, like myself. I see skateboarding as a form of exercise and I enjoy doing that, but I think doing different kinds of exercise isolations for different parts of the body is important, and I'm not too good at that, and that's something I would like to improve on, do more. What would happen? Would you get a ticket? Would you not? I mean, you shouldn't get a ticket if you're getting pulled over for texting and driving and there's no phone in the car. You just got a brick. But in one sense, if you replace all iPhones and smartphones and those phones with an actual brick and a film and a movie, or just as a performance piece, doing it in the subways, playing a game, using fingers to cactus here, and we got this aloe vera of sort. But now, see this? This is the heater, and during the winter the heater's on a good amount, and plants being there, it's not a very good windowsill for plants, hence this one being so active and alive, and that one a bit more difficult because sometimes it gets so hot, and be vegan, but you don't need to add it's good vegan food like in a space. I'm not looking to say this is a good IKEA designed room. I just want it to be a good designed room with clothes, or it's when you add that extra element that doesn't need to be there. I'm trying to eliminate that element. That's where this chair comes into play. It's very, I walked by, I touched a fabric. I don't know if it was this particular shirt, probably not, some other one. It felt like a new brand that I may be interested in adding to the collection, and it has been added, and I was there, I decided to get this shirt. It was just, I like it. The fabric feels very solid quality for me, at least. Again, what do I know about quality? I'm just giving my opinion out over here. So MHL, excellent design with wood and white. I ended up liking that. I think that's a nice combo. So, okay, we got the bed, or the mattress, and the frame is just sort of invented and designed. And something weird, this mattress had a certain weird size to it where a good amount of bed sheets just didn't fit right. Woodbury Commons here in New York. Well, it's a drive away, and there was the, I guess, Acme Outlet store, and just looking at stuff with lower priced products and just checking it out, and I saw this, and this I really liked for here. But now here's the next thing in plan. Look at this book, Simple Fare. Look at this. Avocado toast with chive blossom. So now we're talking, yeah, it's getting started. So now we're talking avocado toast with chive flour, which is this, which we just got yesterday from the farmer's market, having not known about. It could be kind of equivalent in terms of like just getting something done and maybe a single quick task, but the moment the sleep deprived person lost focus, laser flip, now laser, now the laser, backside 360 kickflip, fakie full cab flip, nollie big flip, fakie hard, it's ghetto bird, right? Fakie hard flip revert, fakie front side heel, switch front side flip, nollie big heel. Over here is the closet. This is my clothes, and it's quite organized for me in my own weird way. Up here, some jackets that we're getting rid of. Here I got a whole travel section of just got like another toothbrush in here, and so not the craziest, but there are lights that could go in hundreds, thousands of dollars and really change a space, change a look. And lighting is important, I think, to make a home more inviting, make a space more yours, if you want to say so. And colors are important, fabrics, tones. Speaking of fabrics, we got the bed over here. Now, this cover over here, or duvet cover, is that what they call it? It's from Muji, which I like. Here, we'll turn this on. I like the timer. Yeah, timer is what I might do to not get distracted by stuff that comes in. But what I want to do here is I actually want to just switch this camera into where we got the tripod. So I don't have to set it on the countertop constantly. I could maybe be a little bit more flexible. I don't know, just switch it up. Switch it up from this little guy to this. Coffee, and I had a breakdown that I did in terms of the cost per cup when you buy bags of coffee. And because if you go to a coffee shop here in New York, drip coffee is easily, was it worth your time spending? How long did you spend on it anyway? It's very easy to look at all this amazing stuff that people do. 19 would be kind of like right there. 720, that's where we're at. I mean, you know what? This is a good time for me to talk about these clocks real quick. We have two main ones in here. One of them is this right here. Change my outfit, put a hat on, put a different hat on, change my shirt. Also change my look. I started off with a longer beard, and just before this clip, before I did that last time lapse towards the window, before I came back with the glass of water, I decided, you know what? Yeah, change my shirt so it could work with the hat. So I visited Copenhagen, Denmark. And in Copenhagen, there was this restaurant. Awesome spot. Coffee shop. Not restaurant, coffee shop. Yeah, well, coffee shops sometimes are considered restaurants, but there was a coffee shop called Atelier September. Was this Partners Coffee Roasters, which used to be Toby's Estate. If you've been in New York for a little while, you know about Toby's Estate, likely. And you see Partners, you're like, what's Partners? Well, that's moving stuff. So all right. So here you go. This was the avocado toast right here. Look at that. And this was, I think, a soup of sorts. How did I get up? I'm gonna say five something. Then roll. Already? Noise? It was my peaceful morning. all the new stuff, but I did recently learn that there is the new SE, which I think is a little bit bigger than the 5 SE from whatever the last one, the one that I currently have, which compared to a lot of other phones looks super tiny now. But yeah, I'm new to the smartphone. I mean, I guess not that new, you know, 5 years. It's been some time now, but yeah, I mean, versus other ones that are easier to grind. It's helped me. So now let me go over. So Illy, this is, you know, good espresso, but there's actually no Illy espresso in here. We're just using the can for some reason to have espresso, ground espresso, pre-ground espresso, because grinding espresso takes a while to really fine grind it, but it is still better to fine grind it. But just if you're ever lazy, just pre-ground. Now, in terms of coffee, Barruyers. This is one coffee spot in Queens. Oh, I gotta get the water, but also much harder to grind. All right, so say we're good. Put this in here. Done. All right, this could get, it's gonna get tough. Requires you to do something. Does that happen? Is that true? Is that not? I don't know. I don't have the answer. I'm just saying that's if you don't remember, if I don't remember what exactly I saw from these glimpses of information. I just remember that I was online. I was getting tuned in. I was getting the information. I was getting the feed. I was trying to be in the loop of the world. Because I would be more concerned with moving the pieces that I moved back into place, back to where they were, because I like to keep things organized and things should have addresses. I don't like having a mess. But I didn't do that right away because I was more focused on whatever I did afterwards with this project, focus on the project, kind of letting that hang, even though it's not that big of a deal. But typically I wouldn't do that. I would just put it back into place. But then there's this thinking involved and this empty space, empty time where I'm fixing something or putting something back. But then what do I do with the camera? Do I set it down somewhere and record me putting stuff back, or do I just keep moving and speaking and going off ideas? Or actually, I have an idea. Time lapse with maybe like a clock. Right now I did a whole speech and I'm recording, and what am I really doing? Who knows? It's part of talk about some I keep saying that, it's like 12. Doing a project that you want to do because, you know, your boy's not popular and trying to be innovative in some way and just trying to do something that's unique in one sense. And sometimes unique things aren't understood, aren't cared about, or they're just bad. But how do you know if you don't do it? It's important to just do it, and then you see and you're like, dishes and storing food and all that fun stuff. Then afterwards we get to the studio, the art studio, the yoga studio, the exercise studio, but in the meantime, gotta get the food going, so. Time to get some food going. But in the meantime, what I want to do is set you up outside. So there's a lot that I don't have from my younger days, very much younger days, I should say. But then after I stayed in Virginia for a while, I ended up accumulating some more things. Doing it on the 24th, but then the date was a little, I don't know, the 24th. I want to do it on the 24th. I'm just weird with dates sometimes. So then I thought, oh, a week from there is the 31st. I think they make a wall look good. They elevate objects in a certain kind of way, and it helps limit what you're gonna show, if you're gonna show anything, and allows a wall to breathe. A lot of things I like about the fungi, and I'm happy how the walls turned out with these. And then we got another fungi right here. And speaking of fungi, this table right here, which is a metal and some wood, that table used to be over there. Now typically I don't do 2 cups of coffee a day. I don't even need 1, but 1 is fine. 1 is nice. In this case, we're gonna, whatever, we'll see how it goes. Avocado toast in progress. What if I look back into this and think, oh, this is weak? What if that's possible, where I grow and develop into different kinds of aesthetics? So these are what I have here now, and with what's going on, this is where I'm at, and in this moment in time, in terms of thinking, in terms of ideas, in terms of let your mind know, hey, it makes sense, do it. So from my research and learning, it's not so much time management I'm understanding, it's more about energy management, and how we have these cycles, right? I still don't know all the terminology. Ultradian, probably said that wrong, during the day. It's in progress. Oh no. The tomato plant fell down, but it's okay. The slight pattern to it, this sort of stripiness, and this bed sheet, I don't know. You know what? This bed is weird. This is, I think, because upgrading the bed was a big thing. That was one of the challenges with this space, because we just, with the way it was working, the main reason this apartment got renovated, or remodeled I should say, to where it's at now was because, you know Chloe, have you heard of that? The mayor, that guy doing amazing stuff. Very expensive, his clothing, but very nicely designed, and sort of a brand where I don't really think I've seen logos, like logo. A lot of these big luxury brands tend to have maybe a balance where there's pieces with logos and pieces of just the design, and how much you could grow within a day, within a year, how thoughts could change, how your voice could change. It's time for me to get some water and do a day in the life, full day, real day in life. A day in the life with limitations of not going outside and doing all this outdoor fun activities. Are beautiful, aren't they? The colors, the tones. I like them. And so yeah, so we get to here. These chairs are IKEA, but these are also getting a bit more popular. I think we got them when they were pretty new. They're quite comfortable actually, so that's pretty. Yeah, something like that. Maybe. Should we do it like this? A space have? What could it do? How could it be changed, rearranged, done differently? So let me continue as we're almost done here. So Muji, the bed, that's what I was talking about. It's interesting. There was bed options, different kind of bed options like Avocado, Casper, brands you may be familiar with. Casper seems to have a nice design to it, and design is important. Of course, you want quality too. Throw this in. So yeah, I was like IKEA, and then slowly developing a different palette, because when I had my room, it was I'm thinking, did I have a room in Lithuania from the places I lived, my grandparents, or in Vilnius in one apartment or another? Yeah, I'm not sure. It could be something that maybe should just, that won't necessarily affect the picture being how it is in any negative way. Amazing. So that's where Margiela became one of my top favorites, you could say. Here we got COS. COS, H&M owns COS as far as I understand, and COS is a different kind of, it has a different audience maybe than H&M, and I do like COS. I think it's nice. Yeah, this was a gift. What else? We have this is H&M. This is a super old H&M, but the way it fits sort of this, and it's a picture of you or a picture at all, and making something that took time to make, where you could remember that there was a process involved and an end product that came, and that product is part of the history of where you spent a certain amount of time in your life to do it. Today, with whatever I speak about, whether it's art, whether it's clothes, architecture, food, travel, ideas, possibilities, this project in itself, and not knowing exactly what this project is, I came into it with that sort of avocado toast with chai flour and the bread. We got bread. 8 more minutes. Oh, the bread's almost done, right?
Baking the bread. Oh, yeah. Yeah, bread's almost done. We got some more bread being toasted. Oh, and we're doing tahini, huh? Right? Tahini.
No, no, no. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. Okay, so.
All right. So yeah, that's sort of a presentation of this room. It is time for me to get some water and do a time lapse. Cause yeah, let's do a time lapse. The battery's almost out actually. Let's do a battery. I'm gonna do it's gonna be a battery change break. So a new way to transition, not a time lapse, battery change break. So that's next. Okay, here we go. Let's turn the lights on to add some light into this room. Yes, I put a hat on now and I changed my shirt. There you go. It's like you're here. There we go. Now we're good. There you go. That's like you're here. So I use a glass straw. It's a whole nother story to think about. It's possible that I could have had my own room when I was super young in Lithuania, or yeah, maybe this, right? Oh, I could take it low, change up the angle a bit. Do a green apple. That's a red apple actually. Tricking me. Looks kind of green and it got red. No. Let's do that. And you know what? How's this? Is this cool? I should change my shorts too. That might be cool. Kind of have pants. Feel like I'm more. Whether something makes sense or doesn't for myself and with what I'm doing. And that's interesting because that means chill out with all the stuff you're working on, or you think you're working on, or you're not working on, or maybe I'm not working on anything. I mean, that's a possibility too that you have. Imagine, I don't know, could you see? How do you see? I don't see the angle. It's like I'm talking, like it's me and you. We're here, and this I would say is the. I'm gonna take a moment to go wash my hands. Right? Does that make sense? So this, within the transition, there's gonna be more than just a few seconds or however much long I normally take. Is it confusing? I know what I'm trying to express and say, but again, I may be thinking it and it may not be coming across the way I'm understanding it, which may be my lack of explanation right now, but that's okay. It's part of the bigger picture. So if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, it's okay. So there's the battery. Time to take this one out. And turn this off. And in. All right, let's switch to this. Sorry, I washed my hands during that transition. And let's put it back in this. There we go. We could put that down there. Okay, so let's go in here and sort of continue where we left off. So dinner was great, delicious, powerful, but I am getting tired. Been up since 36, 37, whatever it was. It's 9:13 now. And it's bedtime pretty soon. I mean, I should be going to sleep at 10:30. There you go. Now we're cleaning it up. Two people, right? There's it for one person? How many could fit? How big are you? Put in bed. That couch was over here, and this chair was not there, and none of this was here. Instead, there were like 3 shelves here, very minimal, and trying to develop. So by releasing all the footage chopped up, there's a vulnerability to it, big time. And there could be confusion. That was awesome. And my experience with a Frank Gehry building back in the day when I was studying architecture, and we took a trip to Boston, and just going into a Frank Gehry building for, I want to say, the first time, and just seeing how materials were working with one another somehow, and just the structure of a building, and I just started being a really huge fan of Frank Gehry, and then seeing sketches of Frank Gehry, and this sort of vulnerability again, like what's going on right now in a writing form, and releasing it. And I haven't read it since I wrote it, but I'm very, very happy about it. I'm very proud of it, and I enjoy it, and that's something I like to this day, and I'm excited. And I could read, I mean, we're on the subject right now, might as well. Let's go to this book collection and see if I can reach. God, don't say anything. Certain brands that I like that aren't paying me, I'm just speaking about them because I simply like, whether it's their design, whether it's the creativity of the clothing pieces themselves, or whether it's just I just like it, period. For whatever reason, I feel like this is, oh, I enjoy this, and different ones could have different reasonings. So for me, I might as well start with the shirt I have on. So this is a simple black shirt, and I'm not into wearing logos, but sometimes it's fun to throw it on, or especially if it's hidden, it's kind of cool. So this is an Acne Studios shirt. You got the little logo right there, but it's subtle. It's black on black. If you don't know, you don't know, and that's cool. And if you know, you know, and that's cool too. But this face, if it was a different color. Laptops I've been hip with, especially Apple. I've been hip with Apple and iMovie back in 2005 or something like that. Like before Apple was. Beautiful, it is coming together. You know what, I gotta be careful with these leaves, they can be delicate. Something like that, there we go. So. Y ese café es tan delicioso. Por eso tenemos la bolsa todavía, solo para tal vez acordarnos de que este café teníamos y tal vez tenemos que regresar a Oslo a comprarlo de nuevo. Yeah, I think so. It's a big canvas. All right, that's that. So places in the world. I still want to have pins to put, but this is one of the nicer world maps. I think having a world map has a certain level of, I don't know, clichéness. I'm not the biggest fan of having a world map. I think it's too common, excuse me, maybe overdone, like globe, opinion to each his own, or almost round three. Those videos, this is when videos weren't happening all the time. There wasn't all this footage on Instagram and YouTube. It was more a package. You get it and it's just exciting to watch it again because you're not getting constant clips all the time. So it's a different kind of feeling, and you can maybe remember a video a bit more doing it that way because you're showing off, you've been all over the place. Well, what if some of the places that I lived included a room with my whole family sharing it again and again? Or what if some of these places included me not having my own room and sharing it with a brother, or not having a definite home in a sense and living in somebody else's home, whether it's grandparents, whether it's family, friends? All of a sudden you actually should be thinking about, because elements, you could think of a whole entire picture and then you may get into the process of doing that picture, whatever, or project, and during the project there can be all these elements that you didn't even think about that came up during the project. So maybe all that time spent thinking about doing it, yeah, you spent time thinking about doing a project, but at a certain point you just kind of should go. Don't spend all the time thinking and never start, just start. I want to say a bluish color, much more neutralized, and it changed the whole look. And this is when I kind of revamped the room that I had. So I'm gonna get a little louder. So I like to walk and talk sometimes, just pace myself. So earlier this year I was happy to have but otherwise things are just exposed. So yeah, no closets. So think about that as we proceed and go through this. But there are windows, which is beautiful. Now, what else would I say this comes with? Closet office. If the bed is like up to here, it just would be not comfortable and not fun. You got this big old until like, why did we not think of putting the bed in that corner? Makes you sort of question like, oh, there's the answer. So looking at this room now, it's like, duh. Yeah, just do it that way. Got this project I want to do today. 9 hours or more. Again, I don't know to what level that's necessarily true, but apparently, from what I recently learned, that those who are sleep deprived could function at sort of a similar level to those who were rested. I want to say inspiring, or trying to inspire, but I don't know if I'm inspiring. I don't know if this is inspiring because I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad or inspiring or not. This could be just garbage, what I'm doing. Or it could be great. What do I know? I don't know. So to continue on, so now you have maybe an idea of soma and charcoal, and look how it works. Just got some charcoal. Look at that charcoal on my fingers. Let me show you how this soma thing. Will it make dollars? Interesting, fun saying. So, yeah, some stuff I didn't do, but let me use the time that I have now in this room, which is the living room. The living room style is where if I'm sitting here, this is the couch. This is maybe supposed to be a one-person couch, but you know, 2 people can sit on it, so it becomes a 2-person couch. And if it's ever time to watch a movie, watch a show, we have frozen veggies, a lot of bread, freezing bread is where it's at. This was homemade today. Then we have, okay, just so you know, I don't need to pull it all out. In here we have a painting that I've done, an image that I took of a painting that I've done. Now, the painting could have taken days, weeks, depending on how often I worked on it, whether it's on and off or whether it's straight shots. The point is, certain paintings could take time to do. And if I spend a lot of time on a painting, and if I got it done, and then time passed by, I'm like excited to get it going and do it. Get what going? We'll get to it. And we have homemade cardamom. I gotta stop talking. I gotta start making. So sometimes you talk, 'cause it's part of, you know, it's like you wanna talk. Just have a conversation. Maybe super boring, because there's moments of silence. There's moments of just me thinking again and again and again, and by doing so, this helps see what could be done in a day, how long a day actually is, and how much could happen in a day, how much could be said in a day. Or is it something else, something I don't know, or do I just not know how to do it, or did I get lost in the process? Or am I just having too much fun starting new things? Am I just too excited about life? I don't know. So, in Paris, the other time I was there, I think it was this year, maybe this year. So yeah, this is just a interestingly designed shirt, 13 Bonaparte. I got a couple pieces from them, which they seem to have nice designs at reasonable prices, and I dig it. Here's Uniqlo U, and here Uniqlo, I guess Uniqlo, and then here. So this is my clean shirts collection, sculptures that work with me that I like, and see if I could learn anything from doing so. So the activity log that I've done, I feel like the results are interesting to a degree, but the process of doing it, I think, is what's really helpful, because there you are more consciously laying out. Yes, I could have somebody film me doing all this stuff, whether it's making food, whether it's talking, have some movement, have some action and all this. But I could just do the movement myself and have the camera still moving with the camera. So another thing, limit to just myself filming. Another limitation or instruction or criterion or whatever is using this camera that I have, the GoPro Hero 7. Time, by the way, is 5:38. Whoa. All right, 5:38. Time lapse. I'll be looking a little different soon. Still today. The day is so nice. Why am I not outside? Oh yeah, because I'm working on this idea, working on this project, talking to imaginary friends. Then I developed further into just sort of these H&M simple, what's it called? Dress shirts. I was doing that for a while, just again, no logos. Instead of a simple t-shirt from AC Moore, going to H&M, getting a simple dress shirt, monotone, some gray tone, gray, black, white. Like a video, what I'm doing, once this thing gets put together and released in chunks, that's the idea at least. Maybe the full thing, I don't know. Again, it's gonna be a lot of footage. I don't really know what to do with all these hours of footage in one day too. Are you kidding me? And I'm saying, is that a waste of time? Maybe that's just me. Maybe everything you see, you take it in and you just compartmentalize it in your head, and you know everything you saw. What's it called? Photographic memory of images and videos, which is pretty crazy and hard. And maybe my brain is too full of ideas I want to do that anything that comes in doesn't fit. I don't know. I don't have the answer. But for me, what I'm trying to say is stuff comes in, but I don't know if it comes in. And I think, do I remember the clip I just saw yesterday, 2 years ago, 1 year ago? Did that come after the work was made? Or was that the thinking before the work was made? Or what was thought of during the work? Or did the thinking start from somewhere in that statement and evolve into what the statement became? It could be unknown, and depending on the point in time, the statement could maybe change. That, oh, that piece of work was this, but now I see it as this. So, and that's okay, right? Is it? But then if you have, say, a critic or somebody else say a different statement of, oh no, that work is about that. And to have the right equipment, to have the TV on, it takes a little longer to get the video playing. And then you could finally sit and it's your time to pay attention and focus and get inspired by what you see, the tricks that are done. And it's time to back to this morning start that I'm just still getting started with. So dinner roll, you're right, yeah, for the neck, instead of my iPhone 5 SE, those tones seem to be a bit off. I would like them to be on, and it's big enough pieces where something to figure out for me. Not your problem, my problem, but, and there's more to say, but we're gonna keep moving because it's 11:28 now, and I don't have a lot of time. We got a kitchen to go over, so let's do it. This is the kitchen. This is where a lot goes down in here. A lot of delicious food gets made here, homemade cooking. Now what I was saying with the cabinets, this is it. This apartment rental, it came with a fridge, which was I think located here, and then this and the stove, and that was it. This is all the cabinets that were given.
This little tiny thing, this ugly looking piece of plastic. So while we may have control over the design of this apartment in terms of a room like this, where there's just
Where it was just open space and you could figure out to put things on walls.
here, we could do that, but we didn't control the appliances. I'm happy that they're at least stainless steel. They look fine.
This, however, is super not the look. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying before I continue this, before I went into switching the battery, having my outfit change. As we get this shake going, I should be reading, but talk a bit. Okay, how we doing? It's okay? Alright, so get this thing set up more. Just like that, right? You okay? How's the lighting? I don't know how this looks. And then the other one. No, I'm not good with all these words. I'm a foreigner, okay? You know, it's Lithuanian, Spanish, English. English is like my neutral though, you know. So, circadian, right? Circadian rhythm? Yeah, rhythms, right? We have these rhythms, natural rhythms that I feel like I just have not been paying attention to, or I've been avoiding, and this is sort of a revelation to me where maybe that's why I'm feeling how I'm feeling at certain times, because my idea was in front of the camera or something. So, you know when people say that they lost their train of thought? That's not something that I'm a fan of saying. The words train of thought, I understand them. I don't know if I like them so much. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like them so much. So, but also losing the train of thought. I mean, is there such thing as losing a train of thought if thought is just... Well, we've been inside, but we could hear it. It's okay. Welcome to the apartment that I have here in Brooklyn that I rent and currently live in. Excuse me. Considers light. This light right here, if I turn this off, that doesn't look good, does it? It just doesn't feel very right. Feels like I don't really want to be in here because of the light, even though it's a very basic light in. But it wasn't the same experience that I had when I first walked into a Frank Gehry building. And I don't know why, but this is just my personal, I don't know, taste. I still like it. I mean, Frank Gehry is just next level. I actually used to have a view of a Frank Gehry building over there in Manhattan. So again, and me showing the time shows progress of how the day actually is, but then there's all these, again, if this is all cut up in so many pieces, how does one put it? It's probably just incredibly annoying to put it together, which is part of why I should just do it, even if I'm saying stuff and pausing and doing stuff in different ways. I feel like I should just, just do it anyway, because it's, I mean, who wants to put this together? And just have fun. Imagine skateboarding on the bed with the handboard. But I'd like to make my own or get another one or something like that. So that's it. Yeah, so just some storage sort of stuff. A lot of Muji in here with some just stuff. But yeah, I got these. It's like a whole collection of pants for me to skateboard in, so I could get dirty, mess up, whatever. Here, this is more like home shirts after the shower that are clean, or a pajama shirt, Uniqlo Airism, awesome stuff. Here we got the Margiela random extra large jersey or something. Here we got Uniqlo that I wore earlier. Got the linen, the On Plissé shirt, which is one of the newest members in the collection. And this is not only a fan, it's also a heater, because sometimes here, even though we have heat, we don't fully control it. And sometimes it gets cold, has a heater and an air purifier. So 3-in-1, amazing thing to have, and I'm very happy it's a black on black or whatever, that color is. Awesome piece to have in a home. I like that. Over here we move on to Noguchi light. This is a beautiful, beautiful light. So if you're gonna get a light, this is a great light to have. I should turn this off. Let's see how the ambiance looks. Change it up a bit. How's that? Is that better? Am I visible enough? Maybe. So this is the Noguchi light. On a cutting board and grind it up, just the pit alone. You could let it dry, and you could put it in a container, put it in the refrigerator, and then you could add little bits to the shake or other foods you may make. Whatever a pound is, pounds, I like, grams, metrics, America. The point is, good price, super fresh coffee, and we're like, okay, let's get it. Let's get the freshest batch. Oh, whatever's warm, oh, that's warm, let's do it. That's where the dark comes in. Then we also got this from Costa Rica. What else? Art Single art pieces in New York. Anything that I could remember off the top that I really like? Basquiat show. Basquiat stuff's awesome and great. What else? 150? Now I could be wrong because I'm trying to think what was it, but I think it's between $1 and $1.50 per cup, which ends up being pretty expensive to make your own homemade coffee after buying the bag at retail. But maybe I'm just making this up, that it's more expensive, or that it is expensive, because what is really actually expensive? I mean, certainly it's much less than $4, but then when you go to like, this was purchased in Japan, and it's expensive. I wanted this sort of, that's one way to remember. I was there. I don't remember what happened, but I was there. Another thing is just being focused in a moment and experiencing something and remembering the feeling of being there. Another thing is doing something that doesn't involve music and just cutting it up into 1-minute segments for Instagram and 2-minute segments for YouTube, with the exception of the first segment, which I don't know, it's maybe over 2 minutes, and the last one, which may have been a little over maybe 2-3 minutes, I don't know. It was just an idea that I just thought, hey, let me do this, let me try it out. And just the project, in these projects I just feel like doing. I want to say that might make this look bad. I mean, if it's bad, it might make it look worse. So maybe I should add sounds, maybe, that's what I'm thinking, or a certain music to time lapses. So whenever the break happens and a time lapse occurs, maybe during that time lapse there could be sort of this music going, sort of like boom, like an interruption or a transition or whatever. Excuse me. And excuse me again. But altering sound for certain clips or certain segments is something I think I might do. It might be a speech. I mean, it could be a conversation. All right, time to get set up and eat. Well, take some pictures. Picture time, then food time. So I'll see you when I'm eating. When you see the movie, it's a much shortened version. There's a lot more things that happen that you may not be interested in watching, that may feel like a waste of time. Why am I watching this? Hence editing, hence refinement, hence all this. So by me doing what I'm trying to do, or what I'm aiming to do, this thing ends up being super long, and a lot of it is probably, it's a cool hat, right? It has a helicopter spin, like, I think this is from Flying Tiger. Maybe, how much was it? A few bucks, nothing crazy. But yeah, so this room, maybe it's called growth, maybe it's called evolution, maybe it's called change, maybe I've been in different places. So imagine if I did something like this each year, and I just took one day, to record all day in where I live, wherever it is that I live. It could be a little... The idea of a smartphone. Imagine if you were looking at a smartphone. Imagine, this would be a cool movie scene. I don't know if it exists, maybe it does. I haven't seen every movie. I have not seen much of what's new out there lately, so maybe it's happened, but what is allowed to have as a walk-up? I want to say, I feel like I read somewhere that 5 floors is the limit, and even though this is the 5th floor technically, this building I would say has 6 floors, which again, I don't know how much of a gray area that is in terms of legalness. Because when you arrive to the front of the building, there are stairs to go up. But we're gonna be doing we're not gonna be doing this. But this is just to show you how I could look like a powerful machine when I grind the coffee. It's time to turn the water back on. I'm still talking, obviously, right? Oh, yeah. Alp, a little project about little project. Earlier this month, we got some Sumi ink if we want to do different kinds of drawings. We got a color wheel to check out over here. We have some matches to light candles, some to charge the Canon camera, some batteries in there. Here's a quick testing on black, because I have these white pens over here to test on black paper, how they look. We got different kind of paper in here. Here we have a saw to cut some wood. And then here we get into empty containers that are ready to store paint. Here we have all these colors and more colors. And then here we have, it's maybe, I guess, a container. Well, it's not that different from those containers. And here we have acrylic paints and more tape, frog tape down there. We have, this is black and white paints, and this is apparently a paint that is supposed to be really, really, really black. And I think, is this the one? I think so. That Anish Kapoor supposedly isn't allowed to have. And then yeah, different ones for the next set of paintings that should be happening. What else? So that's that. Then we have sort of canvases. What's in the loop of the world? I don't know, but I was there. It's like watched a movie. What was it about? I don't know, but it was good. That's fine. You could just remember feelings. It was good. It was a really good movie. I highly recommend it. Versus doing something. You wrote a book. Yeah, I wrote it. Don't really remember exactly how I came up with every single sentence and every word put together, but I wrote it. And here it is. And I'm already working on the next one. Working on something else, like a painting, a sculpture, a piece of architecture. Architecture, imagine all, if you're doing models, if you're doing AutoCAD, and getting to the point of here's the building and that's a done deal, you're already doing the next one. You're not using all the footage, kind of, even though you still have that streamline going. It depends how you look at it. Or maybe not, it's just you're not using the footage because you cropped something out. Well, are you not using a photograph if you took a picture and you saw, you know what, there's a bug on some corner of it, and you just crop it in like a tiny bit, maybe a millimeter? Does that qualify you as not using the photograph? In one sense, sure, because it's not super indoor. Alright, here's the bag. There we go. Got that gone. And what else going on here? Which tripod do I use? What do I do? I feel like acting like I'm lost right now. And then when it hits, when the hour changes, in this case, when it hits 12, it's still 11:58. Oh, there it is. It was such a subtle sound, but I heard it because I'm like paying attention to it. It's 11:59 now. But when it hits that 12, it makes a little bit of a louder sound, but the level of the loudness while the sun is out, while we got the natural daylight. So, okay, so those are some of the sweaters. Over here we got jackets. One of the newest pieces, this is J.W. Anderson pocketable blouson. It's like in case I want to go out, I just want to have something small to take with me, maybe for traveling, for whatever reason. That's where that comes in. I got a couple Uniqlo jackets and Zara. Yeah, this is Zara. I think I got this in Spain, which is, you know, go to Zara in Spain, pretty cool. Down here I got some bags. Here I got some places to put art drawings, papers. Now we could, not as a room that where things are more off, but with so many things being off, it kind of works, and with the idea of what this space is. So that's sort of what I wanted to say earlier. Now it's been said, gotta keep moving, running out of time. It's way past my bedtime, 11:30, I gotta get some sleep. But it's coming up. Kitchen, don't have much control over that. And of course, maybe paint the cabinets, go through all this trouble, don't really want to deal with that. So that's where it's like, super not my style, but it's there. And the kitchen is not that big, but we made use of it. Decided to hang some pots and pans here with some bars from IKEA. We got the stovetop. Amazing stuff gets baked in the oven. And now here, this is a special place. Look at this. Look at all these spices that exist. I don't want to mess it up by here we go. We got spices for days and days and days and months. So I decided to get a bunch of those for now, even though there's a big old Nike logo on the shoe, which sometimes I'll try to paint with a marker or black paint, and I don't know if it always necessarily works out, because somehow that logo, that white logo, is quite pertinent. Be the bedroom, but then how do you fit a queen bed? And I was measuring from that wall to over here to keep the same layout as it was before, which I'm happy is now changed. Measuring the bed would probably come up to here, and then how do you walk to the all right. So what I like to do, I've already measured this before, if I fill this up to all the way, it's basically 40 grams, 2 cups. It is time. So I got a cup to glass to wash cup. I am not doing a good job, I think, in terms of, is it a glass, a cup, a mug? Lack of refinement, perhaps. Lack of entertainment with something that may seem so mundane that you do. And I get it. That's not what you should be doing. It's like, who wants to watch this stuff? Yet I'm experimenting with doing something like this because I don't know if it's really been done. It probably has. I don't know. If it has, chances are I didn't see it. That's a lot of time to spend just watching someone else's life. Like, well, yeah, okay. But again, depends on who the person is. Because I don't want to talk and try to hold a burp in. I don't think that's good. But even though you don't hear the burp, it's like a dong, dong. So, why am I talking? I'm just trying to explain what these is. What I'm trying to say is, if you do something super refined, sometimes if you choose to, and over here, let the activity be the activity and sort of a wall of inspiration, if you will, a wall of entertainment. You got the TV here, you got the books. So when you're looking at this wall, what are you gonna do today? Are you gonna read a book? Are you gonna watch TV? If you're watching TV, the books are like looking at you. Hey, you don't want to read me? Which is probably not a good habit to have, which maybe a habit that I have for now. So this is my time to sort of stop. Like, let's figure out what's going on. Why am I really just that interested in a lot of the world or pieces of the world? Or do I not want to release stuff? I didn't get to it. Like, I didn't get to exercising, and like I didn't get to maybe certain other things, so I don't think that's happening today. I also wanted to make Yahua today, but again, I just kept talking a lot. Again, maybe talking is better for the way this video is aimed to turn out, or just speech and voice and how I sound when I'm tired, how I sound when I'm not tired. This is an experiment of just talking and talking and talking almost all day long. How much more do I have to say? Okay. I should keep it down. The point is, yes, you could have a laundry machine without having to modify any piping, which is something I didn't even know. And it works, and it's been working. It's awesome to have a laundry machine in your home. And be able to do laundry whenever you want. But limitations. Stay inside, because it's easy to go outside and do entertaining stuff and have fun, and I like going outside. Outside is really good, but I also like this apartment that I live at. There's a lot of windows and a lot of light could come in, and I enjoy it. So stay inside, even though I want to go outside. It'd be nice to go and skate and explore and work on projects, but staying indoors today. some documents, you could say. Nothing, I mean, I don't know if there's anything that exciting. I mean, just projects being worked on, which isn't helpful to have things in a hard drive. Got a couple more hard drives here, 5 terabyte, and got a bonsai here that's dried up, no water. I was watering and it just didn't revive, so now it's like a dried bonsai for now. I got some soap in there, and this is actually IKEA. So IKEA is here, another poof from IKEA, slippers from Muji, and then here, this is actually interesting. This Montana Phantom, and then this piece of glass this year, it was purchased in Denmark. That guy is amazing. And then eventually leading me to go to the Guggenheim in Bilbao to see that, because it was supposed to be this masterpiece of a work, and the hype was high and serious, and I went there and I think it was great. So I'm gonna put these clothes back, so.
Yeah, sure.
But say coffee is very expensive, so it makes sense. But it's also very good. It's probably the best coffee I've had in New York. So it's, I mean, bags are what? Between around $20, $25. Now when it comes to say, the grind is a struggle. I'm like working out my muscles, because I could use some muscles, I don't know how much. And yeah, I'm just like struggling and stuff's falling sometimes. That's why I gotta clear the table up. And so this is where, like, what should I do now, right? If I'm recording this, I do say, and it's gonna be way harder to grind. I'm not gonna look like a super powerful human. Skateboarding, photography, sculpture, all this stuff just came into you. You know you saw amazingness, but you don't remember what you saw. Gets you thinking, what's the point of seeing anything maybe in an overdosed way? But it's, oh, you see, I just heard, that means it's 1 p.m. or 13, colon, 00, is it colon or semicolon? Thoughts are kind of going in different directions. It's like I'm escaping from what I'm, but I have a lot of images of homemade food that gets made here in this kitchen, and looking for that image is going to be a little bit more of a journey, even though I know where it likely is. Per month I usually have a folder of images, homemade food, and in America and in the world. And right away, when I say that, I've lived in many places. How does one perceive or take that statement? Like, oh, what I think makes sense, which what I've learned recently, between 6.5 to 7.5 hours of sleep is where you want to be. And I feel like that makes sense to me. Like, yeah, that's a solid amount of sleep. You don't, and apparently you don't want to sleep longer. You don't want to sleep 9 hours, 8.5, 9, 10. That's not good. Even though I like to sleep in. Sleeping in is fun, but I don't know if it's so fun, because after you sleep in, and maybe you eat breakfast at 11 a.m. in the farmer's market, fresh stuff in here. We have rhubarb. It's like, I'm almost ready to eat dinner part 2. Then we have vegan butter, Miyoko, really good stuff. We also have, I don't want to open this too much, this pack. We have tempeh. This is the pink soup from earlier today. So good. The kimchi's happening, some vegan cheese. And here's like, yeah, celery, cabbage, kale. Like, I like that shirt a lot, even though it was on sale and it was still expensive. But very low for Margiela. How much? 100 something. Yeah, Margiela, next level stuff. I'd like to have more, own more, but again, it's pick and choose where to spend when you have extra. And Margiela is, and why do you like it? I like Margiela because no logo, and the design, the creativity. And after seeing the show in Paris, it was just, hair's too long, it's haircut time, but for now it's fine. And yeah, so dinner was phenomenal. We had pink soup. That's the pink soup right here. Check this out. This is so good. Delicious. In the Williamsburg area. Why am I having trouble saying it? Am I having trouble saying it? You see, I just heard a clock go Bruno, so it's probably 7 o'clock. That's my guess. No, not 7. That's late. My guess is what time? 6. 6. Yes, it is 6. Especially when I'm out and about. Even home, I barely check my phone. Because there's a world to live. I'm not one who really lives in a phone screen so much. I'm not a big fan of texting. A more refined video of ideas, segments, thoughts. Like if I'm talking about clothes and my own evolution and style, that could be its own thing, where I add all these images from the past and different kind of footage and edit it in a certain way. So I may say some of the same stuff or similar things, but in a more I don't know, finished product. Because this is raw, just me sort of speaking and how I think right here, right now. No script, just coming off pretty inexpensive and pretty good looking. So it's like, let's just IKEA it up before getting into other kinds of furniture, if you will, which we could go about that currently exist in this room. Yes, I'd like to be waking up at 5 a.m. even today on Sunday, but today I woke up, I think I got out of bed or woke up before 5 briefly and then said, you know what, no, let me just sleep a little more, and then somehow it was like 5:30. So yeah, 5:30 I got up, and that's when I set this camera up with the settings that this video is being filmed at. And so this is the GoPro Hero 7. Some parameters that I'm giving myself, rather than some criterion, restrictions, limitations, whatever you want to say. So you got 2 days and this is the idea. Do something, see what happens, and just try. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? What's the worst that could happen? I think I'm already done, sort of. So it's time to change seats, maybe change outfit. Oh, got the bells. A little late, it's been 12. Wait for the bells, loud bells, I know. Okay, so to just finish up, because I feel like I should finish up, I was on for a while. Super not fully known, with a lot of uncertainty ahead, and just ideas and just thoughts. So with the editing that is expected or planned to be done tomorrow, which is just chopping stuff up, here's where I was, here are some ideas that I thought about, that I was like, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? So one idea is I'm thinking about using all the footage that I filmed today. Like, no clip left behind. Which is pretty scary, because what if a clip is like bad? Like really bad? What if I say something? Why so loud, right? Why so loud? These are the sound effects, which I'm gonna get into. Yo. Even from the penthouse you could hear this. This is the penthouse suite over here. Whatever penthouse means to me may not mean penthouse to you. So one idea is to use all the footage, which would include what just went down, right? Include me maybe making sounds that I don't remember that I made, or saying things I don't remember I said, but I said them, which gets kind of weird too. If you don't remember saying something, how accountable are you for something that you said that you may not remember saying? But then you see the evidence of you saying it, so you said that. But did I mean that? Saying versus meaning, what does that mean? Good morning. Sun wants to come out. Goes from over there. and it's a nice view of Manhattan, and there's just space to see, and there's so much daylight, and so I like this unit. But yeah, I think, and another interesting thing about this, before renting it out, the first time looking at it, I think there was an ad on Street Easy or something. Yeah, I think Street Easy, and there wasn't even images of this unit, so decided to, hey, you know, come up. Apparently it was being renovated, whatever that means. And after seeing other places to possibly move to in New York, so instead of me planning and getting all this stuff figured out and getting priorities of projects of what should be done, it's like, let me just stop. Let me learn. Let me readjust some thinking, personal thinking of how I see things, and let me do this activity log, time management activity log of seeing where my time really goes. 2020, throughout the month of June, in this sort of chopped up way. And while I'm on the subject, I might as well talk about this, another one of these ideas for this project, what it could be. So I'm actually was going to do this apartment presentation, but I'm getting in flow of talking about ideas of how this project could be or might be, and with that flow in mind, so another 200-300, I think it was got discounts and it was on sale or something, I don't know, but it's a tool to give you the power of amazing juice again and again and again. Of course, as long as you have the ingredients. Now we go down here, so you know, some white Carrara marble for the countertop, some IKEA chairs. If we open this up, we have some maple sugar, some other kind of sugar, some flowers, or I should say, I guess, white sugar or cane sugar. We got some salt and some oils over here. Here we're loaded with the cans. I actually wanted to make some hummus today with a can of chickpeas and just show how easy it is to make hummus homemade, because that's where it's at. But obviously it's late, and with other furniture, and just kind of trying to keep stuff more minimal, and maybe this is when I was getting to this idea that space is furniture, where you could, if it's a table, you don't have to have anything on that table. You could let space exist, and space could be the furniture that sits on that table, or just curating objects and things to do things. I'm excited for today. So yeah, that's an opportunity time slot window to sort of get to work on something important, maybe read, maybe draw, maybe work on some complicated task or idea. Go help out. So I wanted to go over these rooms though while there was still daylight, and daylight is on its way down, sun is setting, so I'm in a bit, what do I do? But what I'll do is I'll do a really fast da-da-da-da-da-da, because I got kitchen stuff to do, help out, get some food going, get some power going, and we can continue later on. So real quick, this is the on all the silver. This is just currently silver paint. The silver leaf is what I don't really know how to apply, and it's for me to learn and practice on this piece. Silver leaf, do you see the difference? Like that, silver leaf. I guessed, if in a coffee shop, I was guessing maybe $12 to $14. Nice, it's got organic lemon zest. We have dill. Oh, I'm already feeling a little bit of a workout. But let's switch up the angle. Let's just make some coffee already. But then over time, the problem is not so much the chair itself. The thing is, it has a very strong IKEA representation where it's like, you know, that's from IKEA. And if you're trying to make a space not super IKEA, get some windows open, some fresh air. Yeah, well, that's where the good stuff's at, right? So, got that Acme Studios made in Lithuania, which is pretty cool, I think, you know, a little country. It's nice to see Lithuania on a beautiful garment. Next up, we have a Rains jacket. Rains, I like it a lot. It has a certain look, certain feel to it. I like Rains. Next one is APC jacket. Uh-oh, don't get me. A lot to talk about. I'm trying to think. Time is running out. We are now at 4:28 p.m. It's getting later and later. The sun is wanting to set. And I want to talk about where I live right now. This apartment specifically, and give a presentation maybe. 75 cents to $1 a cup, which is still kind of a lot if you think about it. Like a cup of coffee is $1, or it might be 50 cents to $1, depending. So of course now if you're getting the really sort of more standard bags or the value packs, or the coffee that's $5.99 for like a bucket. Imagine a movie where, in this day and age, where everybody who has a phone in the movie, extras, people, this, that, who are on their phone on the subway, in the park, have a brick instead of a phone, and they're playing on the brick. I think that would be the other I'm thinking of what other words, parameters, limitations, because I don't know if these are those. They could be seen as those things, but they could be seen as instructions, even though I don't necessarily have instructions. But another thing that I'm doing with this project is filming it all myself on purpose. So that's why there's a lot of maybe rawness with the moving of the camera, and just healthy, powerful. I'm getting tired. There's more I want to say, but I want to wash my hands. So Oh, and I gotta change the battery actually. So maybe I'll change the battery now. Yeah, you know what? During this battery change, yeah, more to do. There is more to do. So, I'll be back. Yeah, I should do a time lapse. Should I do a time lapse? I'm not too sure how to. Just amazing vegetables that I don't really know right now, but that's okay. I didn't make the salad, so that's why I don't know. But it was great. Now the other salad, the tomato one, probably maybe for tomorrow, not tonight. Tonight this was enough with the pink soup, the phenomenal salad, and some. If I'm seeing, because these days, so much amazing art happening constantly, every day. I mean, social media is loaded with awesome, fantastic, wonderful work that takes time, energy, effort, and it just looks amazing. I mean, this world, people are amazing. The stuff that people are doing is just, it's awesome. And a lot of these things take a lot of time. So even looking at that, at a certain point, you get all this amazingness that it becomes a new normal. It's nice to experience different foods, and in Atelier September, which was beautiful, they knew about vegan. They're not all vegan, but they knew how to accommodate a vegan person like myself. And there was avocado toast, and normally avocado toast, like, yeah, whatever, you know, it's avocado toast. It's tough to really almost buy it. It's good. It's hard to make avocado toast bad. The study, is it the study of a mind? Looking into how brain works. For instance, it's important for me to not have any plans and keep recording yes, I'm getting there. How a day actually is. TV, reality TV. There you go. All right, this is made it. So, but that's what's interesting. This could be a video puzzle where you take everything out, you chop it up, you put it all together, and it's like, oh, this is what happened throughout the day from the beginning to the end, and this is why everything that I've done today, even though it may sound off, it may sound like I'm messing up, my voice may be quieter, maybe louder, maybe more animated, I may get up, I may sit down, I may sit in different places, and I may say things in different parts in time of the day, like talking about the project, and then talking about something else, and talking about something else, and going back to here, going back to here, going back to there. That disorients maybe the puzzle to a degree, makes things a little bit more complicated and harder to put together because I'm speaking about something there, but I'm also speaking about it there, but it's a different outfit, so it doesn't really work. It's two different bricks and the pieces don't really fit together, or they kind of fit together but not as smooth as they should. So what do we do? Where is the other component of this whole no logos and getting to a simple black shirt? It got to quality and certain brands that care, and design, quality, and certain brands that care about design and quality and have all those elements and have the look that you want, or the look, in my case, look that I want, sort of a simple, clean look. And different looks work for different people. For me, I just want to keep it simple, keep it clean, but I also want unique garments, unique shirts, unique sweaters. Make music, a place where we could plan things out and just make things. This is a place to make stuff, to move, to be active. Sort of, yeah. So even with writing, you think I know how to write? I I write however I want to write, and my writing's my writing, and I have fun with it. So I know it's tangent, idea, going all these different places. My mind is maybe just back to this date, back to this project that's going on right now. So yeah, I was thinking, okay, yeah, maybe got a window, and down there you have Manhattan, One World Trade through the window, and a bathroom in Brooklyn. Another bonsai here, dried up, but it works. Simple toilet, some space to walk, and sink. We could have a conversation in here later on. But yeah, we got toothpaste for days. Talk about toothpaste. But me growing up, because I moved so much, I didn't have, in one sense, a lot of things to take with me, because I just kept moving and moving. Doesn't work out. Okay, it didn't work out. I tried it. What's the best that could happen? Who knows? But what's likely to happen? Something. Because something is being made, something is being thought of, something is being implemented. I was like, I want to talk about the room, but I'm talking about well, let me finish this thought. So if I was going to exercise, how would I film it? Because it's seeing footage of some people exercise who know how to exercise, it is like, fine, no big deal. But someone who growing out in this sort of floating mess, because there's brackets in there and a piece of wood and just letting it elevate. Here, these guys are just like storage or so. This is a tray for the bed. A bed tray in case you wanna. That was delicious. New recipe for avocado toast. Amazing. And then that homemade bread, cardamom, coffee, instant coffee's in there, hazelnuts, flour, just so let me wash the cup and all that fun stuff. Get some stuff going. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. How's that? This could be cool. Time lapse it up. Should we do that? Hence, perspectives inside of perspectives. It's not that actually these stories, it's one full painting, you could say, and these stories of what I'm saying, these speeches, these monologues, are sort of going in and out of other ones, and upside down and around and cut up into all these different pieces, but it's one whole speech, one whole monologue, chopped up. And there's a whole nother monologue, whole nother speech, maybe me in a different location, different outfit, different shirt, different hat, different look overall, chopped up again, but it's all filmed in a day, which also could be the canvas, but it's weaving in and out of things. So that's where this video is exciting for me, because of how I want to do it. So we'll get into that. Idea is what I mentioned earlier about this sort of, I mentioned Pyop art in a video form, which could be multiple perspectives that I'm filming within a day and edited in some random sequence. Bruno, I mean, it would have been nicer if it was just like not there. Just let the design be beautiful as is. Don't need a logo in this particular case. Sometimes logos are. We have Ayn Rand, we got Rabbit Run, Essentialism, Flow, Intelligent Investor, How to Win Friends and Influence People. What else? What are our books here? We have Theories and Documents of Contemporary Art, more art stuff. Art, we got Frank Gehry. This place was like fully redone inside. I mean, it was just basic, you know, just basic wooden floor, painted walls, some trim, and not the most professionally done. I mean, look at, you got sort of some crack, you know, you got some kind of quick, you know, put together, you could say. But nonetheless, it was like a new unit. It was remodeled in a just cleaned up, which was very nice to have. Get this hair figured out. And change, put another different shirt on, and then we'll get started with what's going on. But in the meantime, another time lapse of because my morning is still going. I'm taking a moment outside of my usual morning or normal morning to have some dialogue right now. So I think that's beautiful because it allows you to be you. It's not about showing off some brand, some logo, some designer. It's more of this is who you are. It's your body. Your body is a sculpture and you're wearing the clothes, and the clothes aren't wearing you. And I'm just saying quickly, I don't know if that's what I should be saying. Not that I know if I should be saying anything ever. So yeah, just, I mean, yeah, you could do that sometimes, sure, when you're maybe going to a certain destination where you don't want to take much stuff, maybe the airport or something. But otherwise, I changed my shirt. Another outfit change. It's like a performance, right? And I'm gonna transfer over here. It's time to talk about what this thing I'm doing is about, this project. What am I recording? What is going on? What am I saying? What is this all about? I should take a seat. Bring the table. But now there's like a building in front of it, and I think it's called New York by Frank Gehry or something. I'm not too sure. It's a spiral one. I was like, oh, I got Frank Gehry in my view. But now there's this other more boring building covering up the greatness that Gary is. And so that's, I know I'm kind of going, where am I going with this conversation? I'll just keep talking because this is part of what I'm doing, which again we'll get into when at some point. So another piece of art that I really, or a combination I should say, art slash, maybe change the sound, maybe speed it up, because there could be some clips that might be better off sped up, because I spent some time thinking sometimes, or it takes time to make some drip coffee, or maybe I shouldn't speed them up. I don't know. It depends. And then I thought about sounds, right? Music, a soundtrack. Should I have sound in this whole thing? Like what do I do? So I'm doing things differently, somewhat differently, but I'm also trying to basically record the whole day, or almost the whole day, whether it's through the footage like this or through the time lapses. So who am I to talk? I'm just giving ideas and opinions. So that single piece, I was happy to get that from Home Depot and have it at it was interesting to bring it up because and measuring the length of this room and fitting it in and up there and with the brackets. Yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. So I really like, we'll talk about this later. Closet life, quite organized, I like it. Right now, the shirt I have on, since we're gonna talk a little bit about clothing, is Uniqlo Airism, with some Airism shorts. I'm just joking. I don't think they have Airism shorts for men right now that I know of, but these are just some exercise shorts. And they're comfortable for the indoors, but yes, I got a straw specifically for lemon water, reusable, right? Glass, you keep reusing it. And this is a lemon water cup, or glass straw with a glass cup. That's how we do it over here. All right. So look at this. Easy. For now, we're good with this. Okay, the IKEA table. So now here we got this whole IKEA Scadis. I'm not sure how to say it exactly, but pretty IKEA. And in this case, I think IKEA works because it allows this space to be such a sort of a working corner with all these tools. Where if you want the brushes, you want the tapes, tape measures, You need some flashlights. I mean, we have things to hold up paintings, the cups to put water in. We got some tape. Timing what I'm doing and trying to have more focused blocks, figuring out or estimating how many distractions I have during a certain focused block and where the time really goes, so I could understand where time is going. Is it going on a project? Is it on going out? Is it on sleeping? Is it on eating? Is it on making something? Is it on reading? Is it thinking? Where does all this time go throughout the day? And that's been very helpful for me to sort of discover. So it looks like, in one sense, as the day goes from light to dark, my face goes from older to younger looking, but it's still aging older in theory. But in this filming, it's whatever else. And then down here, this is where, after I come home, and if I feel like I could wear pants again, I might put them there. So these are clean pants, and then used would be there. And over here we got the laundry, which time to throw all this stuff in and then close it up, and then we'll be set. So that's that. Otherwise, back here is storage for art storage, and that kind of covers this room. Up here I have Nike Janowski shoes, which I like because they fit me good, and they're, I think, cotton, right? Is it cotton or no? Nollie Varial heel, hard flip, 360 shove, 360 double flip, front side flip, back side flip, fakie, tray flip, or 360 flip, switch 360 flip, fakie flip, switch inward heel, switch shove, regular shove. So bars. So I actually randomly saw this on TV, which I don't really watch much of, just regular TV, but just at some point I just had the TV on for whatever reason. But the main reason I like Margiela is because I went to this retrospective in Paris of his work in, like, I don't know, 30 years. After seeing that, it gave me a whole new, I was like, I can connect with this guy. The creativity that he has and he did in his shows, in his clothing, his garments, down to the coffee itself and the cost. You know, let's say $2 versus $6 is 300%. So if at Dunkin' Donuts or McDonald's or someplace it's $1, and if it's the same concept, let me start big and then dive into areas. The content? This is the content? These are the ingredients? Yeah, these are the ingredients for what I'm looking to cook tomorrow. So this whole project, the idea is for it to take art, trap, rap, par, arp, app, pat, pan, nap, NP, PN, PWWP, PE, EP, PE, PPEE. Okay. Man, tangent. Let's throw it in there because now I'm not too sure where I left off. We got the TV right there, mounted on the wall with wires hidden. Last time it was on, well, we're not in June though. Not this week. Was it last weekend or something? TV has not been on much because there's a lot to do. And that's okay. And this idea of watching TV. Right now I'm watching TV. Y diferentes tipos de ingredientes para comidas deliciosas. Gal, Gereo, Kadash, Kalbiatu. Yet another local spot up the stairs. Well, I went to say then the local spot and up the stairs. But still, it was up and down those stairs, bringing big heavy bags. Again and again and again. It's like it doesn't get old going up these stairs. Or it doesn't get new. Each time. Go up the tile, like, what the blup? What are these stairs doing? So these are experiences that I've had and that were memorable, at least here in New York. Because I'm thinking, okay, what about individual shows or art pieces? Even in Chelsea, I don't know if nice products at low price points, and they work good, and it's good to experiment with and play with. But as the development continued, there's a certain aspect when it comes to IKEA that, oh, I should put this clock back, I moved it, there we go. There's a certain aspect, you see that the items have addresses and homes. You see something out of place, why is that out of place? So if you only get things from IKEA, your apartment, your home could have this IKEA-ness vibe, which the project. It's nice. All maple sugar. Good stuff. And then we have hot water and instant coffee. I may want to move too. I'm going on another tangent here, I want to say. Now I'm talking about moving. What I want to do now is speak about this apartment that I live in Brooklyn since 2015, and how it sort of developed and what it's like to be here. So I want to focus now. What is this? MacBook Pro. The MacBook Pro that I got with some sort of a imaginary made up discount. I wrote about it and stuff. And then what else? Up here we have, these are like, it's like art in here, I think. Art, different kinds of, what is art, and different kinds of art. Yeah. Listen, do you hear that? Maybe there's nothing to hear. 33 minutes in. Going on. We actually have some alcohol here. Oh, I don't even know what all these are. And not to drink. I'm not into alcohol. I've never been drunk. Just to get that little dose of something. It's very different from how it was back then when, let's say, you would anticipate a video come out or a book to be released where there wasn't such immediate information of everything, of almost everything, all the time, constantly, could put me in a certain kind of vulnerable spot, you could say, because stuff is being made up as we go. Excuse me. A little burp right there. Unplanned. Just kind of happened. So this is being filmed and made up in today. Another thing to think about. Bedroom, even if this was my whole place, what if I record a whole video in here? Just this little closet office. That might be something. And if I record again and again and again in different places or the same place, because also this apartment did not look like this a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This went through a makeover, and when it was initially designed, spend $5,000 on a chair or $3,000 on a piece of furniture. How do you not break the bank in one sense, or have a certain flexibility, certain fun without going too crazy, too high? Because there's a lot of furniture that you could get that could just fit a space and not look so good, and what's the point? So I'm going to turn the camera off momentarily. Another idea that led me to doing this, that this could be about, if I wanted to do an artist statement, this could be sort of, if you ever think about puzzles, imagine those puzzles with 1,000 pieces in a box, not done, not complete. How do you do it? What do you do? You take all the pieces out and you put them together piece by piece, and if it's something complicated like a bunch of little tiny people or a bunch of cars or a bunch of bricks and buildings, it could take a while to, does this brick look like this brick, or does this color, do these match, does this puzzle piece fit with this one? It takes some time. So that's why I say it's important for me to learn what makes sense to me, what I could defend, what I could decide, oh yeah, I agree with that, that's the direction I want to go, as opposed to just going with what is said, and even though it doesn't make sense. You want it to make sense for you so you could implement it, because then it's easier to implement, because you could make sense. Sense or sense? That doesn't make sense? No? Yeah? If what I'm saying makes sense, then as time progresses, I may bring up what this project might be also, because I may think of other things. So one way to think of this project is, I thought about, okay, what if I did Piop art? Like behind me, this is what I call Piop art. P-I-O-P art. Perspectives inside of perspectives art. What if I did that in a video form? Having lived in different places could take on a different meaning. It's very different than I've lived in this house, I've lived in this mansion, I've lived in this high-rise condo penthouse. It's a different when I've lived in this room. I lived in this space. So yeah, now I'm here. Realize that we went a little hard on the vegetable purchasing, vegetable loading up. We got a lot. It's exciting to get all these greens. That a statement of there's water and in a glass, not a cup, a glass. And the glass having no water in it, they kind of contradict each other. But then when you bring up time and place and space and chronology, whatever that may mean, all of a sudden it makes sense in one point in time, and in another point in time it also makes sense. So both ideas are correct when you bring in this idea of time and thoughts and perspectives into play. What does that have to do with this project? I'm not sure. I just said that out of nowhere. I wasn't planning on saying everything that I just said, but that's sort of the idea of having products, and it can be in any form. Right now, this is a digital product that I'm doing. I'm recording a piece. Wow, it's been an hour. Gotta take a break, get some water. I'm recording a piece of history, my own history right now. And this is a digital product that I don't necessarily remember what I said in the last hour. I know I was talking about certain things because I just said them. And I was going on tangents and I'm moving my hands a lot. It's between 6.5 to 7.5 hours. Too much sleep, no good. And apparently less sleep is better than too much sleep. Like sleeping 5 hours or less is better than, it's more of a smaller injections which don't last too long, so you keep doing it. So it's, in one sense, it's kind of a form of addiction. You're addicted to these information pills which may not even help you, which is something that I've thought of in the past and I'm thinking again too. Whenever you're looking through, say, social media or reading something from maybe a blog or the news, or watching a little clip, a little video, in one sense, I didn't have all these apps for a while, especially when they first came out, because I didn't have a smartphone to really have the app on and to use the app. And I mean, I did have laptops. I've been into using laptops and working on laptops if I'm typing out a book or editing images or doing some video of sorts. So sort of what I'm doing, this whole project, I don't know how it's going to turn out. I just don't. I have an idea in my head of what could be done, but I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know if it's going to look good or bad. I don't know if it's going to work out or not. So same with the editing. I don't know how all this footage is necessarily going to look, but during the process, I'm going to have a limited time. If I do it all tomorrow, which is the plan, that's not a lot of time to be reviewing footage. I think I just got to, or I should just chop it all up and then just review it. And if there's something I don't like, instant gratification, delayed gratification, constant consumption, addiction to information, to stimulus from seeing something, it may not be helpful, which is what I was sort of saying as I was on this path, and I took this tangent, this other tangent, making all these branches. I'm surprised I kind of remember. This is good. Maybe I'm remembering something. And then speaking of memory, I'm talking about memory, remembering. Got sort of the morning start going, and then that is a true piece of amazingness. And to make it even more amazing, going to the Sistine Chapel in, was it Vatican City, right? Really? You painted that, and you sculpted that, and you do architecture too? See what happens when you get distracted? You just, I saw that it went blank, battery was done, so work on charging it, replacing it. May 1st, I did a little project about little projects, Alp, where I wrote for just a straight hour I was just writing and writing and writing. And I had a hourglass that was where time was falling on a phone call, and it's on a speakerphone, and someone else is on the other line, and they don't know I'm doing this. I mean, does it make sense to include them? I don't know. Yeah, this project is not getting some lemon water going. So just straight up half a lemon, squeeze it, make water, drink. It's kind of the first thing in the body. Or you could have water. Water is good too. Both. Well, lemon and water power. So, no door person. This is actually one of the less expensive for New York, which is interesting. One of the less expensive apartments and sort of buildings. This building tends to have units that are less expensive than maybe the median or the average. Again and again and again, but this sort of slow rise of like a gratifying moment of I am happy I did this, and it took time, it took work, it took efforts and energy, but I got to the point of getting it done, and to that point of done that I'm deciding it is done. Maybe even 5 minutes, but a whole day passed by. But again, who wants to see a whole day of somebody just talking or trying a trick 100 times and not landing it, or eating breakfast quietly by themselves? But that's what a day is. There's a lot of time spent not speaking, not saying anything, trying, doing something, experimenting, working on refining. That's where the trick comes in. You're trying to work on refining the trick, figuring out how to do the trick, and doing the trick. And after you do the trick, if it's not done right, you want to do it again, maybe, and do it better, and do it properly. There's a lot of bad. There could be a lot of bad stuff that's made. It could be food, it could be art, it could be film, videos, skate tricks, architecture. A lot of stuff could be done, and it could just be bad, and it's simply bad, and it's not good. But sometimes certain things are done in a way where it's bad and it looks bad, but bad in a way where it looks so good. I know it's contradicting. I'm saying bad, good. Sometimes what I'm trying to say is something gets so unrefined, so raw, where it's actually good. But then if you go right underneath that super raw unrefinedness and you do something more of an in-between, good and unrefined, super raw, it's something else, and it's just bad. So there's a huge patch of maybe bad that a lot of projects could fall into. And if you break the boundaries of bad and go further to a certain point, it could end up being like really bad, like garbage, trash, bad, nonsense. Or it could break through to being, wow, this is amazing, this is genius, this is phenomenal. And of course there's other projects that you're just aiming to do good and they fall short and they're just not good or bad. Or you aim to do them good and they just end up being good from work and sketches and maybe trial and error. And 22.04 square feet, tiny, tiny, tiny. Kitchen, 81 square feet, not large, but I mean a lot of amazing stuff happens in the kitchen. The bathroom gets used so much. How many times have I been in the bathroom today already changing up my look in the foyer or the entrance, in and out, in and out. Next we have something more just like tunes, I want to say. Just, yeah, tunes, music, no vocals, I think. Or should I do vocals? No, maybe just tunes of some sort of just sounds, instrumentals, that's the word I was looking for. If I just add some sort of instrumentals, you're not getting it every day. You know, you might buy a video once a month, if that, you know, once a year, who knows. You just get a video and that's the video for you to enjoy again and again and again. This is again when there was DVD players, VCRs, you gotta rewind a tape, if it's a cassette. I thought, what? I didn't know I had balls like that, but I guess I could understand what Bomb was referring to. Like, when did my 3-story string installation, when I did my 3-story string installation, I just dove in without doing anything at that level of size prior. Or like when I did this moving painting, I just dove in without really knowing the outcome. Or when I went about this 37.9 foot by 8.8 foot first ever Pure Art wall, I just dove in after my biggest prior to that being 3 feet by 4 feet or so, right? I had ideas. Again, I didn't have any specific plan for today, but I had ideas what I was thinking about doing or getting done and speaking about, and I did go over some things, but I wanted to make something. I wanted to draw, but I guess I kept talking. Maybe I'd take a long time to talk about a topic and explain, which maybe good. Well, I go to bed, come home, go to bed. I got stairs to go up. Tired or not, there's no elevator. It's a lot of stairs to go up, and they're real stairs. I don't know the legalities in New York in terms of they're maybe not helping me. I mean, again, they could be helping me in a subconscious level where I come up with something that I think is my own and I actually saw it somewhere else but don't know I saw it or don't remember I saw it. Maybe it's helping me in that way where I don't actually see it, but in my own mind, if I'm not remembering what I saw or what I did, what use is that? And then if I think about things that take longer to do, that instead of me consuming, I'm doing and releasing, like a painting or a book or filming a skate clip, doing a trick that takes a long time to do, right? But that's not what we think of when we're saying we're watching TV. It's not like we're watching a blank TV or a TV of the mind, a TV of the imagination. This is watching actual TV, and this is an interesting concept that I thought about, that, again, when I say I thought about it, that doesn't mean I invented it. It means I thought about it. Even if someone else invented it, I could have still thought about it. But then when I say I thought about it, I feel like there's a certain kind of ownership, like I thought about it. And that's not where I'm trying to go to with this idea, but this is part of the bigger picture. Having these ranges in vocals. People are speaking in it. Captions. If I add captions as if there's an ongoing sentence or dialogue or statement in a time lapse, and if I do this before I chop up the time lapse and throw it into random places, that would, I think, maybe be interesting, because now I'm just visualizing stuff in my head without having done it, but it's just using the ideas, imagination. Because a picture, you snap it and you snap away, that's also kind of an instant gratification kind of thing, which is very different than if you do actual film photography and it takes longer to develop the film and all that stuff these days, digital cameras, iPhones, snap, 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 bunch of photos, bunch of space, easy to delete. It's kind of instant gratification too. But if you've never traveled somewhere and you decide to do this big trip, you might remember that trip if you live in the trip. But if you're too excited that you're in the trip and you're taking all these images, you might not even be in the trip. So things to think about, and it just becomes a memory also. But if you're doing something, whatever it is, it could be as simple as, oh, I have a shirt and I should allow myself to do that in case there's something that's like, that really shouldn't be in the footage. Could be a sound. It could be statement. The Pure Art style of video could possibly be, of course, not of course, but Pure Art could be in a variety of ways, and in video form it could take on different approaches. This might be one of those. I don't know for sure because I didn't spend so much time thinking it. It's just a possible idea, which it could be. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. During that time, then chop it up. And as long as instrumentals are sort of, I don't know, calm, consistent, easy to chop up, and not too interrupting, not too bad. And then I have these captions, and learn in the process. Idea, use limitations to your advantage. So this is me just sort of the bedroom is 147.5 square feet, so about 10 or so square feet less than the studio. But again, both are way heavy in multiple usages. And this closet, office, storage, art storage spot is 70 square feet. And it might inspire something else that may not be, let's say this turns out to be bad, and it inspires something else that turns out to be bad, and that inspires something else that turns out to be okay, and that inspires something else that turns out to be amazing. So it could be this whole cycle, or it could just end up working out. I don't know. I don't have the answer because I haven't done this. So this is new, and this is what's interesting with ideas and thoughts. You think of something and you just say, you know what? Let me do it. Let me try it out. And this is what I want to encourage to people. If you think of an idea, why don't you just try it out? Some are longer, some are shorter, so I gotta figure out these priorities, and that's sort of what I was thinking to maybe do today. Excuse me. Actually, I wanted to record this, I want to say, was it a week ago or something? Yeah, I think was it a week ago? But I think I'm knocking out ideas of what this project could be, might be about. And yeah, imagine a digital puzzle, and I want to say this is a digital puzzle is one way to look at it. Pure art in video form, another way to look at it. A moment in time, in my life, a specific day, an actual day to look at it. An idea that is thought of and being made without much planning, and one of the keys to the idea is to not have much planning. So the mind, so it could be seen how the mind thinks in a situation where a project is in progress, and what is being said, what is being done as the project progresses, and showing a real form of progress to a project where it's just really a sketch. This is really just a draft, but then it becomes a piece by being a draft and by being done a certain way, released a certain way. On the list, which is Say and Tim's Geisha. So when you get to Say, I think the cups of coffee were around, I mean, we could even do the calculation right now. This is what, 250 grams, and it's like $25. So what's that? You know, a dollar every 10 grams. So it's what, $2? Is that correct? I don't know. I'm just trying to do math real fast in the head. Yeah, you know, $25 if the bag is $25, 250 grams, so $1. Yeah, $1 is 10 grams. So $2 for a cup of homemade coffee from Say, if you're using 20 grams for that cup of coffee. an iconic IKEA piece, and the plan is to replace it. Just finding the right replacement has been difficult. There is one that seems to be a good route to go, but it's an expensive route. I think I'll tell you the piece. The piece is this right here. What is it called? The Pong from IKEA. It's a nice chair at first when you see it, like, oh, this is really cool. All it takes is a few trips and you make your money back. So be smart with what you buy and what you get. So that's that. And I wanted to do more with showing. I'd like to do more, but time is 11:45 and I gotta take a shower, I gotta get some sleep. But yeah, I would like to do more and just put the laundry machine on. Well, not on, just plug it in and unplug it and do all this stuff. And I guess that brought the price up a little bit. But even with that, it was fine. I was happy to experience this place being a newer. So yeah, how much would this cost? Well, it used to cost less. The price has gone up and up and up. Muscular person that's sort of tight, that's what the bedsheet feels, but the mattress I think has a weird size. So that's, I think this is I want to say the Zara bedsheet, and you want to use the whole, you don't want to leave shape residue behind. Use the whole thing. It's a lot of, let me see, clean it up much better. Drink this first. Or I should say down and up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. With heavy bags of groceries and fruits and vegetables and ingredients. So I had a little exercise yesterday. And the day before, I was skating, got tired there. The day before, I was skating also. So yeah, I'm okay maybe to not exercise today. But I was thinking if I was gonna exercise, so I'm not a fan of having this light on. So I'd rather turn on the Noguchi over here, turn this off, and let's add some more ambiance. 10 o'clock, I should be sleeping. Got a shower to take, but I'm still talking right now. So here's another light that this room. This is the studio. This is where art gets done and things get made. I like it, but we're getting more expensive. This is, I don't know, $15 or something like that for 12 ounces, 340 grams. Versus a pound for $10 or $15. I don't know the exact conversions here. Bad. At a certain point, in my opinion, about myself in the past, like, really? Why were you wearing that way, that combo? Are you kidding me? But before when I was a younger kid, little boy in California, Lithuania, and me seeing images of those times, I feel like I dressed better, and then I got worse, and then I original piece. There we go. It's nice. Very beautiful piece of work. It's hanging right here, and it works in this space, so I'm happy about that. Up here, a nice postcard that I think I got this year in Europe. It's nice. And another, there's some Silver Leaf test run I think I did, but still wanted to do some more testing to work on getting it on here. It's on second pass. And also I have a little bit of an issue with this area, with these tones, and I think these tones. So the idea is if we put the footage in black and white right now and put it back to color and then black and white, and the tones should match up. That's what should happen. Those couple tones, I think they matched when they were in here, taking a photo of them and putting it in black and white, but then when it was photographed outside and then put into black and white with a different camera, the Canon T2i, this is where the sunset happens. It's time to, I don't want to say too much. You know what? I'll get back to this in a bit, because I'll try to, I'll get back to it. So we went over that. Yeah, here's my thing for the dinner roll. And over here, all these hangers, this is where laundry gets folded. Not folded, hung, see? Thinking not proper, because I was thinking about showing you an image that I took of how this room looked, which coffee bar, right? Or drink bar, where there's non-alcoholic drinks to be had here, just, you know, coffee and maybe a shake, lemon water, regular water. But this is primarily where the coffee gets made, you know, with the natural light coming in. So I'm gonna take the attention to the coffee, and I'm just gonna show you kind of how easy it is to grind one coffee and how hard Say is, but we're gonna go with Say today. We're gonna drink Say. Oh, speaking about, the idea was to get a bigger bed. From a twin, just to upgrade to a full or a queen or something bigger, but this was supposed to be the main bedroom, and we didn't really know how to do it. So the idea was maybe turn this room into just a straight up bedroom, but then all these clothes would go here, and I don't know if it would work. It was all these thoughts. This was the room we wanted to have here in this room. The other one is this right here. I should pull it out. So this right here, this is garment. Then here we go. Got that Margiela piece. Got the creativity with the missing pocket. It just expensive stuff though. I am not rich, so Margiela is kind of out of my price range right now. But if it's on sale, oh, also the buttons. Look, the buttons are gone. But just kidding. These details and this creativity is many times fork, and very good fork. And then before getting a full set of, say, forks and knives and spoons, why not try different kinds of forks and spoons? Knives, here's a different kind of spoon. I got this in Japan at, I think it was CIPI, a nice store with some goods. And at least no shows have been watched, or no television in the sense of the television being on. No movies this past week. Today, maybe movie, maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot of things to do, a lot of things to make. And the longer the interval it is between a show or a movie, the more you could maybe take it in and appreciate it and enjoy it and have that moment of, let me consume this amazing piece of content that somebody made. Just like images, art. Manage your day to day. And then they got more books over there. Well, this book is it's been pretty good, pretty nice. Almost, I'm at the very end. Just got a few pages left. So I'm here in Brooklyn, Williamsburg. Well, maybe I was not saying it as clearly earlier because it's weird to call this area Williamsburg. or just have a space be the spaces it does. What's this? Yeah. Or if you're trying to just have a space be a space, its own space. It's sort of like having clothes with no logos and just having a good design. Just a simple, or food. The food I ate today, first of all, it's really good food, in my opinion, for me. Nutritious, powerful, delicious. So that's how I see that food. It's just simply good food. Now, the next category, well, I don't know. So my gear is at. Well, let me show you the bathroom. I gotta show you the bathroom, right? Whoa. So, shoes. This is the bathroom in the daytime. So the person who, this is my, you could say, complaint. The person who was bagging these beans had opened up the bags with disposable gloves that are touching money and all this other dirty stuff, and put his hand with the disposable glove in the bag to open it up, took the hand out. So I don't understand why you would think that that's a good thing to do. That was actually purchased at, where was it? Because I think of Williamsburg as another area, but I think according to Google Maps, this is Williamsburg, so that's where we're at, not the rich side. I don't know if there is such thing as a rich and a poor side. I want to say there is, you know, near the water. It's a little, I think, more expensive to live here. So it's not about how many pieces of furniture one gets. It's about, because it's easy to get a lot of, with anything, it's pretty easy to get a lot of good things. Or not easy, but what many may do is get a lot of good things. But I don't have issues, but and again, they got good quality stuff. Just having things with no logo is not always the immediate available option. So it's okay. So this kind of does it for this closet slash office slash art storage, where I have paintings over there. It works. All of this thing just gets popped open. Look at that. And you don't see it. I can show you. And the water is inside filtering, and then the filter, you just pick it up and brought by hand over here. So yeah, it's a nice, it's a very beautiful piece. And this light is from Menu, very beautiful. And then we have the Bruno clock, which we already know about. It's 10:15. It's bedtime. I'm tired. I'm still talking. I think sleep is important. I'm not the one who thinks you should just not sleep and only work and only do stuff. I think sleep is work office, because the closet office is an office, but it's easy to bring my laptop and stuff and gear over here and just work here. So also an office, a place where we could get the keyboard out, closets to use up the walls on the sides. All this is like, where is there space for a door here? There's space for a sliding door, because this side is used, this side is used, this side is used, and this side, sliding door. But I didn't design this building. And yeah, let's go on to the next room. But before we do that, I think I should drink some water and change my outfit to do this room, which is quite an exciting room for me to go over. So yeah, let's do a time lapse. Oh, the battery, let's change the battery first. What else do we have? We got the snake plant. Oh, here too. Look at this. How beautiful this is. But yeah, so this is how it is. It's, you know, designed like this. You can put one down. You can sit here as a bench. Get this down. And yeah, that's it. Interesting and cool. But there is a specific chair that I really want, that I would like, that I saw in Copenhagen this year at Brahma. And what's it called? Is this one? It's almost gone, but got that from France. Got a toothpaste from Canada over there. Another one that we're kind of have going on. Another Bewley one. This one we haven't tried. This one I think was maybe purchased this year or so, but yeah, some sunscreen. What else? We are running out of time, and this is just the shower, toilet. Frama is amazing. I'm gonna say time lapse. No, I'll just let the footage, let you watch the candle maybe. But it depends on what I take, what I get. I'm trying to think here. Well, this first of all, I want to put it away. And use it a lot and enjoy it time after time after time using it. Now over here, it's a planter, a pot. Nice, works with the black legs. That's the idea at least. And these guys right here, these shelves are from Menu. Yeah, the homemade game here is real. We have homemade screws de Linas, which it could use another go, because it could be done better. And then in here we're loaded because yesterday we went to get some ingredients. But this is how our fridge looks now. We'll start with here. We have Oatly. Oatly is where it's at. And then the barista edition for the oat milk. It's almost like my go-to a degree when it comes to a lot of different clothes, because of the quality, because of the look, the price point, a lot of different aspects. And these days I don't go to H&M like that. I don't know the last thing I got anything from H&M. It's not my cup of tea today these days. So yeah, I got some Uniqlo. This my mom actually gave me, so this is pretty cool. I don't really know the brand, but it's a nice sweater. This one I cut the sleeves off just randomly because try it out. And over here I got a nice Acne. This sunset day is so beautiful. This is like me stepping outside. Like I'm not fully out, but some of my body is out. Feels very nice. Sun, the power. But yeah, maybe I'll see you soon. So enjoy the sunset. It's nice, very nice to see. Yeah, while the sun sets, let's just both enjoy the sunset. Should be a good time lapse. So let's wake up. Let's wake up right now. I've done this type of time lapse a good amount before, so I'm doing it again, but now. Well, actually, no. Well, enjoy the sunset. Okay, so here we go. Check this out. We got the candlelight. I'm here till the last 58 now. I have a minute to finish up what was maybe being said, whatever I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna turn out, but it is time for me to go to sleep. Well, it's time for me to go take a shower. I don't normally talk this much in the morning because I'm busy waking up. Busy getting the morning started. But this is a good opportunity for me to sit down right now. No, actually, I should take a seat here because there's some stuff I want to go over. This is, I'm in clean clothes, home clothes, and all that fun stuff. So it's a good moment to just take a seat. Got my closed. Yep. All right, we're okay. We're okay. All right, so. Whew, gotta get some water at some. We're 50 minutes in. I feel like we're covering some ground. So, why did I bring that book out? Don't say anything ever. Project, just doing it. Yeah, just doing it, releasing it. So that I'm proud of. I'm happy, and I'm not sure if I want to read it. Even though I do want to read it, I feel like I would get inspired by reading it. That's cool. But I do have a nice collection of rulers that I enjoy and that I think are good to use for depending on the project. And again, pencils and pens and more materials. These are the gloves I wore for looking to get a larger bed led to this change, and then a much bigger change, which is very interesting. That is sort of, I think, the seed that started this remodeler 2.0. Because the first modeling, is it modeling? The first design, you could say, of this apartment happened early on, and it didn't change too much. Maybe some here and there, but the taste is similar and pretty strong, and I don't know if it has a lot of layers to it, a lot of dimensionality to it, a lot of flavors to it. It's still good. I mean, it's definitely good coffee, just I think there's some extra nuances that are, what do you have to lose? And especially if you decide to put it in a what's it called, in certain parameters that restricts you from taking too long to do something, or stalling, or procrastinating, or whatever you want to call it. You say, here's the time limit, get it done, whatever happens, happens. And if it turns out to be bad, hey, as long as you learned in the process and you had fun doing it, that's important. That's important for growth. By just starting, what's the quote? Start before you're ready, right? Just start, just do it, and go. So this is where I don't know. I don't have the answers of what is going to happen. I don't know. The messaging I want to say is simple. All these tangents and extra stuff grew from a message. So I don't know if it's just me or if others experience this too, but a lot of energy. So let's get some, and there's a reason I'm recording all this stuff. By the way, yeah, speaking of kind of having right posture, that's where this thing comes in. I like the designs, I like the clothes, and they have a lot of clothes that I'm not interested in wearing. They have also a good amount of clothes that I think are beautiful, awesome, and I'm happy to have in my collection. So this shirt, while it's a simple black shirt, there is a logo, but it's a specific logo and it's sort of hidden, and this is a way for me to be okay with wearing a certain logo. And it's a logo without words. Sometimes words are the logo. Move a character around or whatever games that exist now. You're looking at this brick. I think that would be interesting. And funnily, I don't know if anybody would really notice because they're probably in the phone. I'm not a big fan of using phones that much. By about around 7, yeah, around 7 something, went to McCarran Park, jogged a mile over there, then the farmer's market, around $500. Kind of a lot of money if you think about it for all these spices, but there's some kind of unique ones, some stuff that's tends to be more expensive, like saffron, and then just a bunch of different things. Kaffir lime, and yeah, I like this. This is kind of happened some time ago. Actually, these knives over here used to be there, but Fisher, I remember seeing a Fisher show, but this is a while ago. His stuff's amazing. What else? Thinking about Chelsea, I'm thinking about, though they are expensive, I think $800-900 or $1,000. So a little pricey, but beautiful, beautiful. And at some point, I think I'd like those shoes. I think it works with kind of like my style, my thinking, and the art I do is sort of a slanted chair, but it fits. But I mean, I get it. Yeah, you might be renting a room. When I first came to New York, it was in Queens. It was a room, but it was kind of like a mini apartment. Not really, but it was still a room. But it was smaller. But yeah, imagine just having your own place and having sort of these. I'm wondering if I should change the tripod to the smaller one or not. I don't know. Sort of being happy and doing things and just progressing and not wanting to do a goal because a goal is an end and you don't want to go to the end of life. You don't need to keep having goals. So it's how you think about it, it's how you look at it. Either way you could defend why one is good or one is in movements, in scenes, in looks, all in a day. I've done very little bit of it. Very little. Nothing much. I'd like to do more. Acting, I think, is fun. But yeah, it's interesting, you know, you're there and there's all these people around and they're filming the scene again and again and again, and you know, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not, but all the time it takes. And also the idea of video logging. I know the shorter word is vlogging. I don't know what I think about that word. I don't know how much I like the word vlog. I'm weird. Some words I'm just something much more analog. That's the main reason, like, okay, you know, it's expensive, but let's just get it. Now, the one thing I'm not a fan about when it comes to this clock is the logo being right there, because because whatever ideas are to be inferred. then is that correct? Now, let's say a mass audience reads the critic's point of view, and then the artist doesn't get the point across the way it may have been intended. So that's 246, right? 300% markup from what. That's why you get the beam. You also go to a coffee shop for the experience, to be there, maybe to work, maybe to have dialogue, talk, read. So yes, there's a whole other aspect that you may be paying for and someone else is making it for you. You got this convenience aspect and all this, but learning more about time management, taking a moment, even though I'm doing this project, which I'm deciding is a priority, but again, I'm also deciding it's gonna take 2 days. I'm gonna work on it and get it done. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but that's the aim. I don't plan to film tomorrow. Tomorrow just editing, but taking this moment. Don't take this stuff for granted if you live somewhere and you have a laundry machine, because here in New York, not a lot of people have laundry machines that come with apartments. So it's nice to have that. Very nice. Here we have rice and the rice cooker, sojurushi, some baking goods, more tools to make stuff. Is to have better coffee. I'm gonna show you how this. So this could be used as wrapping paper in December. How cool would that be, right? Calendar as wrapping paper instead of just throwing it away. A room from IKEA, even though IKEA has beautiful looking rooms. But it's IKEA and there's a certain, and what do you do with the space? Here, this apartment started off very IKEA oriented. Not a lot of money to put in. We don't know how long we're gonna be here. So let's just get some stuff from IKEA and just have it nice. And IKEA's nice. I like IKEA. IKEA got right here. Those are from IKEA. Did you know that? Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. These pieces of wood. Now this is where sort of a customization to a home comes into play. Those pieces of wood are from Home Depot, pine wood. So it's lightweight, and at home, after measuring the sizes, going to Home Depot, getting it cut to a certain size, more confusion than what could be if shorter bits of footage are released. But the bigger part is it's all just rock clips, one take, all day, hours. What if I don't like my face in a clip? What if I do a nuance that I don't like? What if I'm embarrassed of something? What if I embarrass myself again and again and again? This whole thing could just be one big embarrassing thing. This whole project could just be a disaster. And that should sort of reshape your neck over time, or just kind of have more of that natural curve that you may have lost to some degree from So you want it to go slow, and now it's, I think, working properly, because maybe push the filter down, or I don't know the reason, but overall very happy with Soma. And I would like a bigger one, like the one that has the wooden handle, but I think yesterday when laundry was all over the place, and then it dries up, air dry it, and having a laundry machine here is kind of unique. Actually, I took a picture of today's dinner. So this is when it was done, and this is how it looked. Pink soup, look at that. And then look at this salad. This is just amazing, delicious stuff. So that was dinner, along with Wednesday. I was thinking maybe last Wednesday. No, not last. A week and a half Wednesday. That's where it goes. And here are the recipe books. Recipes. And real quick, this is for shakes, specifically for shakes. We have this is a piece of art that I did, calendar of notes and experiences. It's a gift that I gave. We got some books. That's a porcelain sort of sculpture, I'll call it, that I did. We got some films. Be calmer now. I mean, it's not that loud, so be calm. Bunch of canned goods that we got yesterday shopping. Over here, some washed dishes, some nice plates, and here we have, this is beautiful plate. Look at that beauty. Beautiful. So dinner is wrapped up. We got the candle continuing. Let's move things into their spaces and homes. Get some aesthetics going on over here as we approach the finale to the day. So yes, I had some water. I washed my face a little bit, and now it is 10:39 p.m. It's past. The storage working. This comes down. Use 2 hands. All this, I don't know, furniture that's old, mismatching, and at one point I had so many things showing. I had all these like tech decks and little BMX bikes and rollerblades randomly, and all these things. It was things and things and things and things and things. After the bathroom, we got the kitchen. Kitchen also very small and came with a very limited amount of what's it called, cabinets, but we're making it work. We're figuring out how to fit all types of things, and the kitchen is primarily for food making and having all these amazing with an added challenge and more parameters, which just makes it tougher maybe in the editing process and the filming process and this whole process. But hey, work with the challenges, and challenges can make a project more interesting, maybe more unique. So yeah, and editing I don't think adding soundtracks is the way to go. So it's gonna be more just voice, me talking and cut up. That's my vision right now, of seeing how it could turn out without knowing how it's gonna turn out. Just me, voice, cut. Actually, I was thinking about doing an intro with me saying that. I should just do it right now, because this was before. But I think I'm about to sneeze. Sneeze is on this way, which is an interesting way to live and do it sometimes. It's almost like this idea of maybe if when you were a kid, if you ever built a playhouse with cardboard boxes. This is sort of, you could say, a playhouse with just hanging laundry all over the place. Alright, battery has been changed. We're charged up now. Let's put this back in here. Okay, how's that? Let's get a good, like, nice shot, right? For the time lapse. Maybe something like this. Is that gonna be cool? Your boy's about to read a bit, so let's, and then go to sleep. But this is it. This is the footage for the day. This is a big goodbye. This video might be also, maybe it could be a documentary film if I decide to make it documentary of my life and day. Stimulate the mind a bit. It's time to do. Talk and do. Now it's do time. So I should like have a break in this video, so I'm gonna turn it off right now. The general idea is to just chop up all this footage. There is every detail that I did. One is, so you have to say just, and put it, so let's store it all. So in random many different subjects, order, and expansive. We also had just, it's like imagine this is a good time to draw it out. Imagine this is the day. Can you see that? Day in and day out, again and again and again. And that's not fun. Which is the name, I forgot the name at this point. Lattes, we have chia seeds, hemp seeds, flax seeds. All this other good stuff that I'd like to go over, but time is almost gone for today. 5 minutes, it's time to go. So yeah, anything is possible, which it is. This clock looks like it's past 12, but that's a more accurate clock. This is, I think, ahead a bit. Let's finish up. So over here, shoes, those stickers should come off. Yeah, in my opinion. And I could just enjoy. Yeah, no, I'm weird with dates and times. I was thinking about maybe I see that something happened with time that was spent. And eventually the whole painting gets done and it's the result. This is all that time, all those images spent taping, seeing, painting. But even before the painting, you got the drawing, you got this whole other process. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, so Time to turn these lights off and go take a shower. So thank you and good night. Good night. Aiming to say, but I'm not. This whole thing is part of it, and how things are should be. That's the idea, at least one of the ideas. So let me just hit some points that may make more sense, what this could be inferred as, and explain them a little bit. And you want it, you don't want, not you want it, but the idea is to do the editing before you shoot the photo. Just like filming. Edit the surroundings of a shot before you do it, but if I'm filming throughout, kimchi is happening. Open up this window too. It's a nice fresh morning for a change. Hold up the breeze. Alright, lemon water going. I should change this to a different. It's time to change this back. I should finish whatever I was talking about. What was I talking about? Let me sit down on this chair just to finish because this hour's up. That's what I liked a lot and I really connected with. Just seeing how amazing his shows were time after time after time. Being someone who doesn't come from a fashion background, who grew into, I don't even know much about, I really don't know much about fashion. I don't even know if I like the word fashion. I do like certain clothes, and I like creativity, and it doesn't have to be fashion. It's just the idea of being creative in a field. So taking a little break in the bathroom to trim the beard a bit, wash my hands, wash my face a bit. It's time to eat. Kind of like a lunch. Yeah, it's lunchtime basically. Yeah, it's time to eat. I'm getting hungry. Let's do it. So I think what we're gonna do now is what the plan of, not the, there's no plan. What the restrictions to the project may be. Myself, indoors, from morning to evening, while awake, during today's date. GoPro Hero 7 with the settings that they have. Only filming. Oh yeah, the thing I was thinking about earlier with the GoPro is that thing that I was missing. Yes, 1080. I guess supposed to be about reality. But if it's scripted, is it reality? And isn't reality like the Truman Show to a degree where the cameras are on 24/7 all the time? And then you're watching somebody do something. But even the Truman Show, it's a movie, it's condensed. Yeah, but it's a beautiful cup and it works so well here. Then here we have another print. Here, this was very nice. This actually was purchased in Manhattan. I didn't get it, but it's a beautiful piece of wood from, I don't know all the details, but I remember being there. This, on the other hand, I got this in Italy. Because if you schedule yourself to do certain things and get them done in a set time period, whether it's an entire day, and you block off hours or 2-3 hours or minutes, and you don't get it done, you gotta understand, where does your time go? How did you not get done what you planned to get done? A walk. Walk to the park, walk around, and then back to the apartment. And I just got a little bit just to show you. Is it helpful when it's just your focus is in such a short time period for a quick clip? It's an amazing clip, and all of a sudden you're moving on to focus in different ways, different places, different things. Just alter the clip in a way to make it look a little different, but then that might alter the flow of the footage, which may or may not work. I don't know, but these are thoughts for me to think about because I'm thinking about using all the footage. So that's one of the ideas that I was looking to do or thinking about doing, and I feel like that's the route I'm going. How I'm gonna go about that, I don't know. I don't know if I would zoom in on a clip, which, excuse me, in theory, why not invest in a fork that you're interested in, a fork that you like, a fork that might be the most expensive fork you ever bought. So, and then there's more forks in here. And here's another one. Expensive fork, but used. Which we don't need to get into right now, but this is sort of a movie where it's all broken up into pieces, and to see the full sequence of the movie, you take everything out, all the footage. This is the library. It's the library in the apartment. And I want to go over this, what I'm working on right now. We're going to get to that still. We're not there right now. What time is it? It is 11:01 a.m. Over there it looks like 11:04, 11:05. Still morning, nice morning, beautiful Sunday morning. Could that be what Bob was talking about? Me just jumping into these huge things without knowing if I was going to actually complete them? Almost sounds like right now. Wow, this is random. See, this is me. This is just like straight up me. Well, whatever. Lithuanian. I mean, we potatoes are a very popular ingredient for cepelline, potato pancakes, which is bulvino bline or jamaica bline, and potatoes is good stuff. Speaking of potatoes, got potatoes there. Plantains are good. Chop them up, fry them up, and then 15 in this apartment. I mean, originally I moved to New York in 2015 and lived in Queens for a bit, and then 9 months or so later moved here, and I've been here since, which is, I guess you could say, Williamsburg. And it's interesting. I've lived in a variety of places, many places, but I remember I did it somehow, somewhere. It's like remembering that you watched something. You don't remember what you saw exactly, but you remember you watched it. It's like remembering you saw Titanic, if you saw Titanic. But maybe you don't remember the storyline, or you have a glimpse, you have a couple pieces. The boat sinks, people in the water. The old iPhone 5S, the other one's the 5SE, and I'm not on my phone that much, so using the other one as gotta get some stuff. It's tough when I'm holding the camera with one hand and trying to help. I don't feel like I'm being very helpful. It's time for me to help. Remake that video in your head. Do you remember exactly what it is or what it was? And if you do, how many videos did you see? How many images did you see? And if you remember one, what's the point of seeing all the other ones? Did they do anything to you? Are they going to be in your subconscious and connect? Maybe, maybe not. What is the story? What is the 8-hour movie or however long this is? What is it? Footage, B-roll or whatever may surface onto the screen. But in this case, no, we're just filming with what we... I still use bars now. Toothpaste, a lot of toothpaste. I got the pink Himalayan toothpaste. My favorite toothpaste is probably Aesop, so good. a bit expensive, I think like $17 or so, but hey, if this is gonna make you brush your teeth more likely and it's gonna make it more appetizing, why not? Another one from Bewley. Well, this is with the music, right? If the music was there, it's fun to drink water too, so time lapse, enjoy the clouds. I'll be back, the new look. Oh yeah, and that's what's going on. This is the end window of the apartment, so we could do an apartment presentation tour. I'm trying it out. I'm getting like little itches, so I'm trying it out because why not try things and keep trying things and have fun with doing things. So yeah, that's this apartment. Now, some of the features you could say is I'd call it the penthouse suite. I can get rid of this because we don't need that. We can close that out. Just something I thought, oh, this could be a video puzzle where I'm filming in one day, which is the whole puzzle piece, and then if I edit it and chop it up into multiple pieces and rearrange them and not really alter. So short. So what do you want to do with the time that you have available? The unknown amount of time that you have available every day. So it was late for me to get into the game on purpose, by choice. I had a Samsung Sway phone. I actually got a lot of those Samsung Sway phones where it's just super tiny. The bill was so low, like 20 bucks a month. And the family plan paying parents, pops, like 20 bucks. It was just basic. You call, you text, and the camera was like 2 megapixels. So I did stuff like this on purpose, which I don't know. Is it helpful? Is it hurtful? I'm not sure. Pleasing, enjoyable, beautiful. That's where this comes in. I mean, it's nice to have the wood, and it's just nice to have. Very amazing to me. Da Vinci too. I mean, some of these Warhol. I like Warhol a lot too. Of course, these are some of the more famous people that others may know about, may like, may not like. But when it comes to art, I think art is different today than how it used to be. Of course it is. Times are different. Times are changing. And I have a whole bunch to say about that, or I could say. And that was but what I was looking to say before all these like snap was something about introducing the project, but I'm going pretty deep into what this project is or is to be about. I'm still like learning about it, but I'm happy to have an array of different coffee beans to experience, to try, and just grow my coffee game a little bit, and, do it homemade and do all this good stuff. So today I think what we'll do is APC made in Lithuania, Acme Studios made in Lithuania, and you wonder why I like these? Represent in different ways. So those are cool features. And after that we have a coat from Zara and a jacket that Ethiopian bread. And we also have injera from Dama Bakery in Arlington. Amazing spot, Ethiopian food, really good. We also have homemade Vietnamese food over here. We have homemade potato pancakes that we're freezing up. Do I look tired? I probably look tired. So it's also interesting for me to just be talking pretty much almost all day and seeing how different, even my focus and my thoughts, and we go back to time management, but that's not what I'm trying to talk about right now. Right now, I want to talk about this room that we are in, because we are still doing the apartment presentation. Here I got more room to move. this room is very, catch you up with yesterday and talk about ideas and thoughts. I'm already getting excited just wanting to go with this project and conversation further in a different way. Just kind of take a moment to see what's out there and what I could decide more analog. And then after seeing this in Japan, I was like, this might be it. I mean, could be a way for you to see your own history through time by doing whatever it is. Again, it's just a product. This is a digital product. It's a video being filmed. And again, what I plan to do, or this whole concept, which we'll get into. Let's sit down. Let's have some conversation, some dialogue. This is the time. 2 0 2 0. That's better. This is part of 1253. 1253. 1253. Okay, so here we are. This is impurities from water and air. Charcoal from Kishu, Japan, is the highest grade product of Japan. So yeah, this is what it's. This is how you have your water. Have your charcoal stick. Look at that. When I first got that room in Virginia, Alexandria, because I used to live in Arlington, then I moved to Alexandria. I decided to have the walls green, which I thought at that point in time was something cool. Like, I want green. I like green. Let me put it green. And then, you know, fast forward, I'm like, why are the walls green? So I eventually painted them another color. It was like okay, Acuna, what was the next project you did? Okay, audience reading this book, I'll tell you. I decided to do another string installation, but this time it was going to be more amazing, more string, more genius, more. And I thought installation was like a subset of sculpture, or sort of fit in with sculpture in some way or whatever. It was like installation and sculpture had similar DNA or something, yeah. So I was going to, let's get it. So the battery's running out. We're already at an hour here. It's time for me to take a break. You see how my voice starting? I'm just speaking. So what I was thinking about having as a form of an intro is me saying this project is about, or the idea behind this project is me I know the result I kind of want to say. It's me. Obviously, I don't know. No, it's me. I'm not necessarily lost. I'm trying to think. Oh, passage of time. Let's do not a time lapse. It's 9:07 p.m. So that was a nice long dinner, beautiful conversation, delicious food. In 2015, most people I think that I knew had a smartphone or two, and for many years they had it eat in bed or have tea in bed and have fruit and turn the TV on or something like that. And I still have a handboard which I play with, but I'd like to upgrade to something more artisanal. I feel like this is not as artful as it could or maybe should be, but I'll do some tricks right now. I don't know, let's see if we could see it. Let's see it. Oh, there we go. We'll do something like that. And it works for now, temporarily. And but it's been working for years. So now I guess the big thing is, how much does rent cost, right? How much would you think rent costs in an apartment that has, what, 470 or so square feet, no closets, 5th floor, penthouse suite, with 72 stairs to go up, with no elevator? But before I got to this point, there was a process that it took, and it looked very differently. Sort of like maybe this project that I'm doing, this video. If the end result ends up not looking good, not looking pretty, the next thing that, if this inspires something else or somebody, and the next thing, eventually this could be a seed that helps. All right, there we go. I wonder what I should do. Yeah, maybe I should get this, because it's time to film. Over here in this area. So what I want, this I know where I left off. It was to go over what this project still is, or what it still could become. A lot of ideas. A salad with fava beans and GoPro Hero 7. What does that mean? Are those things not good anymore? Questions. So that's that. What else do we got? Here we got sweaters. We got Acne. So this is where I could talk about some of my development in style and clothing style. Let me tell you this. I used to dress so incredibly getting tired. I think it's time for a water break and a battery switch and maybe a memory card upload, because this is running low. Upload some gigs. I think there's actually maybe enough. What's 1 hour maybe? You know what? It's time to change the battery. Let me start with, I don't know. First of all, there's one item in this room that's very IKEA iconic, and that tonality. And I was doing that for a bit, and then I developed further. And there was a time where as far as clothing stores, I didn't really have any particular preference, just whatever, something fit, it was comfortable, whatever. Then I developed to getting into, this is many years ago now, H&M. H&M was my spot. I was like, yeah, H&M, let me get H&M. It felt stylish and good, and it was not expensive to get, and I liked it. So that was my main store for a while. But then toned Dysons, I just don't know if they fit my aesthetics and what I'm interested in having in terms of tones, colors, and a palette. So I wasn't sure. But once this thing popped up, or that grows into something else as it gets developed further and further, just like this room. This room, you could say, is the project. It started blank. Well, I guess somebody was here before, but after we moved in, it was a blank canvas. Stuff got changed and put into places and rearranged over time. And then it got to this point over time, with thoughts, with ideas, with trying to find out what's important. And sleep is important. It's good to have a good night's sleep. And you want to have a good night's sleep, you want a good bed, and you want space in the bed, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. So I think, and I like Muji products. Next one, Acne Studios again. Now this one is, I really like this shirt. This is a very nice shirt. Oversized, different kind of look. This is where, and it was a gift, this is where the development of style goes from just a simple black shirt that fits to finding desks that are so bulky and big and growing on top of each other and putting all this stuff on them. Let's just put this stuff away, and let's take the room down to a certain essence. And what I was wanting to say earlier, I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I don't think I mentioned it, which I'm about to mention, and it is time for me to get some water. Again, I know I just said that, or something like that. And I think it's time for me to get this goatee gone, change my shirt, change the hat. Yeah, I think it's that time. And talk about this apartment for a change, right? Talk about what's going on, talk about what we have here. But before that, I think it's time for a little time lapse, just so we can let time go by. Oh, it's also time to change the battery, so that's what I should do. I should change the battery, put the time lapse on, get myself together to get some liquid fluid and all that fun stuff. And yeah, just keep sort of going. All right, here we go. It's the one that's charged. I forgot, I want to say $7, $8. I'm not sure exactly, but maybe considered expensive for a spoon or just a single spoon. But then again, the beauty of it, we got some different kind of chopsticks and to make tea. And what else do we got? Some blah 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 blah. Okay, we got your glasses, plates from Muji, and plate. We got some great plates if we want to get all artful and fun. What else? So that's that. We already went over coffee, so coffee's a done deal. We have stock. We gotta figure that out. There's a bit of a mess. Design in terms of what I like, what I don't like, brands I like, brands I don't like. Am I gonna talk about brands I don't like? In terms of what I'm doing, what I'm not doing, where I'm at. I'm simply where I'm at right now in this idea of good things. So that's one key element that be nice to change to something non-IKEA to kind of change this room. Because apart from that, while we're here, we got an IKEA frame, which is fine. I don't mind that. A painting that I commissioned an artist to do so I could give this painting as a gift. Video, art, my writing, editing, and releasing on certain platforms, in this case Instagram, YouTube, in a way a little differently, and doing it throughout the month. And just, again, myself, I don't think I want to watch that. It's just like, it's like a whole hour of someone writing something. It's not music, it's not exciting, it's just one shot the whole way through. Like, what are you doing? Why would you spend an hour, even me trying to reading something at night if I wanted to, and not have an LED and have something more warm, and then the view is sort of this more peacefulness, and then we got the calendar for the date, and just a clean wall. Let the wall be the wall, let space be space. Mentality of, for me to do this project, I don't want to necessarily know everything that maybe I should know, that may go into a project that you plan out and you figure out and you do. The point of this project was me going into it not knowing most of it and seeing how stuff goes. That was one of the criteriums for myself also, going into it. Just do it. I don't know how it's turning out. I feel like it's, so far, some of the stuff I recorded, I'm taking so long to say things. I'm probably having pauses. I might be repeating myself. Not mine, I didn't get it, but yeah, I think it's $400 or $500. Oh, this Dyson too, by the way. I was part of that purchase. Was it $300, $400, $500? I mean, it's expensive stuff, but again, just get it once. And me being here, it's just, if you have a front yard, if you have a backyard, if you have a balcony, if you have a closet, these are like luxury items here. If you have a bigger bathroom, with more space to separate. If you have a bigger kitchen, if you have more than just a few kitchen cabinets. So this is funny because I'll do like kick flip, tray flip, nollie heel, nollie flip, nollie tray, inward heel, varial heel. Yes, I would prefer to use stuff in meters and this and that, but here it's feet and I'd rather have centimeters and millimeters, but whatever. I calculated the square footage in this particular case. So 470.24 square feet. Did I say 370? Yeah, more. 470, but that's not big. So what are the sizes? The foyer or the foyer? That's let me see how much time we have, because I think that's it. 58. It's time to go. It's time to go to sleep. Okay. So yeah, that's, and all that makes 470.24 square feet. I'm like getting a little itch. I normally don't have a sort of a mustache. This is like not a look that I really do. Haircut. Is stuff gonna open up in New York City at some point, or do I just cut my own hair? What do I do? What is the plan? I don't know. So this is where I want to speak about sort of, I should be turning this light off so we could be focused on the scene in here. Oh, here's another logo, but it's subtle enough and I like it. And this is a beautiful sweater to wear. It's, for me, it's just very comfortable, very nice. So I really like this. One of my top sweaters, and also another one that I got, different kind of fabric. So I'm also interested in not having wool, not having leather, personal preference. So it makes my choices a bit more limited, if you want to say so. It's really unknown whose jacket that is. I feel like it's one of my brothers. I have one, or I had one. Is this? No, there was another. I left it in Virginia. It could be a whole story. So let me continue. Bags, storage stuff, hat. Here I got more bags, This is a nice bag from Arket. Remember Arket? H&M, Onen, Denmark. This is beautiful. It's foldable. Chives for days. Some extra, what's it called? Cabbage. More Oatly, ketchup, and barbecue sauce, and sauerkraut, and maple syrup, and tahini to make hummus. Use tahini for hummus. So good. We'll go down here. We have vegetables, bunch of carrots, radish. What else do we have? Here, a bunch of fruits. So vegetables, should be vegetables, and fruits should be fruits. Vegetables. Somehow. And weirdly, bed sheets from Zara ended up fitting pretty well. So I'm not sure if this, and also Muji bed sheet worked out, even though it's feels like a small shirt on a studio, which you saw me recording. That's where the canvases are. That is, so let me break down these spaces a bit before a quick breakdown. So the entrance is the entrance. That's where there are shoes. Then we have the bathroom, which is just a bathroom, and I have comments about bathrooms in America that we can maybe go over later, but that's a small, very small bathroom, but it works, does the job. And there are things or other possibilities that could replace it, but those other possibilities have their own difficulties. Some of them don't have the headrest, because I want the headrest so you could sit down. It's more of a lounge chair, reading chair, library. So some of the chairs that I've seen don't have all the elements that I'd like for to be here, though they may be nicer and they may have a different kind of aesthetics that fits this space better. I could easily look it up though. It's 9 point. It's a something point something. It's a certain tilt. It's a certain aesthetic. I think those chairs would be great here. All the tea. I don't know. Plenty of tea over here, and coffee, 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 and oh, this is tea. Yeah, tea. Tea is good. It's good stuff. It's so good. So many different kinds. Here we got some dry leaves. This is the water. This is from IKEA. Simple watering can. That's just beautiful. I like to turn it from time to time because now it's facing here, but over time it makes its way to the sun. Amazing sort of pieces of life. And this plant's interesting. It's the whole story about it, but time is running out. I still got a kitchen to go over, bathroom to go over, so time for me to speed it up. We got the days. We got the salt and the pepper and different kinds of salt. This right here, if we zoom out, this whole thing, I think I calculated, very rough calculation, how much all these spices are worth combined. And at that point in time, which was some time ago, I think the value was what's the word? Much more. Yeah, this is it. 59. This is. Yeah, this is goodbye. Final seconds. It's time for me to depart. And you know what? I mean, how's the lighting? Is the lighting cool? Yeah, lighting's good. I prefer that. See, there's this light, which turns that on, but I don't know if the ambiance is there for me with just that light. This, I like that. I like the look of that. But let me speak about an oversized sort of boxier shirt that works with maybe your body type, your look, with details and nuances that you could enjoy and simply like and wear. Here we got APC. This is a very nice the fabrics. I like fabrics. This one is, I think this is a linen. I'm not sure. Maybe Muji. This is a new brand that I learned about. Oh, good for the rain, also an alternative to the rains, and it has some more space inside if I wear a sweater to not feel like I'm so bulky. And check this out. Made in Lithuania again. About myself and my own dressing, as well as space. I mean, my room was it's just too much stuff. So over time, it was similar. It was getting developed little by little. I learned about IKEA at one point, and IKEA had stuff that was, but today is almost gone. And I said some things about some things, and there are some, like again, the subject of me and clothes, that's just an interesting one, because for me it's wild how I used to look, and I looked a certain way, and how I changed to how I look now. It's just, and my thinking has changed in general about various topics over time, and the idea of design, how much that has changed. And all these could be their own videos, much more, what's it called? One of my top museums that I've been to, Louisiana Museum, where it's in Denmark. I forgot, and I'm not sure if it's in Copenhagen or not, but it's a trip away from Copenhagen center. You take a train or so, and then you walk, and that museum was, or a globe. But I do like to travel, and I do want to travel the world, so having it is good too, and just to see places I've been and where I may have left something or done a project, or where my art might be, or on the black shirt. I'm not sure if I would really want that. I'm not saying that I don't, and if in the future if I'm ever wearing it, it's like, oh, you said no. I'm not sure if I would want that. And then from travels and trips, I would have, I don't know, memories or certain things. That I used to collect shot glasses randomly just because I was like, oh, I'm in this new place, new state, new country, whatever. Let me get a shot glass or something simple. And I just had a lot of that. And I had a shelf and I had all these stickers. And then at one point I was putting some sticky notes up in places. And my understanding is my energy and me speaking so much again and again and again is having me have a tougher time focusing on what I'm saying, maybe because it's used as time for me to rest. And plus the problem is I had a lack of sleep, which it's like my development in aesthetics and design is almost not that different from my development in the time I should be going to sleep, but I'm still awake. I got some more to say. I want to cover some more stuff in this room, that room. Now, I thought I might get some exercise in today with the yoga mats, but I ended up talking and talking and talking. Well, I got some movement. It's good to move, but I wanted to get some exercise in, and I was thinking if I was going to get exercise in, I mean, I did jog the mile yesterday and walk a lot and go up and down 72 stairs. Curve a bit. So it's time to do a quick 20 minutes of this. So that they sort of serve you to drink from, but then you could also buy the cup. And typically if you go buy a cup in maybe a restaurant or a place, I mean, I'm not sure how much they would be, and how often do you really want to buy a cup from a place? But that cup was so beautiful. Again, I didn't buy that cup. I'm just giving the story of the cup. Yeah, it was such a beautiful cup. $100 or so later. Well, this is in yen, but it translates to, I think, around that amount. Again, I'm not sure. I didn't get it, but that's where you start with. But this setup isn't gonna do you much if you don't have good coffee beans. So and then this is the grinder. You don't want to get pre-ground coffee. Pre-grinded or pre-ground? Pre-ground, right? You want to have, the fresher the beans, the better. Avocado toast. I want to switch this up. I want to put it in the handheld one because sometimes I like just holding the camera by hand. It's raw and uncut, just how you put it in the case. But so what's really exciting is this right here. I plan to talk about this project further and ideas, but right now it's time to eat. So we're gonna not talk about the project at this moment. We're gonna be doing the project by filming me talking about other stuff. And right now, it might be very interesting and entertaining to see what a full day is. And one day is just one spectacle in time of many days, and a lot of things happen every day. So in one sense, time goes by really quick, but in another sense, could feel like it's slow and taking a long time to go and to move forward. To have seen something like that, and this was back in the day. I understand he retired and we don't even really know how he looks. Maybe we do now, I don't know. That's a whole nother layer of mystery and mystique. But besides that, just thinking about seeing the show and seeing what he's done and the clothes, that's still like relevant today and still more creative than I think a lot of shows today. And he did that a long time ago. Yeah, it should be cotton, because I don't want to get leather shoes. I don't want to get suede shoes, or canvas. Yeah, I think it's canvas. And I don't want to get canvas shoes that are too thin that when I skate they're just gonna rip up. So those I've noticed last me quite well. Yeah, the Nike Zoom Stefan Janowski canvas. big components of this is a studio, art studio, also exercise studio, yoga studio, which could do with art, dining room. The reason I'm speaking a lot and continue to speak and want to continue to speak is because in the way it is to be edited, or the way I'd like for it to be edited, when I see stuff that I've done, projects that I've actually completed or brought into a finished state that's finished enough for me to not worry about, which I have. And some projects for me, they're just done, and I'm happy with them how they are. When I see these projects, let's say it's a painting, okay, I'll look at some nice stuff over here. What if I just whisper, like really low whisper? I have a lot to say about all this, but we have and this other idea of how the work is perceived has been so popularized, where that is what people see the work to be. Does artists decide, okay, that is what the work is? Or say, no, that's not what the work is, it's just this. You're choosing to infer it that way, go for it. Put some hot sauce and salt on them. Good. Extra flour, some stock. We got onions, we got a papaya over here. We got some heirloom tomatoes. Look at this, it's just, look at the shine. This is, believe it or not, this is an organic lemon. Huge. We got some guava, eggplant, pineapple, bananas, organic bananas. This is like a return pile, so that's, if we get something we want to return it. Slowly away. And after the hourglass was, and I recorded the process of what I was just writing, impromptu sort of style, and kind of similar to this what I'm doing right now in a voice form. This was more just in written form. I didn't really want to have a script. I just wanted to write free flow, freestyle, and I did. And then so even these days I don't really watch that much skate clips because I don't know if it's helpful for me. I'd rather maybe have something that is special. Again, how do you get something special these days when there's just so much going on? Maybe it's just limiting what you see or what I see, or limiting the amount of times I watch something, if at all. But it's 5:37 a.m. now. We're gonna do half a green apple. Get this going. I'm gonna use this. Half of this one. And yeah, we're gonna get a green shake. Just get this, the good stuff started.
Oh no.
Oh no. This is just, these are more like little print out. This is from that bird. Loud, even though the windows are closed. It's chilly outside, but you can still hear it through the windows. Loud sounds. Okay, so this bird, for instance, goal setting. Some say set goals, you gotta set goals. And then you read something else, it's like, don't set goals. You don't need goals. Now, that's an interesting one, right? You know, goals versus no goals. If you have goals, and this is where the reasonings come in, right? If you don't have goals, how do you know where you're gonna go? Right? You don't have a goal, where are you going? So it makes sense. Set a goal well, that's where it was going to sound weird, I think. But if I chopped it all up and then put the soundtrack with all this chopped up footage, this is where it gets kind of weird. The idea of having this puzzle put together is, which I don't know if anybody would ever do, but this is the idea of the puzzle. It's all chopped up, but it wasn't so limited, so why would you think it's still limited today, even though there is newer stuff? And that camera now is worth, I don't know, what, a couple hundred, few hundred, 100, I don't know. It's very inexpensive because it's not, maybe it's not what's in. So that's interesting. When if you make or made something back in the day with something like a Canon T2i, these spaces, a lot of these moments would probably usually be cut out from a reality show. Time lapse. Yeah. Yeah, so wash the cup, the straw, went to the bathroom, and then there was a bit of a kimchi. It was much harder to regain it, so that's, I'm going in tangents, but this is gonna be part of, I think, what this project is. So the point I'm just trying to bring out, and had that with coffee for breakfast, and then Whole Foods. Then we came back here, dropped stuff off, and then went to, it makes sense for me to look like a champion, just go with the beet coffee, but I can maybe, it's gonna be bad. Or it could be great. I don't know. It depends who views it from what angle, and depending on that person's history in life and what. It's my writing, I should say. I don't know if it's me. What is me? What is Amy? Put this back up. Oh, let's see. Am I gonna do it? Yeah, okay, kind of. I'm gonna aim to sort of do a presentation, apartment presentation, tour, whatever you want to call it. And instead of starting from the front of the apartment, I consider this to have a back, and us being in the back right now. So I want to start from the back and make my way forward, and tofu scramble in progress. Look at that, looks like chocolate. Coffee in progress. My hair growth. And it's awesome to look at it. But I think it's not healthy to constantly look at it. The way to maybe, and I don't have answers, I'm just speaking out loud. The way to maybe have something a week or two or so ago, not that long ago, it's a relatively new idea, and I kept coming back to it from time to time as the week progressed, week or weeks or something. And I was like, oh, I could say this, or I should say this. I was like getting excited, but I was trying to not get to the point of writing things down of what I should or shouldn't say, should or shouldn't do. because this memory card is almost full, 100 and something gigs. And there's another charged battery, so I think I'll put that in. And this is because if someone were to ever take this out and chop it up and put the full flow of how today has been going. By the way, right now it is 5:28, just so you know, p.m. That out. So now we got this. We could do this. That. And here we go. Set you up over here. But how do you design a room to make it look in a way where you haven't seen it look? Like you're not buying plastic, different kinds of materials. It's like a mix, smash. But it's the point. It's kind of it's like a studio. It's where things are to be made, to be experimented with, to be had fun with, and yeah, it's a dining space too. But this is more of a. It's a piece of history, and it's something that I'm just doing because I feel like doing. And it's gonna be a moment in my time that I could say, oh, that, you know, you could sort of track. I was trying to not have a script to follow of this is how the day's gonna go. This is what I'm gonna do. I purposely was trying to avoid that, which noises and colors are big distractions, is from my learning. And yeah, after about an hour and a half, you could easily get distracted. If you manage your energy, and the more distractions you have in the beginning of the day, it's hard to focus later on in the day because you have a certain amount of energy. So in one sense, that space was available. And since there was nothing on it or around it, well, I decided to take over. I like this book. I like how it is. I mean, even me just reading a work in progress, that is part of this whole series of 7 paintings. This is second pass. I don't think I'm going to go into much details right now. And probably delete this later. I should actually put it so. Just some lights. These lights I think are from West Elm, which are good lights to start with, to sort of be upgrading. Lighting is important. Not everybody is sort of elevated thing for the laptop where you could sit down and just look straight, even though it looks sort of more like this I don't know, transformer a little bit. And then I'm gonna talk about this apartment, all this stuff, but it's time for some lemon water and a shake. How's the kimchi? Wow. For me, it's just right. It's just loud enough to say it's a new hour, but it's not so loud to where it's annoying. It's really quiet for me personally. So I want to show you this before this minute passes by. So check this out. We got your Bruno. Watch, you're gonna hear the sound. It's gonna come soon. The Ninja. I'm drinking it from a glass with a straw. It's a bit more aesthetically pleasing. So it's good. It's still fun. It's fun to do stuff, to do projects. And this day isn't going quite as planned. Not that there was any plans for the day, and that's part of the reason why maybe I didn't have plans for the day, because I don't know how long it's going to take for me to speak. And the point of this project, I think, is really me important to note. If someone gave it to me, I may, but I don't know if I want to be showing off Acme Studios in that regard. And if you keep doing this, and this is just skateboarding is just one example, and that's one. It's very beautifully, it's cork, beautifully designed clock. Because the point is, I'm fine speaking. I can speak, but if you're reading a book, you're probably sitting there, so the TV might not really see you and let you be. So let me keep finishing up or keep going. This light, West Elm, I think a couple $100 or so, and you can just grind it, homemade grinded. And this is Hario also. Hario's good stuff. This grinder, there's like a sort of I don't know, maybe you want to call it this romance to. So that's where the answers could come into play. But I'm just bringing up the questions that I have not answered, because the answers may come in the process. Because if I'm spending my time trying to figure out all the answers to everything, when am I ever going to start? I'm not even going to know how I'm going to feel at a certain point in time. I'm trying to learn and take a pause, but it's not a pause, so it's confusing. But it's not like I haven't. Over here, we got Tekla pillowcase. If you know about Tekla, you're hip. If you don't know about Tekla, you don't know about Tekla, and that's okay. And then here we got the controllers, and what else do we have? This actually, poof, that's from IKEA. It's a nice piece, I think. And they work, it's comfortable. Put your feet on there. And then change into a home shirt, home shorts. Get the bed done if it's not done. And that's sort of more green, leafy greens. Got some olives, cherries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries. Oh no, this is grapes actually. Grapes. There's still I think some blueberries in there, but just transfer the grapes onto there. We got blueberries, and we have homemade cheesecake. It's homemade, made here, vegan. And we have homemade jam, rhubarb jam, and interest perhaps. And that has to do with this idea. Now that I've discussed what this project parameter sort of is, now I can go over, we could say, artist statements about this and further ideas of what I want to do during this process, which is gonna involve, which I'll talk about not right now because it's time for me to take a break, get some water, but it's gonna involve doing basically a pure art form of, in video form. I'm doing a video puzzle, which I could talk about more, and components to add to it is just sort of going over this apartment that I live in, a moment in time, how the mind could work. It's more to say, but the battery's running out. It's been over an hour. It's time to drink some water. It's time to change the battery. Time to go to the bathroom real quick. Time to get another time lapse going. And then we can be back to continue talking about what this project could be about. But that's the idea, but it's still all from the same day, and then me changing an outfit again and again and again, changing the look of my face again and again and again, or my beard I should say. And as time progresses, hours are moving forward, so in theory I'm aging, and a real day is happening, and I'm sort of trying to capture a real day, but now at least we know the idea of how limited and how restricted it seems to be in a way, and how unknown it is and may continue to be on to tomorrow when it comes to editing. In this apartment, so I've experienced, I want to say, a range of what I could handle in terms of living conditions with how I've lived. There's great stuff here. There is great stuff. But if we're talking about a single art piece in the scale of the world that I've seen and that I could remember, well, let's go to Florence. Michelangelo's David, I think, was next level. Of course, one of the greatest sculptures in the world, if not the greatest, which was done, what, 500 plus years ago? Well, to do that, wait till June 30th. If it's already past June 30th, then it's already all maybe released, if I end up really actually releasing it. Because like, who knows if I'm even going to release this. I think I am, but I don't know for sure still, because it's still in progress. I don't know how it's going to look in the footage. I don't know if I'm going to like it. But if I release it all in June, I'm just using 8 hours as an example. 8 hours cut up. Imagine this is the day. This is, oh, I don't know how to do this. 5 a.m. No, it's 5:30, whatever. 5 a.m. Let's just say 10 p.m. or 20 if you're hip. 20:00. So if this is the footage of all these clips that I'm filming, imagine, and then let's say this is the final product that is to be edited tomorrow. Imagine this, let's say FP, right? Final product, and what is it? Media? Yeah, media content in the initial footage, or what did I say? Did I say content? Ingredients. Ingredients, right? And final product, or no, this could be the meal. So the next step of another project, or something else. So this is sort of a pause to a lot of stuff that I've been working on to figure out time management, energy management, all this. But in the process, I'm working on this project, which is kind of doesn't make sense, because this is sort of, I'm starting something new, and we could go over this stuff more maybe. It's just, I should not be doing this if I'm doing. The idea is to make it this thing in this way where maybe it's not recommended. Just film and move around a small apartment into some, I don't know, some way. With the exception, coming through, the sun rises over there, so as the sun progresses, it's gonna set over there. So I got a view of a sunset, which is nice. Maybe later on for dinner, enjoy the sunset, maybe have a candle and eat good, eat healthy. So healthy food. So there's a lot of topics that I'm interested in and that I've learned about, and I've sort of have such a time limit with so much information. So what do you do? But that's part of the project, and that's part of me trying to push myself to do this in the way that I'm looking to do this. And the way I'm looking to do this is how that movie specifically went, or do you just remember that you saw it at some point? Which is an interesting concept. You saw a movie, but you don't remember the movie. It's like you saw, for the past however many hours, all this amazing images and inspiration, art, architecture, design, and this is a realer passage of time, which isn't necessarily something that somebody wants to see, because I'm watching somebody he or she may have seen. If anybody even views it, that's the other thing too. It's very possible that nobody views this, and this just becomes a project that I could look back on and say, this is one day in life that I lived and said some things. that I'm doing, or maybe a sketch or a rough draft, because I do want to make films, and I have film ideas, and this could be a piece of a film idea that I have. Not really, but it could be. It could have dialogue with other film ideas that I have. And I remember certain things. I remember this, I remember that, I remember that. So right now I'm filming something and I don't know how much I'm going to remember of this, which is part of the thing. And this is a moment in time right now where I could look back on this project that I'm working on, like, oh, you know, I did that, and this, me doing this process could lead to, but imagine me releasing this and it's just so much time. What are you watching? Why are you even watching this? And maybe this is for myself to say, why'd you do this? Why are you watching this? So, but this is where another idea of this, look at me, I'm going on these ideas of this project. So another idea of this project is me recording a moment in time of my own life. This is a piece of history, my own history, where I'm at right now, today, and tidbits of it. Instead, you're waiting for a big project to come and you could really enjoy it and embrace your consumption of this product, whatever it may be. These days, it's just use titles, perhaps, to add music to either form of a timeline, whether it's the original one and then chopped up because it might just sound very weird, or the already chopped up one adding the music. There's a reason why I don't want to do that, even though it could add a layer of... I was in awe. Baum and I parted ways after those final statements because he had to go somewhere. And we did spend a good hour covering a lot of surface. And for me, it was time to think about what had just happened. You gotta be like mega rich to be okay. It's just weird. So after seeing all these other units, coming to this one, which was supposedly being renovated, there wasn't any images. We saw that it was actually being renovated. So in a weird form of timing, what does editing even entail in something like this? Do you speed up clips? Do you not? Do you alter certain sounds? Do you add music? Do you not? A lot is unknown. Do you zoom into clips to avoid seeing certain backgrounds? Do you not? Do you chop during a time lapse to split a time lapse up? Do you not? Do you chop during a word in a sentence, which could be weird, or do you avoid doing that? So a lot of this stuff I don't know, which could come tomorrow during the editing process. Excuse me, which may not, editing might even just be simple. You just chop it all up, see how it looks good enough, all right, cool. And then release it a certain kind of way, which is another part of the idea. But there's more of that to be spoken about, maybe in a quicker manner, because I'm taking long talking about this. And while we're talking about fashion, a show, because I like clothes too, and designers, creative designers. One of my favorite designers, if not the favorite, is Mason Margiela. Do the biggest piece of work that costed the least amount of money, but that also had the biggest impact. One more component with editing is, should I use titles? And maybe not, I don't know. There's reasons why I hesitate to throughout the day and from the morning. You wake up, I understand now different people could have different energy levels during the day. You got to find out where your energy is at. So what I've done so far in the last almost 2 weeks is this sort of activity log where that's one way to look at this. This is a pure art kind of video where it's filmed in a day and broken up. Wait, see, now before I even get further into that, that's a concept. I should probably lay down the groundwork. Upper right. Randomly. All right, here we go. Don't say anything ever. Got a little dust on it. But I have not read this. But I'll read something random. There you go. Don't say it. Look at me. I'm talking now. I'm supposed to not say anything ever. Let me go to a random page. Do a live reading. Well, I'm gonna wait because so that clock is so awesome for me. I'm going on another tangent. I know. But I want to take this moment too to show that. Plus the battery's running out. I gotta change that up. There's some stuff. Take a little break soon. So the clock makes these little sounds each minute because it's flips. It's so manual, so analog, and I like it so much. And what's so great about those sounds is they don't distract me unless I'm listening for them. All thought, it's all happening. I know it's an analogy or metaphor, whatever you want to call it. Let me get back to, again, I'm going in this projection direction, and tangents happen, and that's part of this. It's part of this journey of a human being just speaking at a certain stage in life about a project that is better. And it's up to you to make sense of it, but this is where it's good to read about opposing opinions or opposing thoughts on a single subject that may be popular, right? So another popular one is sleep. People say 8 hours of sleep. Does it matter? Whatever you feel is true is true. And if you want to change your mind, you could change your mind. So this video, this project, I feel like I keep saying, I'm like building up, or I'm not even building up. I keep saying I'm gonna talk about what this project is. I'm not really talking about it. This is where I was trying to get to. Oh, I'm getting there. Where I'm at with my thoughts today as I progress through a day speaking about things that come to mind with no plan, because that's what I'm doing right now. I don't have anything specific to really say or do. I have ideas of what I could, which is very interesting to think about, this idea of sort of doing something that will hold its ground in the future, like Brancusi. This stuff, these sculptures are timeless. Like, seeing a Brancusi piece today maybe should be that way. For what it is. For working with this added limitation, if someone else is with you and they don't want to be involved. Another challenge. How do you not get them involved if they're there? That feeling of, I guess you could say, accomplishment or achievement could last within you longer. And this is the thing with me and why I'm sort of bringing this up about them, but I have more visuals going on, and I'm not explaining every single piece, component, aspect of the visual, so I don't know how it's coming across. It's probably coming across very confusing, I want to say, and very maybe weird, which might be part of this. And this is this is what I was trying to say, this idea of sad story, life. So you remember fragments of it because it's a popular movie, and even if you've only seen it once, you've probably heard about it. It's probably been referred to, so that's one type of movie. Another type of movie could be, let's just talk about Spider-Man. First Spider-Man. With Tobey playing Spider-Man, right? Do you, if you saw that movie once, do you remember what I'm thinking to someone who is just watching this piece of information come in? Because I have stuff going on in my mind and ideas and thoughts that I'm sort of connecting, and I'm releasing words because now I'm getting to the point that I think I want to get. I might just not be smart. I might actually be dumb or have a problem with memory if I'm the only one who doesn't remember what he saw on, say, social media or from all this amazing stuff that comes in if nothing really registers. Originally, back in 2015, it was $18.75 a month just to rent it out. Now it's, I think, $19.75. So it's up there. It's basic. And then this includes sort of going with this. I mean, for example, and I'm still new to this, that's where I'm reading the book and reading all this stuff online and taking notes and trying to really see the like opposite ideas collide and read about reasonings. Oh, it stopped. But it's time to, this is some baked bread going on. Time to see that. I gotta wrap this up because it's time for me to drink more water. Let's drop. Okay, it's in progress. Just getting there. You could think it just happened, like it's brand new, even though it happened so many years ago. Same with Basquiat. For me, Basquiat's one of my top favorites. And seeing his work in person and just his work in general, how it is, which is interesting. But I think this specific unit I like a lot because the view is of Manhattan. So, and maybe that intro comes later, if there even is an intro. Or maybe there is no intro. I don't know. We're at the editing. So editing more powerful, you could say, experience than the Guggenheim build-out, which is interesting. But I really like the Louis Vuitton Foundation in Paris. If I thought of this project and all the elements that I should incorporate in it, do you think it would ever start? How much more am I learning by just starting the project and getting it going as I'm doing now, as I'm speaking? And sort of just read away. But what I see the battery's running low, so I gotta change that up. And then yeah, then it's gonna be time to read and finish the book. And then I'm gonna get to what this whole video thing is about. And having aesthetically pleasing, beautiful things to look at is important for me. To divide your attention across many projects, because that is problematic and that can get you tired. And if you have a certain amount of energy, heat and hot water, but then if you add gas and electricity, it's basically $2,000 a month for this. About $2,000, $2,100 if you want to include internet and stuff like that. So definitely pretty expensive for like a walk-up and no closets, limited space. Just randomly put a robot voice or like a chipmunk voice, because that's easy to do in Final Cut. Just throw it on. So yeah, I might alter voices or conversations if someone else is involved, or alter someone else's voice if they're involved, or silence certain voices that aren't mine. Like a mountain. Ready for it? I'll show you right now. I'll open this up. And I'm gonna also open up something else that we had from there, which was a soup that I think was also vegan. That was just next level stuff. All right, here we go. Opening and... Will it and could it end up looking so bad that it's good? This is a walk-up. 5th floor, top floor life. But that top floor life comes with 72 stairs to go up again and again and again and again. Whenever I want a modular, as other rooms are, this room transforms very easily into a few different things. This is what I was saying. This is sort of the coat rack that we got over here. And actually, while we're at it, okay, well, let me go over the components of the room, which I think I already said, and just to reiterate with showing. So here we have sort of the coat rack. You could hang some hats there. We have some down here, some exercise gear. And maybe you don't get anything. It's like that funnel again, where you're getting all this amazing stuff that you're seeing, and nothing seems to make its way through into the brain for you to realize, I see this and I remember it, and that's inspiring and that's awesome. Sure, some things might do it, certain maybe shows, certain pieces, certain memories. So me speaking is fine, but I could alter my voice too if I want. Could be interesting. So there is some figuring out that could and should be done over there. Now, this is exciting. Tea is drank a lot in this apartment, so we are loaded with tea, loose leaf, bagged, all kinds of tea. Here, not all kinds, a variety of different kinds. That's all kinds of mean. This bed was not this big here. There was a twin bed right here, and over here, this right here, that was actually standing up against the wall over there, and the TV was actually inside that, and this would be where the twin bed was. So this was the bed to sleep, twin bed for, and it ends up living up to what it becomes, and that's great too. So what I'm doing, I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I don't know which direction I'm going. This is simply an idea that I'm deciding to try out, and without much planning other than clothing from me. But I don't want logos. I just want stuff to look good, and if people know about you, then they may know what you're wearing anyway. So when brands do stuff without logos, I like that, especially if they have quality and no logos and design. And let's go with these. Let's keep going with these garments. So this is a basic shirt, and we're just gonna go from here. So over here, what do we got? We got Top Man. I used to get stuff from Top Man, not so much these days. Uniqlo. Uniqlo is actually, I actually have a lot of Uniqlo these days. Uniqlo sort of replaced my Lahario kind of, I don't even know what this is called. It's that's what a coffee goes into. Next up, we have this, which was a gift, a beautiful garment, and another Uniqlo U piece, and this is the other 13 Bonaparte shirt, which I wore not that long ago. Very nice. And I got an APC sweater because it was still cold in New York for a while. The hat and this switch. I got this is for the outdoors, different from tripod for the indoors. And switch up the, put this away. And like these other, I didn't have a proper boxer or boxer brand that I knew that I liked, so I just got some basic Fruit of the Loom or something like that, and they fit, they were comfortable, so I was like, whatever. It would be nice to discover a brand or some type of boxers that are like really good, high quality, comfortable. But in Bolivia or before the Virginia room, possible, maybe. But I'm talking about space design now. So yeah, IKEA, and then just switching it up to, okay, let's stop having these. This is actually good stuff. This was espresso blend. Inside it is actually Barreurs. I'm not sure how to say it. Barreurs. It's actually a Java, mocha Java beans. because I sent like half the bag to my mom as a gift so she could try it out. She likes coffee. I like coffee. So and I just ended up filling up this Oslo Coffee Roasters bag with those beans. And there was a commercial, and somebody was at this coffee shop, and it was like, oh, this is like, you know, super fresh coffee. They're roasting it, you get it warm and all this stuff. And apparently it was in Queens. Oh, that's down the street. This is for coffee, specifically for coffee. Right here. It's a water bottle, specifically for water bottle to take outside. And then specifically for protein shakes, which is a brand new thing here. What else do we have? In certain spaces, or just having very little or less. Less is more, have something more pleasing for the eyes to view. And those were sort of the earlier days. The ratios work, or the markups, or the retail, the values. Because if at home, you making it at home with the beans ends up costing $2, and this is just the beans, we're not including water, you know, gas or whatever, you know, but again, we keep it simple with the beans. If it's $2, and let's say it's $6 at say, part of my life, among many other parts and components. Excuse me, it's like 2 burps. Quiet, softer. Another one is art. And it's very good. So, yeah, this is and now it's back on, so we could have a whole nother scene of it's coffee time. But all right, I'm gonna just watch what's about to go down over here. Lighting, indoor lighting is, I like it too. I like a certain ambiance. I like candles. I like subtle lighting when it's dark outside and you're inside. But these harsh lights inside, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan. I prefer daylight. That's why like right now, we have the daylight. Awesome. So I really enjoy that. That was earlier this year also. That's where that bird is. Here is a nice sort of some dried leaves, dried flowers, and this right here is, as of now, is set out. This is very good. It's just the good stuff, real good stuff. And in here, in there, behind that, got a potato grinding machine specifically to grind potatoes. And this was a good coffee though when it was the Oslo Coffee Roasters Odin espresso blend. It was good stuff. I liked it. It was strong, powerful, nice. Something else, Stumptown. This is good stuff. I actually like the stone fruit and molasses. Clean laundry. I mean, it's interesting, the word laundry. Does that mean it's dirty or clean, or could it be either? It's just clothes that are washed. I don't even know the definition of laundry. I just use it in some way. And again, the issue is maybe with the branding, and it has that IKEA look, and to get to this next level of certain sophistication, there are other options out there that could work better in the space. Again, this works in the space, but it's also kind of out of place. This noise. I'm trying to speak here, and noise. It's starting to get louder. Very different from the morning. You know, afternoon on a Sunday afternoon is a little different than a Sunday morning, early morning. It's okay, now it's quiet. It's okay, I'm not frustrated. It's part of the beauty, part of the raw nature of a day. What happened? What does one do in a day? So the revamp or the redesign happened recently in the last year or so, and again over time, but really learning what does one want? What do you want? What do I want in a space? How should a space look? What potentials does, in a condensed time period, in this instant gratification injection way, what did that do for you? Of course, maybe the idea could be that you're going so far, so deep to get to the point of finding an image that inspires. So just went to the laptop real quick, pulled up an image. Now you saw. So that's been inspiring. That was an inspiring moment of, wow, a new way to do avocado toast. So different rooms have different looks to them and aesthetics and consistency. This room, I would say, has one of the B coffees. Let's just say B. One of the B coffees. I could just grind this like I'm doing a movie scene. No problem. Just, it's like smooth grinding. It's almost like the bean is soft and just kind of disintegrating as I just do it. Not a lot of strength is asked, not a lot of effort. There's a lot to say, and with what I'm doing today, with things I'm speaking about, I may do more. It's possible, I don't know. It's possible that I do injections of instant information, or maybe in life too, a lot of details get forgotten, so it's important to realize that if that's going on, just to see sort of a world from a zoomed out point of view. There's a niceness to it, to see, okay, how many countries am I missing in Europe? Okay, I still got Africa to go to, Russia, I still haven't been there, Australia, want to go there, South America, been there, but there's more places I want to see, live there actually, more places I want to see, America, Canada, yeah. The plan is to spend tomorrow editing it and just chop up the footage, and here's where I questioned some. Need some water. Ooh, water's good. There are things that you do that take longer to do, that you want to do, and if you put time into doing them and going through the process of not immediate gratification day in, day out, I feel like the water was coming down too fast, and in one sense for the impatient person, like, oh, it's good. It doesn't matter if it's not filtering the water. Like, there's no point. But the big difference was the ability to focus for those who are sleep deprived. So if it was a single task, now the knives are there, and we have all these spices to make amazing food. Salts, we got the gray salt, white salt, black salt, and some more specialty salts. We have more salt over here. We have a wasabi salt, kind of pimento ancho salt. They existed, but you go to a farmer's market and you find out they exist. You look it up real quick, you could eat it, I guess, so it's time to try a new recipe. I've done this before, I've done it before in a different way. So, something to think about, right? What am I doing? Well, here's what I think I should do. The battery's almost out. Time to change the battery, actually. That's what I should do right now, time to change the battery. Time to put this book away also. Where does it go? Put it up there. Battery. Oh, battery is charged up. Let's change it. Vegetables, fruits. Yeah, that's, I think how you, yeah, I think that's right. Here a bunch of, yeah, non-organic lemon water. It's okay. We got pears, apples, different kinds of apples. Then we go into here. This is where the grains are. These amazing, oh, it's packed. But yeah, these. And then I do the next one. So. There we go. Much lighter beans. Of just doing this one little piece within a big picture of a painting. I think it is. But what that is you lay down and you put it on at a certain point in the middle of your neck, and you let gravity just pull your neck back. Maybe among the least consistency, we have wood, we have metal, we have canvases, we have sort of this rubbery thing, we have marble, more wood, we got glass, and kind of, not put this. So I got another phone, I got 2 phones. What Toby's estate turned into, I don't know the full details of the story. Or maybe I might know if I read it before, but I might have forgot. Or right in the morning when I want to keep sleeping, and then I can get sort of the dinner roll exercise in. So that's sort of a way I like to start the morning. And then usually I gotta go pee, so go pee and wash my face, wash my hands. Wash my hands first, then wash my face. So that's. So these you could say are the parameters or criterion or limitations. Because I feel like with certain limitations and criterion, a certain kind of project could be made, certain creativity may be asked to be presented, if you will. So the criterion is only film during the awake hours of today, change my outfit throughout the day, change my face throughout the day, not change my face, change the length of my beard throughout the day, and the hair on my face, you could say. May 31st, 2020. So another thing that may be happening or may have happened to myself is, imagine like a funnel. Is this a funnel? Or a bowl? Well, you see, this is where I have an option, right? Say is what I say is where it's at. Like, this is what I want to have. But, and this is where what I've learned about some coffee. Now, say is a bit of a lighter blend. And I gotta work on this kitchen a little bit, so get something going. We have Basquiat, another, this is the Ivy. More books. Books are good. And then here we got magazines for days. But like good magazines, not those magazines where it's full of ads. Ad. And there's like one article, no, some really good stuff. This is Story, or the store. Story? I think it's called This Is Story. That's an awesome store. It's like, keeps changing every however many weeks. I'm not sure if that's still the case or what's going on with it, but I remember that store is awesome. I never got into it, so I don't really know that world. Which I've had some wine sometimes, but then it's weird. It's like, is the wine vegan? What's the fermentation? What's the, how is it fermented or processed? And I don't know. I don't care for alcohol, so. So your coffee should cost what, 33 cents? making it at home. No, it has to be. Yeah, is it 33 cents? Maybe. That's 33. You're going to $1. Being loud. How much more do I have to say now? The voice changes. Or I should whisper. I usually speak. Well, maybe I could just speak more calmly. I'm usually excited, maybe when I speak. Not always. Sometimes I speak calmly. So this is an opportunity for me to just. And to sort of maybe change it up. Do something where you could. That you're happy that you did. And realize I'm happy that I did this. If the concern is to figure out the right timing, the right time to get something done, the right everything, the right inspiration, the right tools, the right knowledge, is it gonna ever start? Or will you learn way more and way faster by just starting and doing and seeing how it goes in the process, seeing what you actually want, seeing what. I don't remember every step that I did, just like I don't remember every image that I saw or every video clip that I saw. That time is gone, but there is something that I did. Even though I don't fully remember, this gives me a moment in history to remember I did this. What if one were to do a video puzzle? How would that work? So this is another thing that this could and might be, and I don't know if it's been done before, and if it has, I'm just simply not aware of it as far as my conscious mind is aware of at this moment. And then if it ever gets put back together, then the captions make a sentence that doesn't make sense, which could be interesting and could be a form of poetry. This is exciting. Just thinking of just having these ideas sort of connect. And I'm doing this out loud. Going from speaking about what I'm speaking about, which is not knowing or knowing, to me just for like, I don't know, 400 grams or something like that. It actually, I could talk about coffee later on actually. And then it switches to something else, and then this is a time to experience this walk-up life, and it's all good. It switches to something else, and then I'm still going. Switches to something else, and then we're back here, and all that just happened was all part of today. And how does it sound? Different ideas, different sounds, different locations, different looks. What is the flow? How does the puzzle progress? How does the day go? What is the overall image? I'm just like kind of making up this metaphor as I go, and I don't know, maybe it turns into whatever I feel like speaking when I'm looking at something or some things. That's when I may speak about it. So it's just this. Oh, I just heard the clock. 11. Just kind of not throw it away, because you don't need to throw the avocado pit away. Of course, sometimes if you're having a lot of avocados, it might be too many pits to handle. So yeah, you can get rid of them. But that's almost like in one sense, an easy route, because that's a look that already exists that has shown to work, and you could basically buy the look in places. So it's a known look, and if you're just adding a look that already exists into a space. As long as the space is big enough, it's a pretty easy thing to do. That's part of this. It's sort of, doesn't make sense? Good. Because after, if ever, gets put together, what if it continues to not make sense? It may be no difference. There's a lot of ideas that could happen with this project. But for a moment, and then learn about ideas of time in every single room in New York, and there's plenty of sunshine that comes in, which is, not all places give you so much sunshine, and not all places have a lot of windows. In some places you might just have a couple windows and they might be facing a wall. How are you gonna edit and spend time on putting stuff together? So you gotta, the brain and the mind has to think of this in a different way, because this is maybe unusual to say things in a day, raw, uncut, unedited, in a sense, edited in the way of just cutting stuff up and mixing and mashing. So there, again, I don't know how that's gonna look. And then if someone took the footage out somehow and then re-edited everything to be in proper flow, in proper sequence, it's like you're putting a video puzzle together. This could be a movie idea. This is a movie right now. This is a movie. It just turned into a movie.